Hello, welcome to the Fanfic Majesty. If you want more content, you can follow me on Patreon. I will be uploading more content on there that will be exclusive. The link is in the description. Please support me. 1 GLL. Chapter 1 Force Field Ability. Go to Sea. Seeking Collection. Next chapter. Advertisement. East Blue, Windmill Village. In a forest, two figures kept flickering in the field. The terrifying wind swept across, and the sound of collision continued to sound. The surrounding trees were broken and collapsed. Accompanied by another impact, the bodies of both of them shocked, and then they separated quickly. So strong. Ace looked at the two separated in shock, and finally his gaze fell on one of them. Hearing Ace's words, Luffy nodded uncontrollably, his eyes filled with shock, and his eyes fell on the blonde man. Yes, these two people are Ace and Luffy. One of the two players in the field is the marine hero, Garp, the grandfather of the two. As for the other, the brother of the two, Portgas D. Noel. He has short golden hair and a naked upper body, revealing a strong physique and handsome appearance. The sweat on his body is constantly falling to the ground, but it exudes a terrifying fighting spirit. Noel shook his numb arm and looked at the opposite side with swollen eyes. Looking at Garp not far away, he also felt shocked in his heart. The strength of this old man was really terrifying, monster-like power. The Traverser. Noel did not expect to cross into the world of pirates, and was adopted by Ace's mother and became Ace's elder brother. As the standard configuration for crossing, cheat is naturally also available. The God-level lottery system just revived 3 years ago. Advertisement. Garp's heart was even more shocked, his eyes fixed on Noel tightly. He didn't expect that after 2 years, the kid had become so powerful. Master Observation Haki, Armament Haki, even awakened Conqueror's Haki. Moreover, I don't know when it became Demon Fruit Power. Just been able to fight him for so long, mainly relying on that weird and terrifying ability. Gravity, gravitation, repulsion, and magnetism. Just now Noel showed multiple terrifying abilities. Even Garp, who is so knowledgeable, doesn't know what devil fruit this kid ate. With such a terrifying talent and the same age, even the three monsters of Marine did not have such strength. Noel is naturally not clear about the thoughts in Garp's mind, because he is not demon fruit power at all, but an ability person, the ability obtained through the system. Force field ability. Master handles all force fields, gravity, gravitation, repulsion, and magnetism, a terrifying, monster-like ability. Ha ha ha, kid, I didn't expect you to become a capable person. Do you want to follow the old man and join Marine? Garp's body shook slightly, then he looked at Noel with a big smile, and the terrible aura gradually dissipated. Although he was also very curious in his heart, where did Noel learn Haki and where he got devil fruit, Garp didn't ask, because Noel was very mysterious since he was a child. As soon as the voice fell, before Noel could speak, Luffy shouted not far away, "No, Noel will be my member from now on." Advertisement. Looking at Luffy, who was yelling at his neck, the corners of Ace's mouth twitched. As the grandson of the marine hero, but in front of him, shouting to be a pirate, this is nothing short of death. Sure enough, Garp's figure suddenly disappeared, and he appeared next to Luffy in an instant, his fist slammed down. Slap! Slap! Screams resounded throughout the forest, and Noel shook his head helplessly as he watched Luffy hit the ground. However, regarding Garp's suggestion and joining Marine, Noel has no interest at all. He has no habit of taking orders from others, whether it is in his previous life or now. Noel, should you go out to sea? Ace walked slowly, speaking with a smile on his face. He knows his eldest brother very well. After all, this is one of his few relatives in the world. Naturally, he also knows that Noel had made preparations to go to sea a few months ago. Well, I'll go to sea tomorrow. Noel skimmed Garp, then smiled and nodded. Just after crossing this world and becoming a baby, he was rescued by Rouge. Noel and Ace are 3 years old and 6 years old from Luffy. Of course, Garp, who was not far away, heard the conversation between the two. His heart was also very bitter. The 3 grandsons actually wanted to be pirates. Thinking of Noel's strength, he felt sad for Sengoku. With this kid's strength, he would soon be famous throughout the sea. Tomorrow, I will catch up with you soon and become one piece. It must be me. Ace nodded, then smiled and raised his head, his eyes became firm. Advertisement. Becoming the One Piece has always been his dream, even if the person in front of him is the elder brother he admires, Ace will not admit defeat. Do your best. Noel paused, and met Ace's firm eyes, with a smile on his face. Shoo, little devil, in front of the old man, saying that he wants to be the One Piece, is it too arbitrary for? A strong wind swept across, Garp appeared between the two of them, his fists blasted directly at them. The next moment, Ace, who had not yet reacted, was blasted out, and Noel's eyes condensed, his fist was directly covered by the armed color, and then he also blasted out. Boom, boom. The fists collided, Garp's body didn't move, but the ground cracked, and Noel's body shook slightly, then stepped back. Turning aside Ace in the distance, Garp's gaze fell on Noel, sighed, and then said solemnly, "Boy, don't die." Of course. Looking at Garp's cautious gaze, Noel was taken aback, then nodded firmly. Chapter 2 First Battle, Kill. Seeking Collection. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The sky was slightly white, and the gentle sunlight was shining on the earth. Among the wooden houses, watching Garp and Luffy snoring and shaking the sky, and the sleeping Ace on the side, Noel shook his head, and then quietly walked out. Going to sea has been delayed in Fengche village. If it weren't for the system, he would have gone to sea a long time ago. And Noel just left the wooden house, Garp was asleep, his eyes flashed, and Luffy were skipped, and then he followed out quickly. Not only Garp, but Ace didn't know when he woke up, looked at Luffy, gritted his teeth, and ran out quickly. By the beach, looking at the ship on the sea, Noel's left foot was on the ground, his figure turned into an afterimage, and then he flew out. Landing on the deck, Noel looked around with satisfaction, and then his gaze fell on the boat, also on a man with short blonde hair and a black outfit. Genos. Thanks for your hard work. Noel smiled. Captain. Genos nodded blankly, and skimmed the far side of the beach without showing a trace. Seeing the indifferent expression of Genos, Noel shook his head helplessly. The person in front of him is the character he got from the system, from the previous life, One Punch Man, a character in an anime, a transforming man. Let's go. Noel took a deep breath, looked at the direction of the forest, and then said in a deep voice. Yes, Captain. Genos nodded, and then walked towards the cabin. The ship traveled slowly, and on the edge of the forest cliff, Garp looked at the ship turned into black spots, his face was full of doubts, and solemn, just now the man next to Noel. Advertisement. For Genos, Garp has never seen him before, but that person has clearly discovered himself just now. Step on. With the sound of gentle footsteps, Ace also appeared on the edge of the cliff, looking at the disappearing ship, his fists could not help being clenched together. 3 days passed slowly, and the voyage along the way, except for occasional encounters with sea kings and 2 merchant ships, Noel and the two did not encounter Shanghai Thief at all. On the deck, Noel's brows were tightly clenched, his eyes fixed on the virtual panel in front of him. Name. Portgas D. Noel. Ability. Seeing and hearing color, intermediate, armed color, intermediate, conquerors, elementary, force field ability, proficiency 30%, moonwalk, shaving. Lucky draw. 0. Crew. Genos. Lottery points. 300. 2 years ago, with the help of Genos, he was cultivating Haki, and he had reached the intermediate level of seeing, hearing, and armed. It seems that the biggest problem right now is the ability. Noel let out a sigh of relief, his eyes gleaming. Advertisement. At present, the ability is his strongest power, and it is also his backing. The strength of the force field ability is naturally doubted by Morong, but Noel has not developed it at all. As for Haki's cultivation, this is not an overnight event at all. Noel's eyes flashed suddenly, and then slowly stood up, staring closely at the black spot in the distance. Genos also walked out slowly, his eyes fixed on the increasingly emotional ship in the distance. The pirate group. Noel smiled on his face. He didn't expect that in 3 days, he would finally meet the pirate ship. The captain is the Blood Wolf pirate group, and the captain of the opponent is offering a reward, the Blood Wolf of 20 million Baileys. Looking at the pirate flag flying in the distance, Genos spoke in a cold voice. Noel nodded and drew Genos 2 years ago to let him know the intelligence of the 4 seas. It seems that the original decision was correct. The reward of 20 million is already a high reward for the entire East Blue, and it is already a big pirate. On the opposite side, the Blood Wolf pirate group also found Noel and 2 of them. One member put down the telescope in his hand, and then spoke to the middle-aged man with a sturdy aura on the side. Captain, it doesn't seem to be a merchant ship, there are only 2 people on the other side. When the voice fell, the Blood Wolf Kawo's body was taken aback for a moment, and then his face became hideous. Little ones, shoot me and bomb their ships. Yes, Captain. Hearing Kavo's words, the pirates on the deck also laughed loudly. Advertisement. The Blood Wolf Pirates are notorious throughout East Blue, and none of them can survive when encountering their merchant ships or civilians. Boom, boom. On the opposite side, Noel couldn't help but smile when he saw the dozen or so shells that blasted over. This is the pirate, this is the cruelty of this world. Most of the pirates' methods are cruel. Like Luffy and other pirates, there is not much in the whole sea. Perhaps it can be said that Luffy and others in the original work are more like adventurers. Seeing that the shells were about to hit the ship, the people of the Blood Wolf pirate group also laughed cruelly. The explosion resounded, smoke rose in the air, Genos kicked his feet on the deck, then exploded, and his fist blasted directly at the shell. Shoo! After the cannonball was solved, 2 fires appeared on the soles of Genos' feet, and he quickly swept towards the Blood Wolf pirate group. Seeing the figure rushing out of the smoke and the undamaged ship on the opposite side, the people of the Blood Wolf pirate group stared wide-eyed, and Kawo's body also took a while, and his face became serious. The next moment, the screams resounded throughout the sea, bullets flew, the flames flickered, and the Blood Wolf pirate group continued to fall, and the blood gradually stained the sea. Monster. Run away. Asterisk. Chapter 3A Reward, Marine's Attention. Seeking Collection. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The strong smell of blood, the surrounding corpses, and the pain from his body let Kavo know that all of this is real. At the indifferent look in Genos's indifferent eyes, Kavo's body couldn't help but tremble. His face was full of fear. Monster. The person in front of him was a monster at all. The terrifying strength, and that strange body. Just now the knife fell on this person's body, unexpectedly sparked. In the blink of an eye, dozens of subordinates were slaughtered clean, and they did not have the slightest ability to resist. The strength of the 2 was not at the same level. Step on. The heavy footsteps sounded like knocking in the heart. Seeing Genos walking step by step, the fear in Kavo's eyes became more and more obvious, and he knelt on the deck and let out a silent voice. Let me go. Let me go, I have treasure. Before the words were finished, a bullet shot out, the eyebrow was pierced, and then he fell on the deck unwillingly, his eyes widened. Ignoring the indifferent Kavo, Genos walked directly towards the cabin. Soon, he walked out with 2 boxes, kicked his feet, and swept directly towards the opposite side. On the deck, looking at the devil fruit in front of him and the treasure in the chest, Noel was surprised. He didn't expect that Kavo would get a devil fruit. Advertisement. In the 4 large seas, including Grand Line and Devil Fruit, they are all rare products. Although there are many, they are not many. The devil fruit in front of me, looking at the pattern, is obviously Paramesha, and Noel has not seen the devil fruit picture book. The system. If it is recovered, how many lottery points this demon can redeem? Noel's eyes flashed, and then he said in a deep voice. 100,000 draw points. Hearing the mechanical voice in his mind, Noel couldn't help but twitch. A devil fruit actually only has 100,000 draw points, which is a bit tricky. 100,000 draw points can only be used for elementary draws, 1 million for intermediate draws, and 10 million for advanced draws. The system's lottery points can be exchanged for various things, including treasures and devil fruit, and 10,000 Baileys can be exchanged for 10 lottery points. In other words, the devil fruit in front of us, if it is recycled by the system, would be equivalent to 100 million Baileys, so Noel felt a bit pitted. Recycle it. Noel shook his head helplessly, the size of a mosquito is meat. Every year, the system rewards a lottery. For a full 18 years, Noel has drawn a lot of things. Among them, the character summoning card. Genos is one of them, and so is the force field ability. The voice just fell. There were treasures in front of him, and the devil fruit box disappeared. Advertisement. Looking at this number, Noel patted his clothes, then stood up slowly. Now he hopes that he can often meet Shanghai Thief. He is too short of crew now. 1 month passed quickly. Naval headquarters, looking at the 2 reward orders in front of him, Sengoku's brows were frowned together, and then he looked at other people. What do you think? Robot. Genos, offering a reward of 40 million and 6 million Baileys. The leader of the Noel pirate group offers a reward of 65 million Baileys. Hey, it's really scary. I didn't expect that the Little East Blue would have such a strong man. Kizaru said in surprise. This time, he was really surprised. Because, this month, the 2 of Noel had a lot of trouble. Whether it was the pirates or Marine met them, they all fell apart. One of them, Marine Rear Admiral, died in Noel's hands. Most importantly, Noel also ransacked the Heavenly Gold, otherwise the reward would not be so scary. According to the intelligence, the strength of these 2 people is very terrifying, and they are also Grandmaster Haki. Kizaru did not expect that the pirate of East Blue, there is actually Grandmaster Haki. Marshal Sengoku, since it's the order of the world government, then let me go. Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, Squirrel spoke solemnly. When the voice fell, Sengoku paused, looked at the flying squirrel, and then nodded. Advertisement. He is very clear about the strength of Weasel, and among the many Vice Admiral, the strength is also the top. And Garp lying on the sofa, hearing Noel's name, the corners of his mouth twitched constantly. He didn't expect that this kid was so courageous that he would rob the heavens of gold, offend celestial dragons, and startle the world government. Kuzan, you also go with the Weasel. Thinking of celestial dragons' feces and urine, and 5 elders' orders, Sengoku's gaze fell on Aokiji, who was squinting and dozing off. According to intelligence, the strength of the 2 is not like ordinary rookies at all. As currently shown, Noel Grandmaster Haki, and Genos is even more likely to be a robot from the South Blue Mechanical Kingdom. To be on the safe side, and in order to avoid accidents, Aokiji made more insurance. It's really troublesome. Aokiji slowly opened his eyes, looked at Sengoku helplessly, and then slowly stood up, still unable to escape. Garp, who was lying on the side, also slowly opened his eyes, and his heart was also suffering. He didn't expect that Noel's kid was really a blockbuster, causing such a big deal all of a sudden. A Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, plus Aokiji. Now, Garp only hopes that Noel can escape this disaster. Chapter 4 The Sea Shakes, Sky Island. Seeking Collection. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The next day, a piece of news and 2 rewards were spread across the sea, alarming the major forces, and the names of Noel and Janos were also reflected in the eyes of others. On a certain island, 4 emperors, red hair, looking at Noel in the newspaper, with a smile on his face, looting the gold in the sky. Now the kid is really crazy. Boss, the current kid is really scary. Just going out to sea will be Haki. Reiki Lu took the chicken drumstick in his hand and stared at the newspaper in his hand. The red hair nodded with a smile. It was really scary and crazy, a very promising newcomer, and he was from East Blue. Thinking of East Blue, he couldn't help but think of Luffy, the kid shouting to go to sea to be the king of Shanghai pirates. New World. Dressrosa, one of Shichibukai, Doflamingo looked arrogant and looked at the newspaper in his hand savagely. Bah, these 2 little ghosts also ransacked the gold in the sky. When the voice fell, the whole room was silent. The other cadres shook their heads gently, but they also felt shocked in their hearts. These 2 people will be at Sabaody Archipelago soon. The cadres on the scene knew very well that the young master was able to become Shichibukai because he looted the heavenly gold and then threatened the world government and became Shichibukai. Advertisement. They also knew how rich the gold in the sky was. They didn't expect that the 2 pirates who had just gone to sea would dare to do such a thing. The looting of heavenly gold is tantamount to offending the world government, offending celestial dragons. The generals of naval headquarters will definitely be dispatched, and may even dispatch Admiral, because the impact is too great. East Blue, Windmill Village, Luffy, and Ace also saw the reward order. After a month, they finally heard the news of Noel, and both felt excited. Noel is not clear about the ideas of the major forces, because he and Genos have come to the mysterious Sky Island. This world is really amazing. Looking at the white clouds around, Noel also felt surprised in his heart. Seeing it in anime and seeing it in reality are basically two concepts. Hearing Noel's words, Genos nodded in agreement. He also felt surprised about everything about Sky Island, which was simply against physics. Let's go, Genos, go find our second crew member. Noel let out a deep breath, then said in a deep voice. The purpose of coming to Sky Island this time, the target is the guy Enel, Logia, Thunder Fruit capable person. Although Enel lost to Luffy in the original work, Noel didn't think that guy was weak, but Luffy's protagonist aura was too strong. It can be elementalized, and it is also Grandmaster Observation Haki. Under such circumstances, it has lost to Luffy. It is not the protagonist Halo, what else can it be? The strength of Enel, although not the strength of Admiral, is better than the ordinary Vice Admiral. Advertisement. Along the way, because of Genos, the two did not encounter other troubles, and soon came to Angel Island. Looking at the four figures blocking the intersection, Noel couldn't help but grinned. The four priests of Sky Island, it seems that Enel has found them. For Enel to find them, Noel didn't feel strange. With Thunder Fruit's ability, that guy's observation Haki was able to cover the entire Sky Island. And they broke into Sky Island directly. The angel at Angel's Gate should have taken a picture of the two. People from Shanghai break into Sky Island without authorization, break into the forbidden area, at the order of the gods. Gatas, the priest of Numa's trial, looked at the two Noel coldly. Before the words were finished, a strong wind swept across, and the bodies of the four Gatas were shocked. God's order, what did you just want to say? Noel appeared next to Gatas in an instant, pressing his right hand on his shoulder, and looking at him with a smile. How is it possible? What speed is this? Shadley, who was also held on his shoulder by Genos, also widened his eyes. Shinzuna Observation Haki actually didn't notice the appearance of Genos. In an instant, the two people appeared beside them. At what speed? The gun of fire. Shiro reacted first, and the spear in his hand blasted directly at Noel. Domain. Suppression. Looking at the spear that was blasting towards him, Noel smiled lightly, and then spoke clearly. Advertisement. As soon as the voice fell, the surrounding space was shocked, Shira's body trembled, his movement stagnated, and his entire body sank, and a terrifying pressure came. Boom, boom. The bodies of the four priests sank, their feet deeply inserted into the ground, and their faces looked at Noel with shock. Repulsion shockwave. Noel let go of Gatas, and slowly stretched out his right hand, aiming directly at Shira. Frightened, looking at Noel's right hand, Shira's heart trembled. Suddenly, there was a bad premonition. The next moment, he felt the strong wind coming from the front. The screams resounded, and in the shocking eyes of the three Gatas, a terrifying shock wave suddenly blasted from Noel's hands, directly on Shira's body. The ground shook, blood splattered, and with a scream, Shira was directly blown out. All this happened between the electric light and flint, from Noel's shot to Shira being bombarded, and almost everyone else failed to react. It's your turn. The joking voice rang in the ears of the three of them, looking at Noel with a smile on his face, and Genos with a cold face on the side. Their bodies couldn't help but tremble. Guru. Asterisk. Chapter 5 Frightened. Lei Luo. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Fear and panic spread in the hearts of the three of them instantly, and the whole atmosphere fell into silence, especially Shira, who fell to the ground when he saw the distance and was covered in blood. The breeze blew slightly, and Chaudhry's huge body shuddered, and the next moment, I saw the barrel of the gun sticking out of Genos's hand. Click, click. The black metal barrel, under the shining of the sun, exudes a cold, death-like breath. Not good. Looking at the barrel of his gun, Shadley's eyes widened, and his instinctive reaction caused him to throw the shock shell out of his hand. The air was vibrating, and the shock shell produced a powerful shock wave, and Genos looked at all of this lightly, even without dodge. Laser ray cannon. The indifferent voice slowly resounded. In the shocking eyes of everyone, a fiery red light shot out of the barrel, with destructive power. The shock wave collided with the red laser, and the next moment, an ear-splitting sound spread throughout the Angel Island. The smoke enveloped the audience, and then quickly dispersed. Genos stood in the court intact. Tick, tick. Advertisement. Sadly, seeing the blood man next to Janos and the blood dripping on the ground, the two Getas lost their voices, especially when they saw the bloody hole in Shadley's shoulder. They felt shocked in their hearts. Fear. How could it be? Shadley's eyes widened, looking at Janos incredulously. This person just didn't dodge at all, and the shock wave hit him directly, but there was nothing at all. Instead, a series of sparks were ignited. The laser was too fast just now, especially at such a short distance. Even if it was observation Haki, Chaudhry had no chance to dodge, so the shoulders would be directly pierced. The sharp pain coming from the shoulder made Shadley feel desperate. Monster, this person in front of him is simply a monster. Go to hell. An angry roar suddenly came from not far away, and a strong wind swept past, and the two of Getas saw it. They didn't know when to stand up, riding a three-jong bird, holding hands. Shira holding a spear appeared behind Janos. Surprise ball bun. Ball dragon. Looking at Shira who appeared behind Genos, Shadley's eyes flashed. Chance, he saw the opportunity to defeat the monster in front of him. Boom, boom, boom. There was a series of explosions, the whole ground was shaking, and the smoke directly enveloped the three of them, and Noel looked at it with a smile. Sura. Shadley. Ohm looked at the smoke in horror. The master saw what happened. He naturally knew what had happened, so he felt horrified. Advertisement. In just an instant, the spear in Shira's hand didn't hit Janos, but he grabbed it. Then a black line was drawn from Janos' wrist and hovered directly around Shira's neck. Not only that, but Chaudhry's ball of gunpowder fell on Genos, and the monster had nothing to do. The smoke slowly dissipated. Shira and Chaudhry fell to the ground, their bodies trembling slightly. Blood stained the ground, especially Shira. His neck was tilted, and a scorched fist appeared in his abdomen. Print. Spike kills, and the two of them are directly killed in the blink of an eye. Escape. Getas and Ohm are not fools, and they can clearly see that the two Qinghai people are powerful and their strengths are not at the same level at all. Relying on them to deal with Noel, Genos is impossible. Even if a few people have to take a break, it is estimated that only Enel is the opponent of the two. The two looked at each other, and then attacked Noel from left to right. They all saw Genos's terrifying strength and monster-like body. Just now, Chaudhry's attack fell on him, and it was useless. Now the breakthrough point can only be placed on Noel's body. A big knife appeared in Ohm's hand, and then turned into a whip in an instant, and Gedaz's fist, with the power of breaking through the air, also blasted fiercely, bringing back afterimages. Domain. Ejection. Noel smiled and watched all of this, then spreading his hands, laughter slowly came out. When the fist and whip were about to fall on Noel, Gedaz felt a shock and immediately saw an invisible wave spreading from Noel's hand. Advertisement. An unstoppable impact force, the repulsive force spread from both palms. With Noel as the center, the terrifying repulsion instantly dissipated, and the entire ground was flattened, rubble splashed, while Gedaz's eyes widened, and a burst of blood spurted out of their mouths. Field. Ups and downs. The ground shook, and as Noel's voice sounded again, the terrifying gravity weighed on the two of them. Puff. Blood spurted out, and half of the two of them sank directly to the ground. Let's go. It's time to find Enel. Noel patted his clothes, looked at the two of them, and then nodded to Janos. The strength of the four priests can't be said to be weak, but it can't be said to be strong. It is estimated that it is the strength of the Marine School. Janos nodded, and as soon as he stepped out, he heard the roar from above his head, and the lightning that was about to fall. Noel also slowly raised his head, faintly watching the lightning falling in the sky. The ability of Thunder Fruit. Enel, that guy shot, it is really convenient. Asterisk. Chapter 6 Genos vs Enel, Seeking Collection. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Boom. Boom. The smoke slowly dissipated, the entire ground cracked, and there were signs of scorched black, but Noel and Janos were intact. The two looked at each other and kicked their left foot. Noel turned into a phantom and swept toward the depths of Angel Island. 10 minutes later, looking at the palace in front of him and the figure hovering on the ground, Noel couldn't help but smile. Click, click. Looking at Noel and Janos, Enel sneered at the corners of his mouth, then slowly stood up, thunder arcs surrounding him. A group of trash, Qinghai people, surrendered to God's feet. Enel walked out slowly, looking at the two Noel with arrogant expression. As soon as the voice fell, Genos's eyes were narrowed, and the propelling device under his feet spewed out two flames, and the whole person disappeared in an instant. In an instant of effort, Genos appeared right behind Enel, slamming his fist directly at his head. The fist hit Enel's head directly, and half of his head disappeared. However, Genos's body was stopped and he looked at Enel in surprise. Advertisement. He now knows why Noel is looking for this guy, thunder fruit capable person, known as the strongest Logia. Good speed, but, offended the gods, prepare for death. Enel slowly turned his head, the metal rod in his hand was shining with thunder, and then he waved at Genos. 30 million volts. Thunderbird. Crackling. The blue arc was constantly flickering, and a large bird formed by thunder and lightning tore directly towards Genos, bringing up a series of thunder arcs in the air. Seeing the thunderbird flying over, Genos's left foot was a little on the ground, and his whole body shot out directly, turning his body into afterimages. Knowing that Enel is a thunder fruit capable person, Genos knows that ordinary attacks are useless at all. They must fight in close combat and cover armament haki. Being summoned by Noel, Genos is no exception. Regardless of collecting intelligence, but also practicing armament haki, as for observation haki, you don't need it because it has a sense of life. Seeing Thunderbird falling into the sky, the dust rising from the ground, and the fist in front of him, Enel sneered in his heart, stupid Qinghai, his ability is invincible, physical attacks are useless at all. Armed. Machine gun punch. Looking at Enel's expression, Genos let out a loud shout. In Enel's surprised gaze, the black fist instantly turned purple-red, and then blasted over. With the sound of the collision, Enel's eyes widened, his face was directly distorted, blood spurted out, and he looked at Genos incredibly, and the whole person was directly blown out. Bang bang bang. Advertisement. Breaking the two stone pillars, Enel got up from the ground, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and looked at Genos in shock. How could it be that this kid just attacked him? Unforgivable. 60 million volts. Thunder Dragon. Seeing the dripping blood, Enel's face became ugly, and he beat the taiko drums on both shoulders with both hands. The thunder light shining on the entire palace, the crackling sound resounded, and a thunder dragon swiftly biked towards Genos. Seeing the biting thunder dragon, Genos stamped his left foot on the ground, and the soles of his feet burst into flames, and his body turned into afterimages. The rubble was splashing, and the terrifying air waves swept around. The two people kept colliding, and the cracks on the ground kept getting bigger, one black and one blue rays of light blasted at each other. The two constantly collided in the air, roaring, and the impact sounded through the entire Angel Island. Noel was a little surprised. The guy Enel actually got stronger in the battle. That's right, Enel has indeed become stronger, knowing that Genos can attack him, he is not a fool, and he has not dared to resist. Is this the Enel of the original? Or the butterfly effect? Noel stared at the two closely, feeling surprised. Thunder Fruit's ability is indeed very pervert, whether it is an attack, the speed is very strong, even if Genos can armament haki, he can't get Enel for a while. Sure enough, anime can't be trusted. Reality is reality. Noel took a deep breath, then shook his head slightly. Now this Enel, 3 Luffies are not enough. The surrounding floors exploded, and both of them were very embarrassed at this time. The clothes on Genos's body were in tatters, and there were signs of scorched black on his body, and metal objects were also exposed. Enel was panting, too. The taiko drum on the left was shattered by Genos, and the bloodline Madara Madara on the left cheek. Advertisement. Damn it. Enel looked at Genos angrily. Through the fight just now, he already knew that Genos was not an ordinary human, but something like a machine, and he didn't feel pain at all. Moreover, when that fist turns purple-red, he can attack him. If this continues, it is estimated that he will be consumed to death. Step on. The sound of gentle footsteps came into the ears of the two of them. Looking at Noel who slowly walked over, Enel's expression couldn't help but change. By the way, there is another Qinghai native, this guy. He doesn't think that elementalization is invincible now. Although he doesn't know what that ability is, Genos can attack him, maybe Noel can do it. A Genos is hard enough, and adding a Noel who doesn't know the depth, Enel's face becomes more and more ugly when he thinks of this. Shoo! Noel's eyes flashed, his figure disappeared in place, and he appeared in front of Enel in an instant, his fist blasted directly at him. Gravity. 10 times. Chapter 7 Defeat. Persuade, Seeking Collection. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Enel felt bad when he heard the power of breaking through the air, and seeing Noel's figure disappeared, Enel quickly turned into a thunder light, and just about to flash away, a terrible gravity pressed on him. Boom! Boom! The ground shook, and the floor lifted up. With Enel as the center, the whole ground suddenly collapsed. Looking at the elemental Enel, the corner of Noel's mouth curled up, his fist was directly covered by armament Haki, and it suddenly fell on his face. Puff! Puff! Blood spurted, severe pain came from his face, Enel's whole body was shaken, his face was distorted, and then he was directly blown out. All this happened between the electric light and flint. Noel's feet fell on the ground, faintly watching the smoke rising in the distance. The main reason for being able to directly succeed is because of surprise. The ability of the force field ability is terrifying. In the original work, Marine recruited through the world and became Admiral. Fujitora is a gravity fruit ability person. The ability has also been developed to ultimate, able to use gravity to summon meteorites. Damn it! The Qinghai people of damn it! Enel got up from the ground embarrassedly, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and looked at Noel with a grim face. Sure enough, like Genos, Noel also has the means to attack him, not only that, but also the ability to use gravity. Advertisement. At that moment, if he hadn't been elementalized in time, it would have been more than that. Will you continue to fight? Noel moved his shin, then smiled. When the voice fell, Enel let out a cold snort, the thunder light on his body was overwhelming, and the terrifying electric arc surrounded his body. Thor. Act recklessly. Hearing the angry roar and the terrifying thunder light not far away, Noel's eyes condensed, his left foot was on the ground, and his body disappeared again, Marine 6 styles, shaved. The roar resounded throughout the palace again, and thunder light fell from the sky from time to time. The whole scene was extremely shocking, and the ground was constantly being bombed out of deep pits. 30 minutes later, Noel removed his tattered clothes and looked at Enel, who fell on the ground with a calm expression. Ahem. Enel fell to the ground with a pale face, blood was constantly coughing up from his mouth, and his eyes became confused. The defeat was his first defeat, and he was also defeated by the people of Qinghai. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that the great god would be defeated by ant-like mortals. Enel climbed up from the ground with difficulty and supported it with one hand. Hearing Enel's words, Noel's mouth could not help but twitched, and then he said angrily, God! Don't deceive yourself, it's just luck to eat thunder fruit. Advertisement. This guy was poisoned really deep enough, really good enough to score 2, but, unlike the original, Enel's strength has indeed become stronger. People from Qinghai, what is the ability to attack me just now? How many strong people like you are in Qinghai? Enel skimmed Genos, who was walking in the distance, and then spoke in a cold voice. Now he wanted to know what the black, purple-red substance covered by the fists of these two people was, and why they could attack him. Haki, armament Haki, can improve personal defense and offensive power, and ability to restrain Logia. Noel didn't hide Enel's doubts, because his main purpose was to recruit this guy as a crew member. As for the entire sea, Qinghai, as you said, there are many people stronger than me. Noel looked at Enel playfully. Sure enough, before Noel finished speaking, Enel's face changed, and then he said silently, impossible. Step on. Nothing is impossible, it's just that you staying on Sky Island or sitting on the well and watching the sky. Noel stepped on his feet and stared at Enel closely. Who dares to be called invincible, that does not give up? There are so many powerful people in this world. With Noel's current strength, there are really many people who are better than him now. Join us, Enel. Stay in Sky Island, you will never be a strong one. Noel looked at Enel cautiously. Advertisement. Enel's complexion changed, he was arrogant in his heart, and he surrendered to others without a reason, even if Noel's strength was very strong, and even defeated him. There is no meaning to force, of course, if you can beat me in the future, then you can leave. Seeing the change in Enel's face, Noel couldn't help but smile, and instantly guessed his thoughts. Also, you have no other choice. Dot 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 dot. An hour later, looking at the gold that was swept away in front of him, Enel couldn't help but looked at Noel angrily. He regretted agreeing to this guy now. Let's go, it's a pity that this ship is. Noel nodded in satisfaction, put aside the unbuilt golden ship, and then looked at Enel with a smile. This time, Sky Island's harvest was good, the goal was successfully achieved, and a lot of gold was exchanged for 230,000 summoning points, but it's a pity that this golden ship hasn't been built at all, so it can't be moved at all. Damn. Looking at the smile on Noel's face, Enel couldn't help but squeeze his fist, and he must crush this guy in the future. Looking at the backs of Noel and Genos, Enel let out a cold snort, and then slowly followed. Chapter 8 The City of Seven Waters, Whereabouts are Exposed, Seeking Collection. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. With the magnificent sea and the faint blue sea, Enel looked around curiously and got off the Sky Island. Although more than 10 days have passed, he still feels curious about everything in Qinghai. All of this is very new to him, and there are many things that you can't see in Sky Island. And during this time, Enel also learned the basic information of the entire sea from Genos, 4 emperors, world government, marine, Shichibukai and other forces, as well as various powerhouses. I don't need observation Haki, now I only need armament Haki. Enel skimmed Noel on the deck, clenching his fist involuntarily. Step on. Genos walked out of the cabin slowly, and then said in a deep voice, Captain, there are still 3 kilometers to the City of Seven Waters. Are you here? Noel stood up slowly, smiled and looked into the distance. He could see the blurry city too. For almost 2 weeks, I have been sailing on the sea, everything is boring, but I finally reached the capital of the Seven Waters. The purpose of coming to the City of Seven Waters this time is mainly to build ships. Their current ship is still too bad. Advertisement. Looking at the dark long sword at his waist, Noel showed a wry smile on his face. He ransacked the heavenly gold and obtained 40 Baileys, plus what Sky Island got, and a total of 2 intermediate draws were held. But luck was not very good. I got a long sword called Dark Knight, and the ability to get the number of swords Grandmaster advanced. From the appearance of the system, it seemed that he was asked to follow the path of Kendo. I'm finally here, I don't know if there are any strong. Enel also showed excitement on his face. He now wants to know how strong Qinghai's strong is. Hearing Enel's words, Noel couldn't help but shook his head. Basically well-known powerhouses are in New World, the latter half of the Grand Line. In the 4 Great Seas, there are no decent powerhouses at all, and with their strength, they are already invincible in the 4 Great Seas. Let's go. Looking at the city right in front of him, Noel ignored Enel who was grumbling on the side, with his toes a little on the deck, and then swept away. Enel and Genos glanced at each other, and then quickly followed. On the dock, looking at the 3 of Noel, the busy people just glanced, and then started working again. It's them. Among the crowd, a middle-aged man with 2 horns on his head stared at Noel, his eyes narrowed involuntarily. Others don't know each other, but for Noel, Genos and Bluno are no strangers. As a member of the secret cipher pool and CP9 directly under the world government, Bluno naturally knows famous pirates like Noel. Advertisement. However, he did not expect that Noel would reach the City of Seven Waters so quickly. There is another stranger, new member. Looking at the backs of the 3 Noel, Bluno let out a deep breath, and then left quickly. This matter, you must tell Lucci and his idiot boss Spandam quickly, and you must also quickly notify Marine. On the street, Enel leaned behind his back without showing a trace, and then whispered softly, when I first stepped into this city, someone was staring at us in secret. Noel smiled and nodded. Of course, he knew Bluno in the crowd just now, but he didn't expect such a coincidence. Just stepping into the City of Seven Waters, he was discovered by CP9. It looks like I'm going to fight later. Enel's mouth twitched, revealing a grinning smile. Let's go, find the iceberg first. Noel smiled faintly, then shook his head slightly. CP9 found his whereabouts, but I don't know if Marine will come and looted the heavenly gold. People from the world government probably won't let him go easily. When Noel and others went to find the iceberg, most of the members of CP9 also gathered together, and the head was surprisingly Lucci. Bluno, You go to Spandam and tell Marine, Lucci said blankly. Clear. In an instant, a black door appeared on the wall out of thin air. Bluno quickly got in and disappeared. Advertisement. Paramesha is the fruit of the door. The doorman, who can turn anything in contact with the body into a door. The human body and the air are no exception. Able to kill Naval Headquarters Rear Admiral, as well as Blood Wolves and other pirates. Noel is very strong. We will try to hold him before the Marine from Marine arrives. Lucci simply looked at the few people around him. They all have tasks lurking in the Seven Waters. There is no need, and they will try not to leak their whereabouts. The others nodded and understood Lucci's meaning. If Marine hasn't arrived and Noel and others are leaving, then they will stop them. The figures of several people disappeared in the alley, as if they had never appeared before. 2 hours later, Noel also found the iceberg and explained his intentions. It will take at least half a month. Bingshan smiled and looked at the three of Noel. Half a month was already the fastest time. Turning aside Khalifa with his head down, Noel showed some playfulness, and then whispered softly, I don't know if it's available, the price is not a problem. Half a month didn't make it, but Noel didn't want to wait so long. Hearing Noel's words, Bingberg hesitated for a while, then nodded. Yes, it happens that the shipyard has a ready-made one, but it will take 3 days. When the two were talking, Khalifa, one of CP9's lurking members, was very surprised, and she also recognized Noel's identity. Asterisk. Chapter 9 Spandam's Decision, Seeking Collection. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. On the streets of the city of Seven Waters, Noel and the three were walking slowly, while in the dark, Lucci and the others were scattered around, staring at the three of them closely. One more person, a new member. Somewhere in the roof, Lucci turned Noel away, and his eyes fell on Enel. Marine's reward, Noel, and Genos are both Grandmaster Hakis, so he doesn't dare to get too close at all. Shoo! Suddenly a figure appeared beside Lucci. It was Khalifa who came over from Bingberg's office. Lucci, the people from the Noel Pirates have come to the city of Seven Waters, and Khalifa looked at Lucci with a serious face. Before he could finish speaking, he saw 3 people on the street in the distance. Leaving Khalifa aside, Lucci nodded. I know, when they step into the city of Seven Waters, Bluno will find it. Hearing Lucci's words, Khalifa was taken aback, looked at the three of Noel, and then lowered his voice. Their purpose is to build a ship, and it is estimated that they will leave the city of Seven Waters in 3 days. 3 days. Lucci's eyes condensed. 3 days, only 3 days. Time is a bit tight. Marine doesn't know if he can come over so quickly. If Marine can't make it over in time, then they will take action. Advertisement. Moreover, Lucci had a bad feeling in his heart because he thought of his idiotic boss, Spandam's greedy temper. Insidious, vicious, greedy, and hypocritical, Spandam knew that the Noel Pirates appeared in the city of Seven Waters, and it was estimated that they would let them take action. This is very likely. That guy wouldn't let this opportunity pass, because the Noel trio ransacked the heavenly gold, and celestial dragons was furious. In order to curry favor with celestial dragons and make meritorious service, maybe Spandam would really do stupid things. Khalifa, the plan remains the same. You follow Bingberg, pay attention to the news of Noel and others. Lucci took a deep breath, then said in a deep voice. Understand. Khalifa nodded, looked at the three of Noel, and then left quickly. On the street, Enel flexed his muscles and then chuckled softly. Captain, really don't need to catch those mice in the dark. Lucci was watching secretly, and he couldn't hide it from Enel. There were 5 people in total. If Noel hadn't said anything, he would have just shot. No hurry. Get the boat first. CP9 won't let us leave easily. Maybe now Marine already knows that we are in the city of Seven Waters. Noel skimmed the shadows without showing a trace, then smiled and shook his head. It's really boring. Let those mice live a little longer. Hearing Noel's words, Enel snorted coldly, but became excited in his heart. Compared to Lucci and others, he looked forward to Marine's arrival even more. Advertisement. I don't know if Marine Admiral will appear. If so, the name of God will soon resound throughout the sea. As soon as the voice fell, Noel's body stopped, and then he shook his head slightly. It should not be possible, but with your current strength, even if Marine Admiral arrives, you are not an opponent. Although they ransacked the heavenly gold, they are the little pirates of East Blue after all. Noel does not think Marine will dispatch Admiral, and the possibility of Vice Admiral is very high. As for Enel's mind, Noel felt funny, even though he was a Logia-capable person like the three Admiral. However, the strength of Admiral is already a pyramid figure standing in the ocean, and Enel is still a lot worse than the Aokiji trio. First hope Marine Admiral will appear. Enel shrugged. He hadn't seen the strength of Marine Admiral. He had no idea at all, and he didn't think he was much weaker than them. Night fell, and on the other side, Eni's lobby, Spandam looked excited at this time, and then looked at Bluno anxiously. Are you sure it's the Noel Pirates? Looking at Spandam with excitement on his face, Bluno suddenly thought of it with Lu Chi, but nodded dumbly. Ha ha ha, the opportunity for promotion and fortune is coming, sees Noel, Celestial Dragons, World Government will definitely. With Bluno's confirmation, Spandam was shaking with excitement, thinking about promotion. Advertisement. Sir, our purpose is not the Noel Pirates. Do you want to notify Marine first? Bluno felt distressed, but he still reminded him. Before Bluno finished speaking, Spandam said anxiously, no, there is no need to notify Marine for the time being, just let Lu Chi and the others take action. If Marine is notified, then his chance of promotion will be gone. Spandam never considered the strength of Noel and others. Although they ransacked the Heavenly Gold and killed Naval Headquarters Rear Admiral, they didn't think Noel and others were so strong. With the strength of Lu Chi and others, to deal with the little pirates of East Blue, it is not a handy catch, when the time comes. Bluno, go and inform Lucy and them now, catch me the people of the Noel Pirates, don't let them escape. Spandam looked excited, and turned his head anxiously. He can already think of catching Noel 3 people, and then he can leave Eni's lobby and enter the Holy Land. Looking at Spandam with excitement on his face, Bluno knew what he was talking about. The boss couldn't listen to him anymore, and the guy's heart had been deceived. Yes, sir. Bluno let out a foul breath and nodded immediately. In the room, Spandam's excited laughter kept echoing. Chapter 10 Clash. Fight starts, seeking collection. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. In a room, the atmosphere was very strange at this time. Most of the members of CP9 gathered together, but no one spoke. Lu Chi's face also turned black, and sure enough, the problem he was worried about today still happened, that idiot boss. Lu Chi, what shall we do now? Jabra broke the silence. Others all looked towards Lu Chi, although Spandam is their boss, but Lu Chi is the real leader. Lu Chi took a deep breath, and then said coldly, Kaku, you go and inform Marine, as for the others, be prepared to take action. No way, Spandam is their boss after all. They violated his orders, and their lives will not be better in the future. After all, the guy's father holds an important position in the Holy Land. Kaku and others looked at each other, then nodded, and now they can only do this. The crowd quickly dispersed, and it was late at night, the best time to take action, at least wait for the fight, and it won't attract too many people's attention. 30 minutes later, in a hotel in the city of Seven Waters, Noel suddenly opened his eyes with his eyes closed, and a bright light flashed by. Advertisement. Are you here? I didn't expect to be able to take it so soon. Noel curled the direction of the window, a sneer was drawn from the corner of his mouth, and then he stood up slowly. I thought it would be a few days later, but he didn't expect the members of CP9 to do it so soon, which was a bit unexpected. Without hesitation, Noel's figure looked like a cheetah, and he broke the window in an instant. In the 2 rooms next door, Enel and Genos also woke up. Hearing the sound from Noel's room, the 2 of them rushed out of the window in unison. The moonlight shone, shining on the entire Seven Waters city, and on the roof, the 3 of Noel also gathered together, staring at the surrounding indifferently. Come out, I've been with you for a day, the mouse in the dark. Enel smiled slyly on his face and looked around with disdain. Observation Haki was already enveloped around him. Shoo! As soon as the voice fell, several figures appeared around him. Lu Chi and the others stared at Noel, their faces full of dignity. It's exposed. It seems that the Noel and the 3 have already discovered them, but they don't know why they didn't do it. I thought it was Marine who came, but I didn't expect it to be you. Noel smiled and looked at Lu Chi. CP9 is the strongest in 800 years, but it is still too weak, at least not even Haki. A clear voice reverberated around, but Lu Chi's eyes shrank, looking at Noel's smiling face, and then said solemnly, "You know us." Advertisement. One of the three major institutions of the world government, Eni's lobby, the highest combat power in Ace Hall, a member of CP9 inches. Noel smiled and looked at Lu Chi. At this moment, Lu Chi and others' eyes widened, looking at Noel incredulously. How could it be? Khalifa looked at Noel incredulously, not only revealing his whereabouts, but also revealing his identity. Several other people also found it incredible. Not many people knew their identities. How did Noel know? Nothing is impossible. Miss Secretary, we meet again. Noel smiled slightly and looked at Khalifa playfully. It seems that I can't keep you. Lu Chi took a deep breath, his body tense, and looked at Noel. Three people coldly. It is no longer the time to struggle. Noel has discovered their identities and can no longer keep them, otherwise the mission lurking in the City of Seven Waters is estimated to be changed. Shoo. Before they could finish speaking, Khalifa and others saw a blue light flashing past, and then they found Enel's figure disappeared. Leave us, mortals, what gives you such confidence? An indifferent, disdainful voice rang in Lu Chi's ears, and Enel did not know when he appeared behind Lu Chi. Lucky. Be careful. Looking at Enel behind Lu Chi, Khalifa's eyes widened, and then they fell silent. Advertisement. When he heard Enel's voice, Lu Chi felt bad, clenched his fist, and banged directly behind him. This was the instinct of the body, a subconscious action. Touch, touch, touch. The surrounding air shook, smoke rose slowly, and the roof tiles splashed all over. When the smoke cleared, a scene that shocked the Blueno people appeared. Enel was surrounded by a blue arc, and Lu Chi's fist was held tightly by him. Thunder. Demon fruit power. Lu Chi's eyes constricted when he felt the numbness from his arm. Thunder arc. Enel smiled coldly, and suddenly waved his other hand, and wisps of arcs spread instantly. Crackling. Looking at the surrounding thunder arc, Lu Chi's left foot was a little on the ground, his whole body suddenly turned over, and his right foot slammed down towards Enel. Boom. Boom. The sound of the battle completely alarmed the surrounding civilians, and many people walked out of the house one after another, with panic on their faces. Chapter 11 Fierce Battle. Shocked CP9, seeking collection. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. A figure suddenly flew out of the smoke, then smashed into the house below, and the wall was directly blasted through. In an instant, a figure swept out of the dilapidated house. This person was Lu Chi, and he looked at the top with shocked expression. How could it be? Looking at Lu Chi below, Kaku's body couldn't help but shook, and then he said silently. As a member of CP9, and getting along day and night, he certainly knows how strong Lu Chi is, but now he is blown away in an instant. Guru. The others swallowed together, the shocked expressions on their faces couldn't be concealed, and they all looked at Enel. Logia. Thunder fruit capable person. In the audience, Lu Chi was the most shocked. Looking at his numb arm, the scene of the game just now sounded. He completely kicked Enel with his right foot, but there was an electric light, which was elementalized, and then he was bombarded by thunder and lightning. Even if the iron body was used for an instant, his body was still in a state of paralysis. Looking at Enel not far away, Lu Chi could not help but clenched his fist, and a random person appeared, who was actually a Logia-capable person. Thunder fruit, that is claimed to be the strongest natural fruit, and he has no chance of winning without Master Haki. The most important thing is that Noel and the robots are watching. The strength of these two people is still a mystery, but as the captain, Noel is estimated to be no weaker than Enel. Advertisement. Lei Luo. Enel's palm stretched out slowly, and then pointed at the sky. Boom. Boom. In the shocked gaze of the CP9 people, and under the horrified gaze of the subordinates, a terrible roar suddenly came from the sky. Thunder light. The blue thunder light suddenly enveloped the sky, the terrifying arc of thunder was flickering, and the scene was extremely frightening. Damn, run away, he is Logia, thunder fruit capable. Looking at the terrifying scene in the sky, Lu Chi let out a loud shout. When the voice fell, the bodies of Kaku and the others were shocked, and they looked at each other, then their bodies turned into afterimages and left quickly. Want to escape? Enel smiled coldly as he watched the movements of several people. The next moment, his big hand suddenly fell. A terrifying thunder and lightning fell from the sky in an instant. This guy. Noel frowned as he watched the lightning falling around him, and then shook his head slightly. I have to say that this guy Enel is very talented. Under his suggestion, he has removed the taiko drum, and now he can control the thunder and lightning by his own ability. And Noel also gave great suggestions on the route of fruit development. Advertisement. The roar and screams resounded throughout the city of Seven Waters. The surrounding area was completely turned into a minefield, and houses continued to collapse. Many people didn't have time to escape. They were hit by thunder and lightning. They emitted black smoke. Their eyes widened, and then fell unwillingly. Die to me. Enel's figure flashed, and instantly appeared in front of Kumadori, his fist covered by thunder and lightning blasted out quickly. The sound of strong wind and thunder and lightning made Kumadori's body chill. It was too late to dodge. And no matter how fast he was, it was impossible for Enel to be as fast as he gritted his teeth, crossed his hands and stood in front of him. Palm thunder. Explosion. Seeing Kumadori's movements, Enel narrowed his eyes and snorted coldly. What? Lei Guang suddenly exploded from Enel's hands. Lu Qi and the others who had just fled to stabilize their body, saw Kumadori trembling all over, with his arms hanging down, half kneeling on the ground. Tick, tick, blood dropped to the ground, scary black marks appeared on Kumadori's abdomen, and the wound was also blurred. Spike, an instant spike, all this is too fast, a member of CP9 fell directly. Damn it, too strong. Advertisement. Lu Qi's clothes were also in tatters. Although he fled in time just now, he was still knocked down by lightning, but his injuries were not serious. Now he was not in the mood to pay attention to the injury, but he was very heavy. Kumadori didn't care when he fell, now thinking about how to deal with Enel. However, there is no master armament haki, which means Enel is invincible, and methods like Marine 6 styles do not work at all. Lu Qi, Khalifa and several others also flew from a distance, looking at Enel solemnly. Several people are similar to Lu Qi, and they are also very embarrassed. Ready to retreat. Lu Qi looked at a few people, took a deep breath, and then spoke in a cold voice. Even as a killing machine cultivated by the world government, it does not mean that you will not be afraid of death, resist hard, and will only die here. Hearing Lu Qi's words, Khalifa and others looked at each other, and then they all breathed a sigh of relief. They didn't want to die here like this. Genos, you also take action, and solve them as soon as possible. Noel patted the dust on his clothes, and spoke calmly. He could see that Lu Qi and the others were ready to escape. Enel was very strong and fast, but it was impossible to keep all of them. Genos nodded. His left foot was a little bit on the house, and 2 balls of fire spewed from his feet, and he quickly swept towards Lu Qi and the others, and his hands shot out fires. Asterisk. Chapter 12 After Abuse, CP9 Fiasco, Seeking Collection. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Looking at the several fires that blasted over, and Genos, Lu Qi secretly said, "Not good," and then quickly winked at Bluno. Tempest kick. Random cut. Tempest kick. White snow. A dark door suddenly appeared in the wall, and Jabra and others were not idle, and green slashes blasted from their feet. The explosion sounded in the air, the slash and the laser ray cannon blasted together, and the terrifying air waves swept around, and countless rubbles splashed out. Come on. Looking at Genos getting closer and closer, Lu Qi let out a cold drink, kicked his left foot, and then quickly swept towards the gate. You can't escape. 0.60 million volts Thunder Beast. Enel appeared in the air in an instant, and Lei Guang made a masterpiece again. A fierce beast that had been formed by thunder and lightning appeared in the air, and then directly bit at the gate, and made a crackling sound as it passed by. Machine gun punch. At this time, Genos had also arrived, and his fists kept blasting out, bringing up bursts of afterimages. In an instant of effort, Genos blasted hundreds of punches, and the terrifying wind and power made the space vibrate. What? With a scream, Jabra, who had not had time to get into the door, was bitten by the Thunder Beast, and Janos' fist fell on him. Advertisement. The shoulders and abdomen were constantly bombarded, and the terrible impact directly smashed Jabra on the ground, and the ground also appeared as a spider web crack. At this time, the dark door was slowly closed, and Enel fell on the ground. A cold light flashed in his eyes. He thought that Lucci and others would be left easily, but he didn't expect that the other party had such an ability to summon out the door. Damn it! Don't try to escape one by one. With wisps of electric arc surrounding him, Observation Haki cast to ultimate, Enel's eyes were slightly condensed, and his gaze was staring into the distance. When he found the whereabouts of Lucci and others. Without hesitation, his body turned into an electric light and disappeared instantly. Looking at Enel's back, Genos frowned, hesitated, and finally did not chase him. With Enel's strength, there is no problem at all to solve CP9, it doesn't matter if he can make a move. The ability of the door to fruit is really convenient. Noel couldn't help but smile as Lucci and the others fled. The ability of the door fruit is very convenient, but Bluno has not developed this ability at all. However, Lucci and others completely annoyed Enel, and with that guy's temperament, they wouldn't let them go. That's right, the escape of Lucci and others made Enel feel that this was a shame. The ants in his eyes escaped under his nose. Advertisement. Lightning flashes constantly on the roofs of various houses. A certain house, the dark door opened from the wall, and Lucci and several people quickly drilled out. 6 people were dispatched, but in an instant, 2 people were killed. It was not that their strength was weak, but the enemy's strength was too strong. Go, hide, now I can only wait for the arrival of Marine. Lucci took a deep breath, and then spoke in a cold voice. Even if he is unwilling, Lucci has to admit that Noel and others are simply not what they can contend. Just after speaking, Lucci's body trembled, his left foot slammed on the ground, and then he slammed directly into the wall. Lucci just left the place, the hole seemed to explode suddenly, and when the terrifying thunder pillar crashed down. The smoke slowly dissipated. Khalifa and Kaku appeared in the corner, looking at Enel in horror, especially when Bluno was stepped on the ground by him, and the electric current flickered on his body. Ant, you have completely angered the gods. Enel looked at the Khalifa and the two with a grin, and suddenly used his left foot. Boom, boom. Bluno was kicked directly into the air, his body was printed in the wall, and blood was sprayed from his mouth. Desperate, looking at Bluno, Khalifa, and Kaku who fell to the ground, they felt desperate and couldn't escape. This guy was a monster at all. Using the power of the fruit of the door, they had already escaped for a kilometer, but the monster in front of them actually chased it in an instant. Advertisement. Escape again. Enel raised his brows. He sensed that Lucci had left, abandoning his companions, and fleeing directly by himself. This guy was really decisive. Now it's your turn, ants. Ignoring Lucci's escape, Enel's eyes fell on the two Khalifa, and a cold voice came slowly. Khalifa. The two of Kaku glanced at each other, then showed a decisive expression, and then swept towards Enel from left to right. Since they couldn't escape, they would fight to the death. It was obvious that Enel would never let them go. After images, electric lights flicker in the room, and there are loud noises from time to time. At this time, Bingshan had already been alarmed, looking at the collapsed house in front of him, and the surrounding mess, his eyes widened and his fists clenched together. What happened? Just when he heard the roar, he rushed over anxiously. Who is it? Bingberg frowned and looked around angrily. The next moment, his eyes fell on the two Noel on the roof. Just as Bingberg was about to speak, a figure ran up from a distance, grabbed him, and then ran towards the distance. Frankie. Noel smiled slightly as he looked at the sturdy figure holding the iceberg. It was Frankie just now. Asterisk. Chapter 13 Shocked, decided to, seeking collection. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. When Enel just launched the attack, Frankie was in the distance, watching through the binoculars, and naturally saw everything. Iceberg may not pay much attention to the sea, but Frankie recognized the identities of Noel and others. Moreover, it was Lucci and the others that shocked him the most. He didn't expect that Lucci and the others had such strength. Although I didn't hear the conversations of the few people clearly, Frankie was also a fool, and he could guess that Lucci and others had other identities, and the purpose was not pure, so he had some guesses in his heart. Seeing that Bingberg wanted to appear and also wanted to question Noel, he anxiously pulled him away. Frankie, those people just destroyed the city. Bingshan panted heavily, tidied his clothes, and looked at him suspiciously. Look at it, you are too super. Frankie took out the newspaper out of anger, as well as Noel's reward order. Bingshan skimmed Frankie, then took the newspaper he handed over with doubts, offering a reward, but the next moment, his eyes suddenly widened. When Noel took the initiative to find him to build a ship, Bingberg felt that those people were pirates, but he didn't care because there were too many pirates who went to the city of Seven Waters to build ships. Slacking the heavenly gold, killing Marine Rear Admiral, and offering this reward. Bingberg stared at the newspaper closely, and none of the things those people did was simple. He has seen many pirates, but he has never seen such a high reward. Advertisement. Seeing Bingberg's shocked expression, Frankie shook his head, and then said everything he had just seen. What? Hearing Frankie's words, Bingshan's body couldn't help but shook, his expression became trance, and he felt even more incredible. It seems that I still can't escape. If it's correct, Khalifa and others should be from the world government, and the purpose. Bingberg's strength seemed to be drained, and his face looked bitterly at Frankie. I've been evading and hiding, but I didn't expect that the people in the world government still didn't give up. When Frankie and Bingberg were talking, the battle that ended on Enel's side, Kaku and Khalifa fell to the ground, ignorant of life or death. There is no suspense about the result of the battle, it can be said that it is crushed. Taking a look at the ruined houses around, Enel ignored the two of them, then turned into a thunder light and swept in the direction of Noel and the two. That night, the residents of the entire city of Seven Waters were in a state of panic and fear, for fear that the battle would start here and then spread to them. The sky was slightly white, but at this time, Naval Headquarters, Sengoku's office, the atmosphere fell into silence. Advertisement. Thunder Fruit capable person. Damn, there is such a strong one. Sengoku's fist suddenly hit the table, his brows frowned. Lucci has told Spandam exactly what happened, including the disclosure of their identity. CP9 were all defeated, and the rest of the life was unknown. Only Luki was alive. Spandam was shocked. Then he quickly contacted Marine and told Sengoku the matter. I thought that Aokiji would also follow suit, but Sengoku still felt a little overkill. Now it seems that the original decision was so clear. There is an extra Thunder Fruit capable person, and relying on a weasel alone is really not an opponent. Wow, is the strongest Logia. Kizaru's eyes flashed on the side, and then he spoke quietly. The others did not speak, but their hearts were very solemn. Logia, and Thunder Fruit, the most important opponent was the pirate. Such strength can already threaten Marine, and they must be eradicated, Ghost Spider said blankly, but his voice had a faint killing intent. Daubman nodded, and then said in a deep voice, fortunately, Marshal Sengoku has the foresight, Kuzan Admiral, and Weasel to take action, presumably it won't be a big problem. As soon as the voice fell, the Vice Admiral present nodded in agreement. They all knew Aokiji's strength very well, even if the opponent had Thunder Fruit ability. Logia-capable people are not necessarily strong, but they are definitely not weak, let alone Thunder Fruit. Advertisement. The only thing I worry about now is that Noel and the others will leave the city of Seven Waters ahead of time. Crane's eyes flashed a little, and then he looked at Sengoku. At this moment, Ghost Spider and others were stunned. They didn't expect this for a while, that's right. Noel, they know that Marine is hunting them down, and they can't just sit and wait in the city of Seven Waters. Kuzan Admiral and the others want to rush to the city of Seven Waters, the fastest it takes 2 days. Who can guarantee that, after 2 days, Noel and others will still stay in the city of Seven Waters? Sengoku's brows just stretched out, and after hearing what the crane said, he wrinkled tightly together again, and then set his gaze on Kizaru's body. Porazalino. Kuzan may not be able to catch up, you are the fastest. Seeing Sengoku set his gaze on him, Kizaru felt bad. The next moment, when he heard what he said, the corners of his mouth twitched. Sure enough. It's really troublesome, but the current newcomer is really terrifying. He actually sent the 2 headquarters admiral out. Kizaru slowly stood up, shook his head, and then casually spoke. Since the establishment of Marine, such a thing has never happened. A few newcomers have actually dispatched the 2 headquarters admiral. Because of this, we can't let them leave the city of Seven Waters. Sengoku looked at the reward order on the desktop, and then said coldly. Asterisk. Chapter 14 Conversation, an uneasy iceberg, seeking collection. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Noel naturally didn't know the decision of Naval Headquarters and the dispatch of Kizaru, and he was smiling and looking at the iceberg sitting in front of him. Captain Noel, tomorrow, the ship you want will be delivered. Bingberg looked at Noel with a wry smile. Now he just wanted the plague god to leave quickly, otherwise something would happen later, and both streets of the city of Seven Waters would be destroyed. That's why he asked the boatmen, including Frankie, to work overtime quickly and get the boat in order, just to let Noel and others leave, for fear of another fight. Hee, such a result, it's the best. The iceberg is long. Don't you wonder why the members of CP9 are lurking by your side? Looking at the bitter and helpless iceberg, Noel couldn't help but smile, and then the conversation suddenly changed. As soon as the sound fell, Bingshan's body was a halt, meeting Noel's indifferent gaze. His heart trembled, but he still shook his head slightly. I don't know, I am also very curious about this. He was very nervous now, for fear that Noel would see anything, and for fear that he would ask more. Noel put down the teacup in his hand, stood up slowly, then walked to the window, looked at the crowded street, and said softly. The iceberg is long. In fact, you don't need to worry. I am not interested in the Pluton design. Advertisement. Bingberg's eyes widened, his right hand ready to take the teacup froze, and he looked at Noel's back and the Pluton design drawing inconceivably. These words seemed to strike his heart. Captain Noel, I don't know what you are talking about. What is the Pluton design? Bingberg pressed his uneasy heart, then smiled and shook his head, unable to admit it. Really? Since you don't know, then don't you know your junior? Does Frankie know? Noel turned around and looked at him playfully. The sound was like thunder, and against Noel's deep gaze, Bingberg only felt his body chill, as if in these eyes, his secrets were invisible. Now the iceberg can no longer maintain his composure. Now that Noel has mentioned Frankie, it is really possible for him to know the Pluton design. Roger originally gave the design drawings to Tom, and Tom passed them to you. Finally, you handed over the design drawings to Frankie for safekeeping. I wonder if I was right. Noel walked slowly behind Bingberg, putting his left hand lightly on his shoulder. Guru. When Noel put his hand on his shoulder, Bingberg couldn't help but clenched his fist, especially when he heard what he said. I felt shocked, because everything Noel said was right. As I said, I am not interested in the Pluton design, otherwise, the moment I step into the city of Seven Waters, I will go to Frankie, because I know the design is on him. So, you don't have to worry at all. Noel patted Bingberg on the shoulder. Ancient weapon, even if it was a blueprint, others might want it, but he was not interested. First, he knew that even if he had a design drawing, he couldn't make a Pluton. Second, he had the system. Advertisement. Let alone the design drawings, can Pluton be built? It is estimated that the cost of building Pluton alone will not be affordable by ordinary people. With such time and resources, Noel can draw a lottery from the system. Moreover, other people don't know that Noel knows the existence of Poseidon. If you really want to get ancient weapon, isn't Poseidon more fragrant than the Pluton design? Captain Noel, thank you. Hearing that Noel didn't seem to be a fake, Bingberg breathed a sigh of relief, and then looked at him gratefully. 10 minutes later, looking at Noel's back, Bingberg shook his head with a wry smile. In that short period of time, he seemed to have taken countless roller coaster rides. Step on. There was steady footsteps. Frankie walked in, looked at the sweaty iceberg sitting on the sofa, and said directly, how about? It's exposed. Noel knows everything about the design, and knows it's on you. Bingberg looked at Frankie helplessly. Hearing the words of the iceberg, Frankie's eyes condensed, and he was caught by the iceberg just as he was about to escape from here. Following that, Bingberg said aside what had just happened. ... On the other side, somewhere in East Blue, a military ship was sailing fast on the surface. On the deck, the leader was Aokiji and the Weasel. Advertisement. Unexpectedly, even Kizaru Admiral was dispatched. Weasel said with a heavy face looking at the calm sea. Just now, they received news from Sengoku that the sudden appearance of Thunderfruit-capable people and even Kizaru were sent out. The two naval headquarters were dispatched with the highest combat power, and it was for a few pirates who did not step into the Grand Line. If such a thing spreads, it is estimated that the entire sea will be shocked. After all, they are thunder fruit capable people. Of course, such pirates can't let them step into the Grand Line. Aokiji said flatly. It is normal for Sengoku to make such a decision. The potential of Noel and others is too strong. Once they are allowed to enter the Grand Line, it will be even more difficult to catch them at that time. Weasel also nodded. He knew this very well, but still felt shocked. At the speed of Kizaru Admiral, at this time, it must be almost the capital of the Seven Waters, right? The adjutant on the side hesitated for a while, and then spoke. Speed up the voyage and get to the city of Seven Waters as soon as possible. Weasel nodded, and then let out a loud shout. Yes, Vice Admiral, Weasel. That's right, Kizaru left the naval headquarters directly after receiving Sengoku's order. At this time, he was rushing towards the city of Seven Waters at the fastest speed. Chapter 15 Engagement Kizaru, Conqueror's Haki, Seeking Collection. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The city of Seven Waters, on the dock, looking at the ship in front of him, Noel nodded in satisfaction. Although it was a little different from what he had imagined, the ship was not bad. Finally, there is a new ship, let the mechanical monster modify it. Enel grinned at the corner of his mouth, and then skimmed Genos. Noel nodded, then smiled and looked at the iceberg. Since the boat is here, we won't stay anymore. Hearing Noel's words, Bingshan breathed a sigh of relief. He is now anxious that Noel and others will leave. With such a dangerous person here, no one knows what will happen next moment. As soon as he was about to speak, he saw Noel's eyes suddenly condensed and looked towards the sky. Enel and Janos were the same. The iceberg is long, it seems that I can't go for a while. Noel stared at the sky faintly, and stared at the golden beam of light that passed by. It seems that this time there is an incredible character. Enel looked excitedly at the tighter golden light. The CP9 battle did not put him under pressure at all. Now, he is curious about who was here this time. Of course it's incredible. I didn't expect Sengoku to think of us so much and sent Kizaru over. Noel gently held the long knife around his waist, staring tightly at the figure that had fallen on the horse's head. Kizaru, I didn't expect that Marine actually dispatched Admiral and ignored Enel. Noel knew that there was a big reason for this guy. Lucky, who escaped, should report Enel's news to Sengoku. Marine Admiral, I didn't expect it to be here. Enel paused, his eyes staring at Kizaru who was walking slowly, and fighting spirit burst out from his body. He wants to see how strong Qinghai's top combat power is. Advertisement. Hearing what Noel said, Bingshan's body was stiff, looking at Kizaru walking in the distance, his face showed bitterness. Marine Admiral is here, and the battle will definitely break out in the next time. It is estimated that the aftermath of the battle will be even more terrifying. Oh, it seems that the time is just right. Kizaru's footsteps paused, and suddenly stopped when he was about 10 meters away from the three of them, and he looked at the three of Noel indifferently. He recognized Noel and Genos. As for Enel, if he was right, he should be a thunder fruit capable person. Noel looked at Kizaru faintly, and then whispered softly, it seems that Marine values us very much and will send you out. Among the three Admiral, Kizaru has always been unpredictable, because from the beginning to the end, this guy did not use his full strength. Of course you cannot keep such a dangerous pirate. Impel down is the best result. Kizaru shrugged. Really, I just don't know if you have this strength. Noel also smiled faintly, and slowly pulled out the long knife from his waist. Under the shining of the sun, the long knife emits a cold light. The newcomer right now is really arrogant. Kizaru's eyes condensed, and the next moment his body suddenly disappeared. I don't know, have you been kicked by the beam? The flat voice sounded slowly, a golden light condensed behind Noel, Kizaru's left foot, with a bright golden light, directly threw it out. Prepared a long time ago, Monkey Admiral. Noel's eyes narrowed, and the long sword in his hand was slashed directly behind his back. Advertisement. Boom, boom. The ground shook, and then it cracked directly. An invisible wave of air swept out. Enel stared at the two bumping together. Soon, in just an instant, Kizaru appeared behind Noel. This speed was not weaker than himself. The iceberg, which had already left the place, looked at the two people in shock at this time. Kizaru has stretched his left foot back, and Noel is just holding a long knife, and the two of them are looking at each other. If it weren't for the cracked ground, no one would have thought, and the two had just fought against each other. Observation Haki. It's really scary. The newcomer now. Kizaru patted the suit, his expression became serious. He found that Noel was stronger than he thought, and he easily blocked his attack. And, just now, there was a sudden wave of gravity. Watching the smile on Noel's face, Kizaru's brows frowned. Devil Fruit's ability. Putting aside Enel, who was just about to move not far away, and the expressionless Genos, it seemed that it was not that simple to take these three. I really can't care about it. Noel shook the long knife in his hand, his expression becoming solemn. He is very clear about Kizaru's abilities, and he has already prepared everything just now, but the speed is really terrifying, and the power is also terrifying. Captain, leave this guy to me. With a thunder arc radiating from his body, Enel walked to Noel's side step by step, looking at Kizaru excitedly. Advertisement. Looking at the excited Enel, Noel took a deep breath, then gently shook his head. This time, I will do it myself. Since he went to sea, he hasn't encountered a strong man. Kizaru in front of him is the best opponent. If you want to become stronger, fighting with the strong is the best way to grow. Thinking of this, Noel also burst out with a terrible fighting intent. Boom, boom. An invisible force swept out, and the body of the iceberg in the distance trembled, his eyes widened, and then he fell directly to the ground. This is. Feeling the invisible power coming from the front, Kizaru's eyes couldn't help condensing, and he looked at Noel, Conqueror's Haki, with shock. This kid had such a talent. Is this what the captain said about Conqueror's Haki? The body of Enel on the side was also taken aback. Terrible pressure. Even if it wasn't against him, Enel felt a terrible pressure. Conqueror's Haki. It's so scary. It seems I can't keep you anymore. The breeze blew slightly. Kizaru's figure flashed, then appeared in the air, and a soft shout came out. Bakichong Guyu. Asterisk. Chapter 16 Tricky. Puzzled. Seeking collection. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. A golden ball of light appeared in the sky, and the bright light made people feel dazzling. Then, in the eyes of Enel, several dazzling light bullets suddenly dispersed. Domain. Control. Looking at the golden light flare in the air, Noel swiped the long knife in his right hand, and cut it down in the next moment. In an instant, the surrounding rubble was suspended in front of him, and as the long knife fell, the suspended stone directly blasted out, and at this time, the light bombs in the air also crashed down. Boom, boom. Ear-shaking explosions resounded throughout the city of Seven Waters, smoke rose in the air, and stones and light bombs continued to blast each other. After skimming the smoke in midair, Noel's body shook slightly, his feet kicking on the ground. Deep footprints appeared on the ground. Noel appeared in front of Kizaru in an instant. The long sword was covered by armament Haki, and then cut off suddenly. Moonwalk. Looking at Noel, who appeared in front of him, Kizaru's eyes flashed at the thought of his steps just now. Moonwalk. Noel actually knows Marine 6 styles. What the hell is going on? However, Kizaru can't bear to think too much, because he has already seen the long knife that was cut down, and the blade is covered by Haki. Advertisement. Elementalization can ignore other attacks, but armament Haki can attack him. A golden light flashed, a golden long sword appeared in his hand, and Kizaru's right hand stretched out. Clang, 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 clang. The knives and swords blasted together, a wave of anger and strength swept out, and the house under the two directly exploded. The two separated, landed on the ground, looked at each other, and then banged together again. On the field, only a black shadow was seen, and a golden light was blasting against each other. The scene was very frightening. The houses where the two of them passed by collapsed one after another, and the sound of impact continued to resound. In the smoke, loud shouts of the two were heard from time to time. Two figures suddenly rushed out of the smoke. Noel landed on both feet and his body shook. After stabilizing his body, he looked at the opposite Kizaru solemnly. After a brief confrontation, he just fell into a disadvantage. Kizaru is a very strong guy, and he reacts quickly. Kizaru was also very shocked in his heart. He had just kept fighting, but he had a deep understanding of Noel's strength. Especially the abilities that Noel showed, the terrible gravity, and the weird repulsion. This kid is very strong, and his abilities are also terrifying. Grandmaster San Haki, but also able to use gravity, repulsion, is a swordsman who is a swordsman. This is not the strength of a rookie at all. Moonwalk, shave, the old man is suddenly interested in your identity. Kizaru stared at Noel closely. Noel used Moonwalk, shaved, and Marine 6 styles. Advertisement. Marine 6 styles, even in Marine, are not accessible to everyone. Generally, Marine 6 styles are officers at the general level of Marine, as are people from the two organizations CP0 and CP9. However, now a pirate is also Grandmaster 6, so Kizaru felt shocked and curious as to where on earth Noel learned it. Really strong. Not far away, Enel stared at Kizaru firmly. As for the strength of Marine Admiral, he now also understands a general idea. The strength shown by Kizaru surprised him a bit. He knew Noel's strength. After leaving Sky Island, the two also played against each other, and the final result was that he lost. And now in the confrontation with Kizaru, Noel is actually at a disadvantage. Genos, go get ready. Noel whispered while turning aside Kizaru. With his current strength, he is not yet Kizaru's opponent, and even with Enel and Genos, it is difficult to keep this guy. Sparkling Fruit's ability is very pervert, even if the three of them team up to defeat Kizaru, but if he wants to escape, they can't stop him. Janos glanced at Kizaru, then swept in the direction of the ship. Want to escape? Kizaru's mouth curled while looking at Genos's back. He glanced at Enel, and his eyes fell on Noel. Escape? Marine Admiral, don't be too arrogant, you are not qualified to let us escape. As soon as Kizaru's words were finished, Enel turned into an electric light, appearing in the upper hand, and a blue beam of light blasted from his hand. Boom, boom. Advertisement. It exploded and the ground sank. Enel stared at the smoke place closely, and then said coldly, it's really troublesome. Although my own blow was very strong just now, it didn't hurt Kizaru at all, it became elemental. The breeze passed and the smoke cleared. Kizaru stood in the pit intact, patted the suit, and looked at Enel indifferently. Thunder Fruit. It's really scary, I almost got hurt. Kizaru looked at Enel with a smile. Seeing Kizaru's wretched smiling face, Enel raised his brows, his expression became angry, and the lightning on his body was also a masterpiece. Enel, it's time to go. Noel glanced at Kizaru, then walked slowly in the direction of the ship. Genos was ready. Huh. Hearing Noel's words, Enel glared at Kizaru, then turned into an electric light, which appeared 10 meters away in an instant. Looking at the back of the two of them, Kizaru hesitated for a while, then shook his head again, and there was no point in making another move. He alone would not be able to take Noel and others. A Noel is difficult enough, not to mention that there is a Logia-capable person. For Enel's strength, he also feels tricky and slightly afraid. Since there is not much hope, Kizaru is too lazy to do it. If it weren't for Sengoku's order, he wouldn't want to come over. Isn't it fragrant to check in and get paid? Horrible kid, the newcomer now is really scary. Looking at the surrounding ruins, Kizaru couldn't help but shook his head. It's a pity that Kuzan didn't come over, otherwise the two of them will join forces and they will be able to keep Noel, but Sengoku probably will be annoying. Asterisk. Chapter 17 Angry Sengoku, Crane's Wisdom Request Collection. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Looking at the shadow of the city of Seven Waters, Enel curled his lips, and then said disdainfully, first thought Marine Admiral was so hard, I didn't expect it to be a scam. He thought Kizaru would come after him, and he would have a chance to shoot at that time, but he didn't expect it to be like this. Hearing Enel's words, Noel couldn't help but smile. This is Kizaru's character. The three admirals' characters are different. If it's Akainu, it won't let us go easily. Kuzan is more lazy, Kizaru is completely clocked into work, and Akainu is more extreme. If they were just changed to Akainu, they would be desperate to keep them. Cut. It's boring. Enel shook his head, then sat cross-legged on the deck. Captain, it seems we are about to recruit new members. Looking at the busy Noel, Enel slowly turned his head and looked at Noel. As soon as the voice fell, Noel couldn't help but was taken aback, and then nodded. Indeed, there are only 3 of them at present, and the number of them is still too small. At the helm, as well as the chef, he takes care of a lot of things, it's like a mess. Wait until Sabaody Archipelago. Noel took a deep breath, then said in a deep voice. There are not many decent powerhouses in the 4 large seas, and there are quite a few potentials, but at this stage, most of them have not yet gone to sea. There is a way in the system, but it's not that small. It takes luck to get the card to summon the character. Advertisement. Except for the newbie gift package that I just got through, Noel hasn't really seen it yet. I can imagine how rare it is. On the other side, Blue Brew. The phone worm's voice rang. Kizaru showed helplessness, knowing that trouble was coming, but still connected. Porosalino. Did they catch Noel? Just imprison them to impel down. As soon as the phone worm was connected, Sengoku's voice came, and Kizaru was dispatched. He had never considered defeat, and he didn't think Noel and others were his opponents. Hearing Sengoku's words, Kizaru's mouth twitched, and then whispered softly, "Sorry, Marshal Sengoku, the mission failed, Noel and the others escaped." In the distance, in the office, Sengoku held the phone worm for a while, his expression also stiffened, and his breathing became rapid. Hearing the panting sound from the phone bug, Kizaru could only tell the story once, this time he didn't paddle. In the direction of naval headquarters, as the phone worm hung up, Sengoku frowned and failed. Marine Admiral could not deal with a few newcomers. Looking at Sengoku, who was frowning, the crane on the side was also shocked. She has been there all the time, and Suru has heard Kizaru's words just now. I didn't expect Noel, that kid, to be so strong. Garp, who was pretending to be asleep, let out a long sigh of relief. Kizaru was dispatched. Although he didn't say anything, he was still very worried, and then he became a little surprised. Advertisement. Before going to sea, Noel's strength was good, but he still had a lot to do with Marine Admiral. Seeing Sengoku frowning and clenching his fists not far away, Garp couldn't help but grin. He was indeed the grandson of the old man. Damn. Conqueror's Haki. There is actually such a talent. A big deal. Sengoku's fist suddenly hit the table. Kizaru couldn't solve the dispatch. Next time I want to catch Noel, it will be even more difficult, and there will be a lot of impact. Sengoku can already imagine that tomorrow this incident will spread across the sea. This time, Marine loses a big face, and the highest combat power can't help 2 newcomers. Damn it, such a terrifying newcomer came from there, and it's a pirate. Sengoku got more and more annoyed as he thought about it, and his fist fell again. Click, click. The unbearable table made a noise and then collapsed directly. Sengoku, calm down. Crane frowned, then said in a deep voice. Looking at the crane, Sengoku took a deep breath, and then calmed down. After tomorrow, Marine's prestige will drop again, and 5 elders is expected to be held accountable. It seems that if you want to deal with Noel and them, you must send at least 1 admiral and 2 vice admiral heads. Crane's eyes flashed with a touch of wisdom, and his brain was analyzing everything Kizaru had just said. Sengoku, who had completely calmed down, nodded in agreement, but felt aggrieved in his heart. To deal with a few newcomers, 1 admiral and 2 vice admirals should be dispatched. Is it because Marine has no one, or is the current pirate too strong? Now I can only look for opportunities, but the most important thing is to raise the rewards of Noel and others. Advertisement. Garp. After leaving the office, Garp was holding Shangbei in one hand. Just as he was about to go to the cafeteria, he heard someone calling him from behind. Garp turned his head slowly, then smiled and said, "So it's Xiaohei, are you hungry too?" Old man, if the old man guessed correctly, which Noel, you should know it. He stared at Garp with his eyes tightly, and then spoke clearly. As soon as the voice fell, Garp's body stopped, and then he shook his head quickly. How is it possible? How is it possible, old man? Don't even think about covering it up. Just now you heard that Kizaru didn't catch Noel. You laughed. If it doesn't matter, why would you laugh? Besides, Noel is also from East Blue. Let's just say, what is the relationship between you and him? Don't lie to the old man, otherwise, I will tell Sengoku about this right away. Before Garp finished speaking, Crane interrupted him, staring at him swollen. To Shanghai's wise eyes, Garp twitched the corners of his mouth, and then smiled. It's the grandson of the old man. I didn't expect it, I still can't hide it from Xiaohei. Grandson. As a Marine's hero, He asked his grandson to be a pirate. Crane looked at Garp angrily, feeling speechless in his heart. He really didn't think that Noel was Garp's grandson. He just thought that this old guy just knew Noel. Asterisk. Chapter 18 Looking forward to the Draw, Seeking Collection. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The next day, a piece of news spread across the sea. Looking at the news in the newspaper, everyone felt that they had hallucinations. Naturally, the fighting in the city of Seven Waters couldn't be concealed from the people of the newspaper. Someone took pictures of the battle that day. New World, Whitebeard Pirates, aboard the Moby Dick, the captain of the 5th Division, Foil Vista, looking at the newspaper in his hand, but his expression was stunned. Vista, what's the matter? Seeing the little friend's expression, Sachi also leaned over, and his eyes fell on the newspaper. Just kidding. Saki's eyes widened, and he spoke incredulously. Hearing Sachi's words, the others looked at each other, and then came over one after another. The next moment, the noise rang through the entire deck. Not far away, Whitebeard, who was holding a hip flask, heard the noise from around him, and then asked softly, "What happened?" As soon as the voice fell, Marco walked over with the newspaper and handed it to Whitebeard. "Father, look." After receiving the newspaper that Marco handed over, Whitebeard looked at the contents with a look of surprise on his face. Advertisement. The current rookies are really scary, even the guy Kizaru can't help them. Marco smiled and looked at Whitebeard. He was also a little surprised, because Marco knew the strength of Marine Admiral, so he was also surprised that Noel and others could safely leave his hands. Yes, and the kid is like the old man. He has Conqueror's Haki, and the crew has Logia ability. Joes nodded in agreement. He has a hunch that if there is no accident halfway, Noel and others will soon be famous throughout the sea. Don't worry too much, the strong people of the sea are endless, and occasionally a few powerful newcomers pop up. This is normal. Whitebeard put down the newspaper in his hand, and laughter slowly came out. Marco also smiled, and then whispered softly, "However, this time Marine's face is lost. It's Sengoku who should worry about it. It has nothing to do with us. Continue with the banquet, la. One of the islands in New World, the redhead of one of the 4 emperors, is also staring at the newspaper closely. I know this kid. I ransacked the gold in the sky before. I thought he was a newcomer who didn't know how to live or die. I didn't expect. Lackey Lu said vaguely, pulling his chicken legs. Looking at Noel's smiling face in the newspaper, the red hair saw his confidence in it. This kid is not easy. Boss, these newcomers are very strong. I suggest to recruit them. Another cadre smiled and looked at the redhead. This person just finished speaking, and the others nodded in agreement, and they also spoke one after another. Hearing the roaring cadres around, the red-haired heart moved. He looked at Noel in the newspaper, and then shook his head again. On this day, Noel and several people were being discussed all over the sea, and the pirates also took this to laugh at Marine. Advertisement. On the other side, Enel let out an angry roar at this time, staring at the newspaper. A reward of 480 million. Damn Marine, is this underestimating the god? Looking at Enel's distorted face, Noel chuckled softly. It is unprecedented to have such a reward before setting foot on the Great Route. That's right, Marine has increased their rewards, and it's a bit amazing. It can be said that they have broken the rewards of the 4 oceans. Noel himself offered a reward of 530 million, and Enel offered a reward of 480 million for the first time, and Genos offered a reward of 320 million. In the city of Seven Waters, Genos didn't make a move at all, so he offered the lowest reward. In the original book, after Luffy experienced Eni's lobby, the bounty was only 300 million, and only 400 million after the top war. This reward is already very high. After all, they are still in the 4 oceans. As far as Noel understands, they have not stepped into the Grand Line. There is such a reward. It seems that they have never appeared before. The total bounty of the 3 is more than 1 billion, and Noel can already imagine that there will be bounty hunters and pirates coming one after another. Even if they know their strength, there is a constant shortage of people who are not afraid of death and want to become famous in one fell swoop. Hearing Noel's words, Enel sat directly on the deck and glanced at Genos triumphantly, as if to say, "Mechanical monster, Look, the bounty of this god is higher than you. It's like a kid. Looking at Enel's smug eyes, Genos spit out, and then walked directly towards the cabin. Advertisement. What? Mechanical monster, stop for me. Enel stood up immediately, and then chased in the direction of the cabin. Seeing the two men's movements, Noel shook his head and smiled, then fell into deep thought, and the Battle of the City of Seven Waters rang in his mind. System. List my character panel. Name. Portgas D. Noel. Abilities. Seeing and hearing color, intermediate, armed color, intermediate, conquerors, intermediate, force field ability, proficiency -45%, moonwalk, shaving, swordsmanship grandmaster, advanced. Gift package. 0. Crew. Genos. Lucky draw points. 3.1 million draw points. Do you want to have a mid-level lottery draw? Looking at his character panel, Noel rested his chin with his right hand, and his eyes flashed with precision. There are still more than 3 million draw points. Originally, he planned to wait until 10 million draw points for a high-level draw. Now, he can't bear it again. System. Start the intermediate lottery. After hesitating for a while, Noel thought to himself, and decided to draw the lottery. Because he already had a plan in his heart, and when he arrived at Sabaody Archipelago, he would be able to get a lottery point to look at. Now let's see if he can explode any good things, abilities, preferably character summon cards. Chapter 19 Luck broke out, character summoning card, seeking collection. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Noel fixed his eyes on the lottery roulette, especially at the rotating pointer. Every time he draws, he always feels a little anticipating. Ding! Get high-speed regeneration. As the pointer stopped, the mechanical sound of the system rang in his mind, and Noel was also a little excited. It seems that I was lucky this time, and I actually got this ability. Feeling the change coming from his body, Noel drew the long knife from his waist, and then swiped it lightly. Blood overflowed, but the wound healed quickly. Looking at the bloodline on his arm, Noel nodded in satisfaction. High-speed regeneration is very capable and perverted. Except for internal organs and brain, other parts of the body can be reborn in a very short time after being destroyed. Noel has always exercised his body. After all, physique is the most important thing, especially in this world. There are many pervert physiques, like Kaido. System. Continue with the lottery. With a good beginning, Noel is full of expectations for today's lottery. Ding! Draw a character summoning card, Mardo Gil. Ding! I got 3 fairy beans. Hearing that the summoning card was drawn, Noel was also taken aback. He felt that the system was really caring, and he would come if he knew what he was missing. Advertisement. It turned out to be him. Looking at the characters on the card, Noel suddenly realized that he was familiar with Mardo Gil just now, but he couldn't remember who it was. Now that I see the card, I know the identity of Mardo Gil, from the world of anime in the previous life, fairy tale. Use the summoning card. Noel stood up slowly. The white light flashed, and the image of a young man dressed in black with long black hair, and a man with long bangs appeared on the deck. Master. Mardo Gil slowly opened his eyes, his mouth curled up, and he looked at Noel with a smile. For systematic reasons, the memories of the summoned characters have been modified. Although the characters summoned by cards have their own thoughts, they are absolutely loyal. You are welcome to join, Mardo Gil, but it's better to call me the captain. Noel smiled, then spoke softly. Mardo Gil nodded, and the next moment, his brow suddenly frowned, and his arm stretched out directly against his left face. In an instant, an electric light flashed, and Enel's left foot with an electric arc, kicked directly at Mardo Gil's. Touch! Touch! The whole ship shook and shook. Looking at the sudden appearance of Enel, Mardo Gil's eyes flashed with a cold light, and the other hand was slowly raised. Countless thorns appeared around the ship. Stop. Advertisement. All this happened between the electric light and flint, from the shot of Enel to the preparation of Mardo Gil's counterattack. Seeing that the two were about to fight, Noel reacted quickly, and then let out a cold drink. Both of them were taken aback. Enel slowly landed on the deck, aside the surrounding thorns, and his gaze fell on Mardo Gil. Introduce. This is Enel. This is Mardo Gil, the new crew member. Looking at the retracted thorns around, Noel shook his head, then pointed to the two of them. HMPH, I recognize you as a partner. Enel shrugged and looked at Maldogil lightly. He was startled by the white light just now. Haki sensed that someone suddenly appeared on the deck. He thought it was an enemy, so he shot it directly. He didn't expect. This guy's reaction speed was so fast that in an instant, he blocked his own attack, and he was also preparing to fight back. This suddenly appeared partner was very powerful. The atmosphere fell into a weird state. Enel was looking at Maldogil, the newcomer, and at the same time, Maldogil was also looking at Enel. Using thunder and lightning, but also can turn the body into thunder. Maldogil looked at Enel thoughtfully. Step on. Feeling the weird atmosphere, Noel showed helplessness. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Genos coming out. Captain, there is an island in front of us, should we stop for a while? Genos nodded at Maldogil, then looked at Noel. He also saw and heard everything that happened on the deck just now. Advertisement. Okay. Then stay for 2 days. Noel smiled and nodded, exhaling in his heart, the atmosphere just now was really embarrassing. 3 hours later, the boat docked on the shore, looking at the islands and towns in front of him. Noel patted his clothes, and then jumped straight down. Let's go. Everyone strolling around. Falling on the ground, Noel glanced at the three of them, then whispered softly. I don't know what the island is called. Noel has no impression, and the original book has never appeared. It's the Noel pirate group. Damn it, such a pirate actually came to our town. On the watchtower, a middle-aged man looked at Noel and others in shock. Thinking of Marine's report, the middle-aged man walked anxiously towards the town. Soon, Noel and others landed on the island and spread throughout the town. These guys. On the street, Enel frowned and looked around dissatisfiedly, staring at him since entering the town. We are famous pirates, and it is normal for these residents to be afraid. Genos looked around faintly. These residents recognized their identities. He was not surprised at all. After all, they are now somewhat famous. Huh. Noel narrowed his eyes and looked into the distance in surprise. He didn't expect to encounter this person on this inexplicable island. Chapter 20 Coincidence, Self-Confidence Seeking Collection. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Noel smiled and looked at the two people in the distance. No, to be precise, it should be one person and one bear, Trafalgar Law. He didn't expect that by such a coincidence, he would meet Luo on this inexplicable island. Although Luo is still weak now, he has great potential. Since he met so by chance, then he doesn't want to let it go so easily. In the original book, Luo is also one of Noel's favorite characters. Captain, it's a member of the Noel Pirates. On the street, a bear in overalls looked at Noel as he approached, and couldn't help but tremble. Luo nodded solemnly. He knew all the members of the Noel Pirates. After all, this period was their news. Captain, they seem to be coming at us. Bibo hid behind Luo, then said in horror. Luo's brows were tightly frowning. His right hand held a saber tightly around his waist, and his eyes fixed on Noel, who was indeed directed at them. He hasn't been out to sea yet, so he is not a pirate at all. The white bear beside him was rescued by coincidence, and then he was determined to be the captain, and Noel was coming at him. Guru, looking at Noel, who had stopped, and Enel and the others, Beibo couldn't help but swallow. These few were real big pirates. Captain, you wouldn't call it this kid. Enel pointed at Luo, looking at Noel incredulously. Just now Noel told him that he was recruiting partners to board the ship again. He was still curious, but now he doesn't look like a strong man. And Genos and Maldogil are also looking at Luo. Unlike Enel, they don't judge people by their appearance. Advertisement. I don't know, what can I do? Luo held the saber tightly in his right hand, his body was tense, and he looked at Noel solemnly. Seeing Luo's nervousness, Noel couldn't help but smile, and then whispered softly, Don't be so nervous, I really have something to do with you, I want to invite you to be my crew member. Captain, I seem to have auditory hallucinations. Before Luo could speak, Bibo behind him stared at Noel in an incredible way. He wondered if he hadn't woken up yet, or had auditory hallucinations, and Noel actually invited Luo to be his crew. Hearing Noel's words, Luo's eyes shrank, his tight body loosened, and his face looked at Noel in surprise. Noel, If you're right, a big pirate like you shouldn't know a small person like me. He couldn't imagine that Noel would invite him, knowing that he is not a pirate yet. Meeting for the first time, but, I know you, Luo. Noel looked around, then nodded. Before Luo could speak, Noel continued, don't ask me why, or that sentence, I want to invite you to be my crew member. The two of them looked at each other, looking at Noel's deep eyes. Luo's brows were tightly together. Why on earth? Why? This man would know him and would invite him. Of course, if you join, Doflamingo. Noel smiled and looked at Luo, then said softly. Advertisement. As soon as the voice fell, Luo's body trembled, staring at Noel with wide-eyed eyes, looking at him incredibly. This man knows about him. We will stay in the town for 2 days. You think it through. Come find me again. Noel smiled softly as he looked at Ronald's shocked expression. Noel left. Genos and the others looked at each other, took a deep look at Luo, and then slowly followed. Watching Noel and others leave, Bibo completely collapsed to the ground, his eyes filled with fear, and cold sweat continued to burst out. It's terrible. The few people just now are really terrible, even if they didn't make a move. The breath radiating from his body made him feel fear, especially the black man with bangs, his eyes. Looking at the backs of Noel and others, Luo frowned. On the other side, looking at Enel wandering in front of him, Noel then smiled. Jill, what did you say the result? The result, Captain, don't you already know it? Maldo Gil also smiled. Although he didn't know what was special about Luo, he saw the confidence in his captain's eyes that the human would join them. Indeed, a lot of times, it hasn't even started, but there are already results. Noel nodded and looked forward with a smile on his face. This day was really his lucky day. The draw got the character summoning card, and he also met Luo. Advertisement. When night fell, Noel was lying on the pole, looking at the 3 Enel below with a smile. The crowd became more and more crowded. He suddenly realized that he liked this feeling. 4 emperors, Shichibukai, Marine, World Government. Maldo Gil's eyes flashed with a strange light. From Genos's mouth, Maldo Gil has a general understanding, and has a basic understanding of the world, Haki, devil fruit. Shoo. Noel fell from above and looked at Maldo Gil with a smile. For Haki, Genos will teach you. Enel is also currently learning Haki. Maldo Gil nodded. HMPH. Within 3 months, the original god will definitely be able to master armament Haki. Enel looked at Maldo Gil with a sneer. No, at most 1 month, I can master armament Haki. Maldo Gil looked at Enel faintly. The god. Looking at the two arguing, Noel and Genos looked at each other, and both smiled. Asterisk. Chapter 21 Ace's News Seeking Collection. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. 2 months passed quickly. Looking at the newspaper in his hand, Noel also showed a smile on his face. This guy Ace finally went to sea, and he was offered a reward of 180 million Baileys. Moreover, because of his appearance, there have been many changes, at least the time when Ace went to sea has changed. Captain, do you know this person? Luo, who was on the side, was taken aback when he saw the smile on Noel's face, and then put down the dumbbell in his hand. That's right. When Noel and the others left, Luo agreed to board the ship, and the two also talked. After 2 months of getting along, Luo felt pressure and motivation on this ship, because the weakest people on the ship were him and Bibo. Although he has never played against Enel and others, Luo still knows himself. With his current strength, it is impossible to be an opponent of Enel and others. Because of these two, he has seen the 3 of Enel take action, no matter whether it is a pirate or a bounty hunter, none of them are alive. Noel, Enel and others will occasionally learn from each other. Although it is not a life and death battle, they also go all out. The corners of Luo's mouth twitched when he thought of the scene where Enel was fighting against Maldo Gil. It was simply ruining the world, and that was the real powerhouse. Even Genos, who is usually taciturn, demonstrated the strength and terrible destructive power even more amazing. Several people on this ship, one is better than one is more terrifying. Advertisement. For Noel's character, Luo K didn't think that an ordinary pirate could attract his attention, and he was still smiling. Well, my brother. Noel stood up slowly. Hearing Noel's words, Luo couldn't help but was stunned. He didn't expect that Ace was actually the captain's younger brother, and the two still had this relationship. Luo, the great era is coming soon, hurry up and become stronger. Noel clutched the poles of the boat with both hands and looked at the dark shadows on the sea. His eyes suddenly glared, and Conqueror's Haki swept out. An invisible force swept through. Luo behind him trembled, his eyes widened, and he looked at Noel's back in shock, feeling small. Conqueror's Haki. This should be what the captain said about Conqueror's Haki. Plop, plop. Sea Kings, who had just jumped from the surface of the sea, his eyes widened, and then fainted on the surface of the sea. Hey, the captain's Haki is getting more and more terrifying. Enel, who looked at Sea Kings who fell on the surface and did not know when he came over, looked at Noel's back in shock at this time. Conquerors. Maldo Gil walked out slowly with a book in his hand, with a faint smile on his face. Seeing Maldo Gil coming out, Enel let out a cold snort and lost. In Haki's practice, he lost. Within 2 months, Maldo Gil actually mastered seeing and hearing color, armed with 2 kinds of Haki. Advertisement. Although it is a junior, but the 2-month master, this is simply horrible, and Maldo Gil's comprehension is too horrible. Captain. Amazing. Bibo, who was on the boat with Luo, looked at Noel's back with excitement and fear. At the beginning, I was very afraid of Noel and others, but after getting along, they found that Noel and others were not as fierce as he imagined, so Bibo was relieved. On the other side, the Pirates of Spades, a group of pirates admiringly watched Ace, offering a reward of 180 million, worthy of their captain. Captain, if there is no Noel pirate group, then your bounty will break the record. A pirate looked excitedly at the newspaper in his hand. Yes, the captain is one of the supernova. Ace, who was holding a blackjack, couldn't help but stop when he heard Noel's name. Not long after he went to sea in Noel, he followed. Ace had very good luck and got Mara fruit on an island. Then he recruited a bunch of boys and became famous. However, thinking of what Noel had done, Ace felt helpless. Noel, it must be me who became the One Piece. Ace clenched his fist, his eyes flashed with a firm gaze. Even if the other party is his respected elder brother or his relatives, Ace will not admit defeat. Advertisement. Is there any way, in the fastest time, to make my name resound across the sea? Ace grabbed the food in front of him, stuffed it directly into his mouth, and said vaguely. Of course it was taking Whitebeard's head. Haha. Stop kidding, that's Whitebeard. Cass, it looks like you drank too much. Various sounds came from the deck, but Ace's eyes flashed a little. Whitebeard, maybe this was an opportunity. He knows Whitebeard, one of the New World 4 emperors, the strongest man in the world. If his head is taken off, then. Ace seemed to be able to see Noel's expression, and the more he thought about it, the more his heart moved. As for the strength of Whitebeard, the strongest in the world, he had no idea what this was. From the time he went to sea, Ace had basically pushed all the way horizontally. Among the 4 seas, there was no opponent at all, and he didn't feel that he was any worse than the 4 emperors. Little ones, go get Whitebeard's head. Ha ha ha, the captain is also drunk. What? Chapter 22 Rayleigh, Conqueror's Collision, Seeking Collection. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Sabaody Archipelago is located in front of the Red Line in the middle of the Grand Line. The island is made up of many large trees. The ground is the root of the tree, and bubbles will emerge from the ground. As this Sabaody Archipelago, seeing the bubble that popped up, Bibo couldn't help but touch it, but he was afraid of puncturing it. Let's go. Noel chuckled softly, then jumped down. It seems that the captain is in a good mood. Looking at Noel's back, Maldo Gil, who had just landed, also smiled, and then his figure flashed. Looking at Noel and the others passing by, a pirate couldn't help but tremble. It was too depressing. The aura was too terrifying just now. Damn it. Too strong. No wonder no one succeeded. Looking at Noel walking by, a bounty hunter tightly grasped the sword at his waist. He just wanted to shoot, but still suppressed it. He was scared, he felt the breath of death. Noel Pirates. In the dark, many people stared closely at Noel and others, including pirates and marines. Captain, it seems that we are very eye-catching. Luo smiled and looked at Noel on the side, allowing him to fully integrate into it in 2 months. Could it be unobtrusive? Noel and others were completely crushed along this way. Whether it was a bounty hunter or a pirate, there was basically no way to survive when they encountered them. After all, we are a supernova. Noel smiled lightly and looked around indifferently. The captain is the best. No other supernova is an opponent. Bibo nodded excitedly. Advertisement. When they came to Sabaody Archipelago, they collided with many pirates, including supernovae. Hearing Bibo's words, Noel smiled, and then said softly, "Let's go, don't follow." 3 days later, just gather on the boat. Enel and others looked at each other and then nodded. They were also very interested in Sabaody Archipelago. Immediately, the people dispersed separately, and Luo and Bibo followed Noel. "Captain, are we looking for a boatman to coat it now?" Luo asked, carrying his saber. "If you want to enter the New World, the ship must be coated because it has to go through the deep sea, the Fishman Island." The speed was getting faster and faster. Looking at Noel's back, Luo and Bibo looked at each other, and then quickly followed. Here, Noel paused, smiling at the house not far away. "Captain, don't you wait for me." Bibo breathed heavily, while Luo on the side looked at the bar in front of him suspiciously. "Let's go." Noel shook his head looking at Bibo's appearance, and then walked out towards Shaki's rip-off bar. There was no one else in the bar. Seeing the door being pushed open and the sound of footsteps, Shaki raised his head subconsciously, and then saw the three of Noel. His body suddenly stopped. "Boss, a glass of whiskey." Noel sat directly in front of the bar, looking at Shaki faintly. "2 cups. Luo glanced at Shaki, and then sat aside. Advertisement. He didn't ask Noel what he was doing in this bar, because he knew that Noel must have a certain meaning for him, and this man would not do useless things. Touch, touch. 2 glasses of wine were placed in front of the bar. Watching the swaying drink, Noel smiled and looked at Shaki. "Where's Rayleigh?" As soon as the voice fell, Shaki's eyes flashed, staring at Noel tightly. "Shaki." At this moment, the back door was suddenly pushed open, and a white-haired old man with glasses came over with a fishing rod. Rayleigh didn't say what he said, because he saw Noel and his eyes flashed a little. "I'm looking for you." Shaki dangled his cigarette, flung Noel, and spoke softly. Rayleigh was taken aback, then smiled and looked at Noel. "Brother, I don't know what's the matter with you looking for me." Of course Rayleigh knows a newcomer like Noel. "Yesterday, I also talked to Shaki. I didn't expect this kid to arrive at Sabaody Archipelago so soon. Coding, and want to learn, how strong is the vice captain of One Piece?" Noel slowly put down his wine glass, and looked at Rayleigh indifferently. "Vice Captain One Piece." Bibo stared at Noel with wide eyes. Luo's body paused, looked at Noel, and then his eyes fell on Rayleigh, Deputy Captain One Piece. Advertisement. If he remembers correctly, Roger's deputy captain is indeed Pluton, Rayleigh. Boom, boom. An invisible force swept out. Bibo's body trembled, shook, and then fell directly to the ground. Conqueror's Haki. Luo clasped the saber in his hands, and looked at Rayleigh with shock. Conqueror's Haki. The old man in front of him, like the captain, owns Conqueror's Haki. Yes, it seems that the captain is right. This old guy is the former deputy captain of One Piece. Snapped. Feeling the impact of Haki from the front, Noel grinned at the corner of his mouth, and slowly turned around, looking at Rayleigh with a smile on his face. The next moment, the 2 conquerors' Haki directly collided, and numerous cracks appeared on the wall and the wine glass. Click, click. The glass broke, and Rayleigh was a little surprised at this moment. Although Marine said that Noel owns Conqueror's Haki, he never expected that this kid's Haki was so powerful. After 10 minutes, looking at the cracks around and the 2 laughing people in front of the bar, Luo and Shaki looked at each other, feeling whether they were dreaming. Asterisk. Chapter 23 Do Things Seeking Collection. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Shaki ripped off the bar and looked at the old man with white hair and drunken face. Who would have thought that this man was famous? Pluton, Rayleigh. If it hadn't been for Noel, and had seen it with his own eyes, Luo couldn't imagine that the man in front of him was actually the deputy captain of One Piece. Moreover, he heard a lot of things just now, and he was very shocked. He didn't expect that the captain had such an identity. Through the conversation between Noel and Rayleigh, Luo heard a lot of secrets and some unknown stories. It's time to go. Noel directioned the wine glass in his hand, and then slowly stood up. Chang chang. A cold light flashed. In Shaki's helpless gaze, and Luo's shocked gaze, Rayleigh suddenly drew his knife and slashed directly at Noel. Sparks flew in all directions, cracks appeared on the floor where the two were standing, and the two knives bumped against each other, wiping out strong sparks. Boy, let me see your strength. Rayleigh held the knife in one hand, raised his eyes with his left hand, and looked at Noel with a smile. It just so happens, I also want to see if Pluton's knife can still be unsheathed. Noel smiled with force in his hand. Boom, boom. At this moment, a roar suddenly spread to everyone's ears, and Noel's momentum stagnated, and he looked at Rayleigh helplessly. It seems that it is incomparable today. Advertisement. Then next time. Rayleigh also heard the roar just now, and the bright electric light, and also thought of Enel. This kid has a great appetite for him, and he looks a lot like him in his behavior and personality. What happened? Bibo stood up suddenly and looked around with a dull expression on her face. Let's go. Looking at Bibo's cute look, Noel also smiled, nodded to Shaki, and then turned and walked towards the door. The thunder and lightning just now were produced by Enel, which can force him to use the thunder, and it is estimated that the guy is in trouble. Run away. Celestial dragons are killed, Marine Admiral is coming. Damn, blame the lunatics of the Noel Pirates. As soon as he walked out of the bar, there was an exclamation in his ear, and Noel could not help but raise his brows as he looked at the panicked pirate who was about to leave. Brother Noel, it looks like your crew has done a great job. Shaki also walked out of the bar, dangling a cigarette, and looking at Noel with a smile. It looks like. Noel smiled and shrugged. He probably knows what happened. With celestial dragons Poopiness and Enel, if the two meet, the picture can be imagined. Noel didn't expect that there would be such a coincidence. Celestial dragons was so idle, wandering around Sabaody Archipelago, and also ran into Enel. Killing celestial dragons, really troublesome. Luo slowly walked out carrying the saber. He also heard the voices of the pirates just now. Advertisement. Noel single-footed, his whole body shot out in an instant, swept in the direction of the thunder and lightning. Luo and Bibo also quickly followed. Rayleigh, the coating is up to you. Looking at the backs of several people, Shaki whispered softly, last time they ransacked the heavenly gold, this time they killed celestial dragons. Brother Noel completely angered the world government. This time, Marine estimates that more than one admiral has been sent. Thinking of the last news, Shaki's eyes flashed, and she was also very curious about who Marine would send this time. Rayleigh also shook his head helplessly. Even killing celestial dragons, the crew of Noel was really unscrupulous. On the other side, the sound of guns, screams, and footsteps kept coming out, and lightning fell from time to time. Damn, he is a Logia-capable person, ordinary firearms are useless. Looking at the soldiers falling around, a major Marine showed a look of panic on his face. Monsters. The Noel Pirates are simply monsters, one with Logia ability, and one who can summon thorns. Marine is constantly falling down, either being struck by thunder and lightning, or strangling by thorns. Looking at the flashing Enel and Mardo Gil standing in the field, Major Marine gritted his teeth. He only hopes Admiral will come soon. Shoot, shoot, Admiral is coming, arrest the Noel Pirates for me. The Rear Admiral of Sabaody Archipelago Marine Base looked at the soldiers who were constantly falling down. Blood was dripping in his heart, but he still roared. Advertisement. Secretly, some pirates and bounty hunters who did not escape, stared at the scene before them in shock. The slaughter. The scene is simply one-sided. As time passed, the sound of guns gradually ceased, and Enel radiated arcs of thunder. He sneered at Marine Rear Admiral who was half kneeling on the ground. There were deep pits all around, traces of scorched black, and the bodies of Marine soldiers were also seen everywhere, and the strong smell of blood spread slowly. This is the strength of the Noel Pirates. In the dark, a bounty hunter swallowed, and a deep fear arose in his heart. Not only him, but also everyone else. More than 300 Marines all fell down, just in the blink of an eye. They witnessed a massacre, not because Marine was weak, but because the two monsters on the field were too strong. Only 2 crew members have such strength. They can't imagine how terrifying Noel, as the captain, is. Shoo. It seems I missed a big show. A dark shadow flashed. Noel slowly fell to the ground, looked at the two Enel, and then his eyes fell on Marine Rear Admiral, who was kneeling on the ground. Captain. Maldo Gil nodded at Noel. Noel. Marine Rear Admiral, who was dyed red with blood, looked at Noel, his face became distorted. Asterisk. Chapter 24 Noel's Curiosity, Sengoku's Decision, Seeking Collection. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The strong smell of blood, and the smell of gunpowder. Noel feels a bit pungent, but it feels a little special. What happened? Looking at the Marine Rear Admiral in front of him, Noel glanced at the corpse of celestial dragons not far away, then smiled at Maldo Gil. Immediately, Maldo Gil said the matter briefly. It turned out that celestial dragons didn't know what was going on, suddenly appeared in the dead zone, and then naturally met Enel. In the audience, Enel was the only one who did not kneel and naturally angered celestial dragons. Next. There is only one celestial dragons, Enel of course doesn't care, and then just shoots directly. Marine will come, and Maldo Gil also joined in. You can't escape. Kill celestial dragons. Marine Admiral is coming soon. Marine Rear Admiral, who was kneeling on the ground, looked at Noel with a sneer. Knowing that he could not escape, Noel and others would not let him go. Rear Admiral spoke with a grim face. Shoo. Before he finished speaking, a thorn shot out from the ground, directly piercing the center of his eyebrows. Before even screaming, Marine Rear Admiral's eyes widened and fell unwillingly. Luo, who had just arrived, and Bei Bo, happened to see this scene. Advertisement. Seeing Maldo Gil, who was always smiling, Bibo's body couldn't help but tremble. Among the crew members, the only one that made him feel afraid was Maldo Gil. Even the arrogant Enel did not give him such a feeling. Luo took a deep look at Maldo Gil, then lowered his head. After being on the ship for more than 2 months, I knew Noel very well, so I knew how dangerous this man was. He is indifferent to life, and he maintains Noel very much. For him, killing is not a matter of daring or not, but of wanting to think. As for those in the dark, seeing this scene, they all looked at Maldo Gil in horror. Marine Admiral is coming. Captain, what shall we do? Luo looked at Noel suspiciously. Noel skimmed around, then smiled. What else can I do? The coating will take a few days, so I can only wait here. Marine Admiral, top combat power. Maldo Gil narrowed his eyes, and a cold light flashed by. He has not seen Marine Admiral take action, and is very interested in Marine's top combat power. I hope this time I won't be like the last time. Enel sneered coldly. It's terrible. Captain, and officers. Hearing what a few people said, Bibo opened his mouth exaggeratedly. And Luo shook his head with a wry smile. There are still many gaps. At least, when he heard that Marine Admiral was coming, he was very worried and heavy. Advertisement. But Noel didn't. Instead, they thought about Admiral's arrival. This was the confidence brought by strength, and he was still too weak. During this period of time, learning from Genos, Haki has made some progress, and it is estimated that Master Observation Haki will be available soon. Moreover, occasionally, Noel will give pointers to fruit development. Although Luo's strength has improved, he is still the bottom of the ship. Noel is also very curious at this time. I don't know which admiral is coming this time, or more than one. When they were in the City of Seven Waters, they knew their strengths. Knowing that an admiral could not deal with them, Sengoku still did it. That's right, Sengoku was very distressed at this time. He heard that Celestial Dragons was killed, and it was done by Noel and others. For the first time, Sengoku broke the new table in front of him. For Celestial Dragons, he has no good feelings, but the status of Celestial Dragons is too special. Once something happened, it meant that Marine Admiral would be dispatched. Sure enough, it didn't take long for 5 elders to send an order. This time, the Noel pirate group must be arrested and wiped out, because the behavior of Noel and others was completely ignoring the world government and provoking. The first looting of heavenly gold, this time it even killed celestial dragons, and it became worse one after another. Celestial dragons in the Holy Land also put pressure on 5 elders. Sengoku also wanted to arrest and destroy the Noel pirates, but how could it be so easy? An admiral simply couldn't deal with them. During this time, he has been paying attention to the movement of the Noel pirates, knowing that Noel and others are getting stronger and stronger. An admiral can't deal with them at all. I wanted Garp to go out too, but this guy has been pretending to be crazy. Advertisement. For the rogue Garp, although Sengoku was angry, there was nothing to do. Didn't Sakazuki come back? It seems to be not far from Sabaody Archipelago, let him go too. Looking at the distressed Sengoku, Suru moved Garp to the side, and then spoke softly. Hearing Crane's words, Garp's mouth couldn't help but twitched, and 2 admirals were dispatched. This time there is also the extreme guy Akainu, which is really cruel. Sakazuki. Sengoku nodded. There is only this way now. The headquarters needs an admiral guard, and Kizaru is the fastest, and Akainu is just not far from Sabaody Archipelago. The bitter Kizaru was sent out by Sengoku again, and the order soon reached Akainu's ears. At a marine base not far from Sabaody Archipelago, a cold light flashed in Akainu's eyes when he heard the order from Sengoku. Stomping on Marine's justice, pirates, none of them can stay. As for the Noel pirates, Akainu also knows, and it is impossible not to know, because Kizaru was dispatched but failed. This is already hitting Marine in the face. Such a terrifying newcomer, the sooner you can solve it, the better, otherwise it will become a big problem in the future. Without hesitation, Akainu immediately set off towards Sabaody Archipelago. As for Noel and the others, he was not worried. It takes a few days for the coating, it is impossible to leave like this, and he can rush to Sabaody Archipelago in one day. Asterisk. Chapter 25 Sack, Logia Fruit. Seeking Collection. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The entire Sabaody Archipelago was plunged into chaos, and the news of celestial dragons killing spread out. Whether it was a pirate or a bounty hunter, they all chose to leave. They don't want to be affected by the battle. Noel and others are not afraid, but others are worried. At this time, Noel and others came to an auction house. Looking at Noel and others, the management of the auction house, Carl couldn't help but tremble in his heart, with bad intentions, but thinking of the backer behind him, his heart is certain. Captain Noel, the auction did not take place, sorry. Carl looked at Noel with a smile. I know, I'm not here to participate in the auction. Noel smiled and nodded. The next moment, with a residual image on his left foot, he kicked it straight out. Puff, puff. Carl's eyes widened, he couldn't react at all, and he was kicked out. Seeing that Carl was kicked away, the guards on the side were taken aback, and then they also reacted and rushed towards Noel bitterly. Room abattoir. Seeing the guard rushing towards Noel, Luo's eyes flashed, his right hand stretched out, and a transparent space appeared. In the next moment, the body of the guards who had not been able to get close to Noel was directly divided into several sections. Advertisement. Without blood, it just fell to the ground like this, the head fell to the ground, still staring. Luo's ability. Every time I see it, I feel amazed. Maldo Gil looked at Luo with a smile. The power of this fruit, he felt stronger than Enel's, and more interesting. I hope there is something good. Noel couldn't help smiling as he looked at the cut body on the ground. This time he just wanted to rob the auction house. He had made this decision before logging into the Sabaody Archipelago. Moreover, he also knows who is behind this auction house. Damn. Looking at the backs of Noel, Carl struggled to get up from the ground. He didn't expect that Noel would shoot directly, before he had time to say his backer. Carl felt distressed when he thought of the things prepared by the auction house. Some things were going to be handed over to his master. Brew brew. Suddenly the voice of the phone worm rang, and Carl took the phone worm out of his arms with difficulty. Carl, I heard that the Noel pirates killed celestial dragons. A voice came from the phone worm. Young master, the people of the Noel pirate group not only killed celestial dragons, they are still looting our auction house. Hearing this familiar voice, Carl said anxiously. There was silence on the phone worm, and after a while, there was a weird laughter. Advertisement. Hearing this laughter, Carl's body trembled, and the cold sweat came out of him. Because he heard the killing intent from this laughter, and if the young master laughed a little like this, it meant that he was angry in his heart. The more so, the more terrifying. Immediately, give the phone bug to Noel and let him talk to me, the cold voice came out. Hearing the sound of the phone worm, Carl swallowed. Thinking of Noel's kick just now, he felt a pain in his heart. However, compared to the pressure Noel brought to him, he was even more afraid of his own young master's methods. This auction house is really rich enough. At this time, Noel and others also found the treasure house of the auction house. Looking at the several boxes in front of him and the golden treasure, Enel was also surprised. Right now, these things are worth at least 5 to 6 billion Baileys. A lot of Bailey. Bibo swallowed, looking at everything in front of him with bright eyes. Noel's gaze fell on the 3 boxes on the left shelf, and his right hand made a sudden move. In Luo's surprised eyes, the boxes floated in front of Noel. 3 boxes were opened one after another, and 3 weird fruits appeared in front of everyone. Devil fruit. Enel and Luo spoke in unison. That's right, it was devil fruit that appeared in front of the 3. Advertisement. As this devil fruit, Mardo Gil looked at the 3 weird fruits in surprise. This was the first time he saw devil fruit. This one. Luo looked at the fruit on the left in shock. Not only Luo's eyes fell on the fruit, Noel and others were no exception. Because it is so eye-catching, the 3 fruits are all similar in shape to ordinary fruits, but the one on the far left is white in color. White. Noel's brows were also frowned. The next moment, his eyes flashed suddenly, and he probably knew what the fruit was. It looks like the captain knows what fruit this is. After all, Mardo Gil looked at Noel with a smile. As soon as the voice fell, Enel and Luo looked at Noel one after another. Yes, this one should be Logia. Noel glanced at Mardo Gil, then nodded, with a smile on his face. What? Logia. Before Noel was finished, he was interrupted by Enel and Luo. Both of them looked at Noel in shock. The reason why the 2 of them were shocked was that they knew how lack of Logia, especially Enel, because he was a thunder fruit capable person. How could it be possible for a small auction house to have such a fruit, and if you ransack an auction house at random, you will encounter Logia fruit, which is incredible. Therefore, the 2 people rushed to shock. If the Logia fruit is spread, it is estimated that all the major forces will be excited. Asterisk. Chapter 26 Get Rich, Step into the Petty Bourgeoisie, Seeking Collection. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. How rare is Logia, and the entire sea, what has appeared at present, can be counted clearly. Snow fruit. Noel smiled as everyone looked at him. Yes, this one is snow fruit. In the original book, the snow girl Monet is a snow fruit capable person. Monet is a subordinate of Doflamingo. At the beginning, this fruit was given to Monet. Now that he appears here, he can already guess a general idea. Snow fruit. Luck is really good. I didn't expect that a small auction house would actually have a Logia fruit. Luo nodded with a smile, and ransacked an auction house casually. When he encountered such a thing, this luck was so good. This is not an ordinary auction house. It seems that the master behind him has come to the door. Hearing Luo's words, Noel chuckled softly, and then slowly stood over his head, and looked at Carl who came by, holding his stomach outside the door playfully. Carl covered his stomach with one hand and the phone worm in the other, and stumbled over. Seeing Noel and the others looking at him, his body trembled, but he still spoke anxiously. Captain Noel, our young master has something to tell you. With that, Carl put the phone worm aside. Noel, I know you. Advertisement. A harsh, weird sound came from the phone worm. Hearing this sound, Luo's body stopped and his eyes widened. This voice, he would never forget. It was the person, Doflamingo, the person he wanted to kill. Should I feel honored to be able to let you, as Shichibukai, remember me as a small pirate? Despite Pai Luo's reaction, Noel showed a playful smile on his face. On the other side, in a room, when he heard Noel's voice, Doflamingo's eyes flashed with a cold light, and then he said coldly. You know me. Listening to Noel's tone, I seem to know him, and I also know that the owner behind this auction house is him. Knowing that the owner behind the auction house is him, and he dared to looting, this is clearly against him. Thinking of this, Doflamingo's killing intent gradually broke out, and the wine glass in his hand was directly crushed. Of course, and one of my crew members is even more impressed with you. The phone worm's voice came again. Doflamingo was taken aback, frowned, and just about to speak, he heard a familiar voice immediately. Doflamingo. In the treasure house of the auction house, Luo held the ghost cry in his hand tightly at this time, and said word by word the name he hated. Hearing Luo's voice, Doflamingo narrowed his eyes, and said playfully, "It turned out to be you, Luo. Unexpectedly, you actually joined the Noel Pirates. Hume this to be said that this is your present confidence." Advertisement. The cold wind blows, the curtains are lifted, Doflamingo slowly walks in front of the window, looking at the whole country. "Boy, I hope you can come to New World with your life." Immediately, the phone worm was directly crushed, and the killing intent on Doflamingo's body could no longer be concealed, and it broke out completely. Knowing that Luo joined the Noel Pirates, he knew that it was no longer realistic to want to return Snow Fruit. In the auction house, Luo Shen sighed when he heard the phone worm hang up, his face showed a smile, and he looked at Noel. "Captain, thank you. He is not a fool, he can clearly tell that Noel has long known that the owner of this auction house is Doflamingo." Noel smiled softly, and the next moment, a cold light flashed by. Puff, puff. Carl, who was trembling with gargle on the side, widened his eyes, clutching his neck tightly, looking at Noel resentfully, unwillingly. Hearing the conversation between a few people and Doflamingo, he felt bad, and it was too late to escape. Ignoring the fallen Carl, Noel glanced at the things in the treasure chest and communicated with the system in his heart. System, how many raffle points can be exchanged? Ding, +3 devil fruits, you can exchange a total of 8 million summoning points. Hearing the sound coming from the system, Noel was taken aback, his face showed a look of surprise. 8 million, this number was a bit beyond his imagination. It can be said that he has received the most lottery points at present, 8 million summon points, which means 8 billion Baileys. Advertisement. In fact, what Noel didn't know was that it was accumulated by the auction house for 3 years, and Carl was just about to hand it over to Doflamingo. However, before he had time, he was ransacked. There are more than 4 billion Baileys in all treasures, and Snow Fruit has contributed almost 3 million summoning points. It's really a bumper harvest. Noel took a deep breath. This time, he finally got out of poverty and entered the life of petty bourgeoisie. With 8 million lottery points, he will soon be able to carry out the first high-level lottery in his life. For the high-level lottery, he is very much looking forward to it, and he doesn't know what he can reveal. However, there is still a question now, that is, whether the Snow Fruit in front of me should be replaced with a lottery point. In the original work, it is not that the fruit is too rubbish, but that Monet's development is too weak. After all, it is the fruit of Logia, and his ability is basically not weak. He doesn't need it, but maybe the crew will need it later. Noel hesitated for a moment, and finally decided not to exchange it for now, and keep it for now. In an instant, in Luo and the other's surprised eyes, the treasure in front of him, the 2 devil fruits, except Snow Fruit, all disappeared. Let's go. Marine should be coming. We are coming when we are going to fight a tough battle. Ignoring the surprise of Luo and others, Noel smiled, then turned and left. The captain's method is really unpredictable. Looking at Noel's back, Luo shook his head, and then slowly followed. Luo felt surprised by Noel's methods, but didn't ask too much, because in his mind, Noel was very mysterious. Asterisk. Chapter 27 Fierce Battle, Outbreak, Seeking Collection. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. As time went by, the day passed quickly, Marine Admiral came, and Kizaru was the first to come. Not long after Akainu landed on Sabaody Archipelago, the arrival of the 2 Marine Admiral completely kicked off the curtain. Damn, in addition to Kizaru, there is actually Akainu. Marine actually sent 2 Marine Admiral. A pirate who offered a reward of over 100 million looked at the figure in the distance with fear. He just saw that a pirate died tragically under Akainu's hands. It's not a level at all. There is no chance to beg for mercy. Akainu will kill him directly. Marine Admiral is a monster. As Kizaru here, looking at the pirate who fell in front of him, Akainu spoke in a cold voice, the lava in his hand falling to the ground. The rear admiral on the side of here nodded. Where are the people from the Noel pirates? Akainu nodded. A cold light flashed in his eyes. In the 13th area. Now, Kizaru Admiral has rushed over there. Rear Admiral glanced at the fallen pirates around, and then respectfully Kaido. On the other side, Shaki ripped off the bar outside. Shaki smiled and looked at Noel. Brother, you guys can really mess up. Sengoku really can count on us, and actually dispatched to Admiral. Noel smiled. He also knew the news that Kizaru and Akainu had logged into Sabaody Archipelago. He didn't expect that this time, 2 admirals were actually dispatched. 2 admirals. Enel showed excitement on his face. Here. Noel narrowed his eyes while looking at the gleaming golden light in the distance, then spoke softly. Advertisement. Not only Noel found out, but Enel and others also found out, because the golden light was so dazzling. Kizaru. Luo clasped the saber in his hand tightly, staring at the figure gathered together by the light ball. That's right, Kizaru was the first one to arrive. Noel and others did not leave, and there was no trace of whereabouts, so it was easy to find. It's really scary. I actually killed celestial dragons this time. Kizaru smiled and looked at Noel not far away, turned his gaze at Enel, and then looked at the others. There are a few more crew members, but I don't know how strong it is. Enel, who was already unbearable for a long time, saw Kizaru appear, his body turned into an electric light, and instantly disappeared in place. Thunder gun. In an instant, Enel appeared on top of Kizaru's head, and a long spear formed by lightning appeared in his hand, which directly smashed it. Oh, it's really scary. Kizaru smiled softly as he watched the thunder and lightning spear that fell from his head, and a light sword appeared in his hand. Chang chang. The spear of thunder and the sword of light collided, wiping out a strong spark. The ground where the two were on cracked, and a terrifying air wave swept out. Looking at Enel, who was full of electric arcs, Kizaru's face was smiling, but he was a little surprised. Boom, boom. Advertisement. The two kept flickering in the field, thunder and lightning, and beams of light kept splashing. Both of them are Logia-capable people, and both can be elementalized. Looking at the scorched traces on the ground, Kizaru stared at Enel's fist tightly. Haki, really scary, the newcomer now. Enel wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his face sullen, and looked at Kizaru excitedly. He was kicked by Kizaru just now, and Enel still suffered from Haki's use. Logia, it's really troublesome. Seeing Enel's expression, Kizaru shook his head helplessly. He is confident to beat Enel, but he wants to win easily, but it is not that simple. Although this kid knows Haki, he is still too tender. This is the strength of Admiral. Luo, not far away, looked at everything in front of him in shock. Just now, Enel fought against Kizaru, which made him feel shocked. The destructive power is simply terrifying. I didn't expect this little brother to be so strong. Shaki also looked at Enel in surprise. Although he knew that Enel was a thunder fruit capable person, he didn't expect to be able to beat Kizaru to this level. Genos. Looking at the two in the field, Noel smiled. Enel's strength has indeed become stronger, but he is not yet Kizaru's opponent. Combat experience, and Haki, Kizaru is better than Enel in all aspects. Advertisement. Genos nodded, his left foot was a little on the ground, and the whole person swept in the direction of the two like a cannonball. There was a wave of air in the air, and a sword forced Enel back. Kizaru narrowed his eyes and looked at the black shadow that swept over. The lightsaber in his hand was directly cut out. Boom, boom. With the sound of the explosion, Janos's body paused in the air, and 2 fires spurted from his feet, and then landed beside Enel. It's really troublesome. Kizaru scratched his ears and frowned as he watched Janos also shot, and then looked at Noel and others not far away. Looking at Genos on the side, Enel snorted coldly, looking at Kizaru with a hidden face. He is indeed not Kizaru's opponent now. This guy is too fast and has too much experience. Just 10 minutes into the match between the two, he was kicked by Kizaru. Great eruption. A cold shout resounded throughout the audience, a red figure swept from a distance, and the surrounding atmosphere suddenly rose. The red magma blasted directly at the Enel 2 with a fist with black smoke. At this moment, Noel, who was sitting on the ground, also stood up suddenly, turning his body into a phantom, and swept toward the field. Really impatient, Captain. Maldo Gil smiled and looked at Noel's back. The book in his hand was closed, and his figure disappeared. Asterisk. Chapter 28 Collision. Full combat power, seeking collection. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Boom, boom. Two ear-shaking sounds resounded in the area on the 13th, and Shaki looked at everything in front of him in shock, and his hand holding the cigarette froze. She knew that Noel was strong, but, after all, she didn't expect that even his crew would be so scary. Kizaru was blocked by Enel and Genos, while Akainu's magma fist was directly cut open by Noel. Moreover, in an instant, several roses appeared on Akainu's body, and they exploded directly. Magma was splashing everywhere. Mardo Gil clenched his fists, and stood in front of Akainu with a serious face. Very strong. Just at that instant, a lot of things happened, after Noel cut open the magma fist. He used the demon flower to detonate Akainu, and then smashed it with his fist, but he was still blocked. Gravity. Rebound. Noel looked at the dark scorch marks on the blade, and Akainu's gloomy expression, and then let out a cold drink. As soon as the voice fell, Kizaru's eyes shrank, and he thought of Noel's weird ability. Sure enough, the next moment, a terrible force of gravity pressed on the two of them, and both Kizaru and Akainu's bodies sank. Both feet sank to the ground, not yet finished, and then the two felt a terrifying impact blasting out in front of them. Boom, boom. The two of them halted for a while, and then they were directly knocked out and hit a tree. Kizaru patted his clothes, and then slowly stood up. Advertisement. Monster. Kizaru looked at Noel and the others solemnly. Just now, the gravity was stronger than before in the capital of Seven Waters, and so was the repulsive force. All this proves that Noel's strength has become stronger, and the development of his ability has become even more terrifying. This was one of them. It was Enel who really frightened him. The strength of these three people was also terrifying. Lava dripped from Akainu's body and black smoke kept coming out. At this time, he looked at Noel and Mardo Gil with a gloomy face. For the first time, he was a little angry when he heard that Kizaru failed to win a few newcomers. But now, he can finally understand, even if he doesn't want to admit, the strength of Noel and others cannot be dealt with by a Marine Admiral. 4 people blocked 2 Marine Admiral, and they also had the upper hand. With such strength and talent, Akainu's complexion became savage. If he doesn't stop it, another emperor will be born in the future. In the entire field, there are big pits everywhere, and there are traces of scorched black, and the atmosphere has become depressed. The newcomer now is really scary. A voice came from behind Shaki, and Rayleigh walked out slowly, looking at Noel and others in surprise. Shaki nodded in agreement, and the strength displayed by Noel and others shocked her. The big time is coming. Rayleigh's eyes flashed a little, and he stared at Noel. Roger, is this what you expected? What about the coding? Shaki skimmed a few people in the field, then asked softly. It can be better tomorrow. Advertisement. Rayleigh smiled faintly. Just now he started with a few friends, even if it is, he still has to wait until tomorrow. I was worried just now, so I rushed over. Now it seems that Noel and the others are fully capable of blocking the 2 admirals, so there is no need for him to worry. Go. Rayleigh shook his body, looked at Noel's back, then smiled and walked to the other side. Step, 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 step. With heavy footsteps, Akainu walked out step by step, looking at Noel with a gloomy face, and must stay behind. Porosalino, make an all-out effort to bury these guys who trampled on Marine's justice completely here. Oh, it's really scary. Hearing Akainu's words, Kizaru shrugged and narrowed his eyes slightly. Shoo. As soon as Kizaru's voice fell, the ground suddenly cracked, and thorns rose to the sky. Are you capable of fruit again? Kizaru's brow furrowed as he watched the thorns rising around him and shaking his brows, and turned to Mardo Gil, knowing that it was this person's ability. Suddenly another crew member appeared, and his strength was terrifying, especially his calmness, which made Mardo Gil even more extraordinary. Tread. Noel stepped on the ground with his left foot, and his whole body swept out like a cheetah, and instantly appeared in front of Akainu. Little devil, look for death. Seeing Noel's movements, Akainu smiled coldly. His fist was covered by magma, and then he also blasted over. Gravity. 10 times, Noel shouted, and gravity pressed again. Advertisement. Akainu's body sank and his movements were stagnant. In that moment, Noel's body suddenly shook, he avoided the magma fist, and the long knife in his hand fell directly. Boom! Boom! The ground where the two were standing exploded. Looking at the long knife wrapped in magma, Noel's eyes couldn't help but condensed. Go to hell! Blocking Noel's attack, Akainu let out a loud roar and threw his left foot abruptly. The entire space was swayed, magma splashed all over, even passing in front of Noel's eyes. Their feet collided, Noel and Akainu's bodies trembled, and then they stepped back 2 steps. There was a brief confrontation between the two. Noel had a smile on his face, but Akainu's face became more and more gloomy. Seeing this scene, Kizaru's heart sank and became stronger, and Noel's strength became stronger. In the City of Seven Waters, although it was just a simple fight, there was absolutely no such strength at that time. Now, one person can actually block Akainu. Pill, thinking of the 3 Enel, Kizaru felt that this time, Marine was afraid it was a pill again. The strength of the Noel pirate group is completely unafraid of the 2 Sea Admiral. The dog bites the red lotus. At this time, Akainu let out a roar again. Asterisk. Chapter 29 Akainu's shock, killing intent. Seeking collection. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The magma-covered arm continuously blew black smoke, forming the shape of a dog's head and directly blasted over. Noel could feel the scorching breath even if he hadn't approached him. He clenched the long knife in his hand tightly, turned his body, and then cut it out. The blade was covered with arcs, and a blue sword gas burst out, directly colliding with the magma fist. On the other side, Enel and Genos were not idle either, and they were full of fighting power and confronted Kizaru. Enel is not an opponent, but with Genos, the 3 of them played extremely fiercely. Boom! Boom! Seeing the splashing magma and the rising black smoke, Noel's eyes narrowed, his left foot was a little on the ground, and he stepped back in an instant. Noel had just dashed away, and magma-like cannonballs blasted where he was standing. The ground was exploded, gravel splashed, hot magma made a creaking sound, and Akainu slowly walked out of the black smoke. This destructive power. Maldo Gil looked at Akainu solemnly. Marine Admiral's strength, he now understands it. The reaction speed and attack power are all as strong as ultimate. The 2 Marine Admiral in front of them are very strong, but they are very distinctive. Kizaru's speed is very fast and his attack power is not weak, while Akainu's ability is simply an explosion, and his combat experience is very rich. The thorns can't hurt these Logia abilities at all. Now that he has just Master Haki, he can't let the thorns be covered by armament Haki at all. However, although the entity cannot be attacked, it is not a problem to play a diversionary role. Advertisement. In a big blow, Akainu and Noel glanced at each other, their figures flashed, and then they collided again. Against the mad dog Akainu, Noel dare not care, because if he is not careful, he will lose. Haki, abilities, and swordsmanship are also used one after another. The battle between the few people on the court was very terrifying. The ground kept shaking, and the explosions kept resounding. Akainu became more angry and frightened as he fought. Noel's strength exceeded his imagination. One-on-one, even if it's not his opponent, it won't be too different. Moreover, this ability is too weird. It's more complicated than Marine's intelligence, and it's amazing how Haki is used. Kizaru was dragged by Enel and he saw it too. Sending out 2 Admiral, there is nothing to do with a few pirates who have not stepped into the new world, which is simply a shame to Akainu. Boom! Boom! The fists and the knives touched each other, and the bodies of both of them were beaten. Noel was shaken out, and his feet were deeply scratched on the ground. Stealing his body, Noel wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at Akainu calmly. It's really painful, this is the first time I feel like this. Noel sneered coldly after moving his somewhat numb arm. At this time, Noel's clothes on the upper body were completely gone, and there was a scorched fist print on his shoulder, bloody and bloody. Opposite, blood spilled on Akainu's shoulder, but now he looked at Noel in shock. Advertisement. This resilience. His fist hit Noel's shoulder just now, and Noel's long knife slashed on his shoulder. However, Akainu was not in the mood to pay attention to his wounds, but looked at Noel's shoulder in shock. Because, as the naked eye can see, Noel's wound is healing quickly. This resilience reminded him of a person, the Four Emperors, Kaido, who occupies the New World and stands at the apex, the monster known as the sea, land, and air. Fortunately, it's beyond regeneration, otherwise. Noel skimmed the healed wound on his shoulder, and the corners of his mouth curled up. If you are an ordinary person, it is estimated that you will be bombarded by Akainu's punch. The captain's resilience is really terrifying. Maldo Jill walked slowly and looked at Noel with a smile, also very surprised. Hearing what Maldo Gil said, Noel smiled softly. Looking at the two people on the opposite side, Akainu's fists were clenched together, and the killing intent on his body broke out completely. Not only Noel, but Maldo Gil's strength is also terrifying. If it weren't for elementalization, the light blade just now would have been cut in half. Damn it. Akainu gritted his teeth tightly and threatened that the strength of Noel and others could already threaten Marine. Such strength, even if placed in New World, is of first-rate level. The most important thing is that these people are still growing. On the other side, Enel and Genos were also panting, both of them were very embarrassed. Blood spilled from Enel's head and several wounds appeared on his body. Advertisement. Genos's arms also showed mechanical parts, and a cut mark appeared on his feet. As for the other side, Kizaru's suit had disappeared long ago, and a scar appeared on his abdomen. Feeling the pain coming from his back, Kizaru's brows couldn't help but frown, and he looked at the two Enel with a heavy face. Since becoming Marine Admiral, he has forgotten how long he has not been injured. Now, he was injured by two newcomers. He stopped briefly, and Luo in the distance stared at the scene before him in shock. I've been flattened. Bei Bo's eyes widened. Huh. Shaki's mouth twitched. Yes, 1 kilometer around was completely flattened, and there were deep pits everywhere. If this continues, the entire area on the 13th will be sunk. Shaki took a sip of his cigarette and then spoke in a deep voice. From the initial shock, until now, Shaki is a little numb, and the two Admiral, unexpectedly can't deal with Noel. In particular, Noel and Maldo Gil played against Akainu, but they didn't lose out. Step on. Noel shook his body, stepped his feet out, pointed the long knife in his hand, and then smiled. Come on, Red Dog. Asterisk. Chapter 30 Mutation, Anger, Seeking Collection. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Seeing Noel's unabashed provocation, Akainu's face sank, and then, without saying much, he shot out. The two slammed into each other in an instant, and Noel avoided the fist brushed from his face, and the long knife in his hand slashed out with a cold light. Boy, die for me. Akainu's eyes flickered as he looked at the cut long knife. He didn't dodge, but greeted him personally, his fist blasted directly with rolling magma. The strength of Noel and others can already affect Marine. Such pirates must not be alive, otherwise they will be another 4 emperors in the future. As injury for injury, really a mad dog. Seeing Akainu's movements, Noel raised his brows, and then a grinning smile appeared on his face. Boom, boom. The blade fell on his body, a spatter of blood spattered, and Akainu's brows only frowned. Noel stepped back, skimming the wound on his shoulder. He could see the healing with naked eyes, raised his head, and looked at Akainu with a sneer. The two looked at each other, and then shot out again. The entire area on the 13th was shaking, and Maldo Gil looked at the two who were fighting together, and then his eyes fell on Kizaru. Noel relied on that amazing resilience to fight Akainu, and he didn't need to take action anymore. Thinking about it, Maldo Gil's left foot was a little bit on the ground, and the whole person turned into an afterimage, swiping in the direction of Kizaru. Advertisement. So strong, Captain. Luo in the distance looked at the two people fighting in the field in shock. Noel and Akainu are both in madness, regardless of their injuries. Everywhere the two of them went, they collapsed and collapsed. Brother, aren't you going to help? Shaki took a deep breath, then smiled at Luo. As soon as the voice fell, Luo's body was just a meal, and he looked at Shaki with a wry smile. He wanted to go, but his strength didn't allow him. Although his strength is not weak, it is compared to other people. Such a fight will completely drag him down. Haki hasn't been a master yet, so going down is just looking for abuse. Looking at Luo's expression, Shaki was just a little boy, and then his eyes fell on the court again. The joining of Maldo Gil and the 3 of Enel teamed up, making Kizaru passive and very embarrassed. Boom, boom. Blocking Enel's attack, Genos also appeared behind him at this time, blasting directly with his left foot. Kizaru was taken away from the ground and quickly stood up from the ground. Looking at the thorns on his feet, Kizaru wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth, and turned away Akainu and Noel in the distance. The corners of his mouth were constantly twitching. Originally, Enel and Genos could be evenly matched with him. Now, there is another Maldo Gil. However, he was also surprised by Noel's strength. Unexpectedly, Akainu was blocked by him alone. Enel panted heavily and clenched his fists together. He thought he was the master of strength. Haki, even if his strength were not Marine Admiral, it would not be much worse. However, today's battle let him see the reality. Advertisement. There are still a lot of gaps, not in ability, but in experience. Haki, a gap in physique. A Marine Admiral is so terrifying. What is the strength of the 4 emperors standing at the top? Resolve him quickly. The longer the delay, the more unfavorable it will be for us. Maldo Gil walked to the 2 of them, moved Kizaru away, and spoke softly. Janos nodded. No one can guarantee that Marine will have another strong person coming. If there is another admiral, it will be really troublesome. Marine has reinforcements, but they don't have reinforcements. The 3 of them glanced at each other, and then they all swept towards Kizaru. Seeing the movements of the 3 of Genos, Kizaru narrowed his eyes, turned Noel's direction, and suddenly moved in his heart. Catch the thief first, catch the king. The next moment, the figure suddenly flashed, turned into a golden light, and swept in the direction of Akainu. Damn! Seeing Kizaru swooping towards Noel, the expressions of the 3 Genos changed. Dead, Maldo Gil let out a roar, his face completely sullen. As soon as he blocked Akainu's magma fist, Noel felt the sound of breaking through his ears, and his eyes narrowed. With a flash of golden light, Kizaru appeared in front of Noel, his fingers condensed with golden light, and he blasted out directly. Akainu's eyes flashed, and magma gushed out of his fist and drowned directly towards Noel. The change was so fast, all of this happened between the electric light and flint. Advertisement. Seeing this scene, Luo and Shaki's expressions changed. Boom, boom. With a terrible roar, Noel leaned back, and his whole person was directly sent away. At this time, the 3 of Enel also came, and all the attacks fell on Kizaru. Kizaru's face also changed drastically when he heard the sound from the left and right, and from the upper hand. It escaped Enel's attack, but was hit by Janos's fist in the abdomen, and Maldo Gil kicked Kizaru's face with his left foot. The blood spurted out, and Kizaru was blown away directly. Seeing Kizaru being blown into the air, Akainu blasted towards the 3 of them with billowing lava on his body. Enel and Janos took a halt, and then they reacted quickly, with their fists covering Haki blasting out. The fists collided, the bodies of the 3 people sank, and their feet plunged into the ground. Double blades. Flurry, Genos roared, and the steel blades ejected from both arms were covered by armament Haki. Waving both arms, bringing up afterimages. Akainu's face also became savage, and his fists were covered with magma and burst out. Shoo! Die! A cold voice suddenly rang in his ears. Akainu's face changed, and the monster with its wings spread out in the corner of his body, as well as the fist that rushed towards him. Boom! Boom! Asterisk. Chapter 31 Go, the Fishman Island. Seeking Collection. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Akainu didn't have time to react, and the whole person was directly blown out. Looking at the monster with its wings spread in front of him, Enel and Genos were wide-eyed. Maldo Gil. Enel looked at the monster in front of him in shock. Also, what was going on with this deterrence? He knew that Maldo Gil was able to use the power of thorns. However, I don't know, can you become such a monster? In an instant, Maldo Gil, who was transformed into a demon, looked like a human being, smiling at the figure walking in the distance. It's really painful. Noel walked out of the black smoke, very embarrassed at this time, his shoulders were bloody. Just now, the beam of Kizaru directly penetrated his shoulder. If it weren't for high-speed regeneration, his left arm would have been useless. Captain. Looking at Noel and Enel who came by, Genos also showed a smile on their faces. Wiping the blood from his shoulders, Noel smiled and looked at Akainu and Kizaru who stood up in the distance. Recovered from the injury, Kizaru looked at Noel's shoulder in shock. Advertisement. Although there was blood, the wound healed. Just now he was sure that the light beam hit Noel's shoulder. Akainu wiped the blood off his face and looked at Noel and others with a grim look, but he was shocked in his heart. Even if I have seen Noel's terrifying resilience, I see it again now, and it still feels terrifying. What kind of monster is this? Kizaru's face became serious. He didn't expect Noel to have such an ability. And Luo in the distance, seeing that Noel was okay, was also relieved. It's amazing. Rayleigh looked at the people on the court in shock. He had just arrived, but was shocked by the strength of Noel and others. Brother, tell your captain, the coating is ready. Seeing the embarrassing appearance of Akainu and Kizaru, Rayleigh couldn't help but smile. Hearing Rayleigh's words, Luo nodded, then swept towards the field. Looking at Luo's back, Shaki smiled and looked at Noel in the field. Tomorrow, the whole sea will boil. Hearing Shaki's words, Rayleigh smiled faintly. Yes, the sea was about to boil, and when the news spread, he could think of the shock of the major forces. Soon, Luo came to Noel's side, ignored Kizaru and the other two, and then whispered softly, "Captain, the coating is ready." Hearing Luo's words, Noel nodded, and Janos grabbed Luo, spouting fire from his feet, and swept away. Akainu's face changed as he watched Genos's movements, and immediately, he saw Noel and several others dashing away. Advertisement. Just when I wanted to chase, I heard Kizaru's helpless voice. Spare me, just the two of us can't keep them. Akainu's body paused, looking at the blood on Kizaru's body, his fists clenched together. Even if he didn't want to admit it, he knew that what Kizaru was talking about was reality. If they were alone, they weren't the Noel pirates' opponent at all. Moreover, Akainu coldly looked in the direction of Rayleigh. Pluton, Rayleigh. The person just now, if it's right, should be Rayleigh, which is one of the reasons why he didn't catch up. Looking at the blood on his body and the wound, Akainu's teeth clenched together, and Noel appeared in his mind. He suddenly regretted it now. He had known it earlier and had to leave Noel despite everything, because the threat was too great. At this age, there is such a strength, even the original 4 emperors were not so scary. Not only his own strength, but the strength of his subordinates is also terrifying, no one is weak. On the other hand, Noel didn't know that Akainu thought so much, and even if he knew it, he wouldn't care. Just relying on Kizaru and Akainu, wanting to keep them is simply wishful thinking, unless an admiral is added. If it weren't for being afraid of lateness, there would be a change, for fear that Marine would still have a strong presence. Just now, he and Akainu had smashed together. Is this the coating? It's really novel. Luo looked at the transparent boat on board in surprise, as if it were frozen bubbles. Advertisement. The boat is coated with a layer of bubbles, and this sea is really amazing. Let's go to the Fishman Island. Noel wiped the bloodline on his body, looked at several Enel, and then smiled. Bibo is carefully helping Enel treat the wound. Damn Marine Admiral. Next time, the monkey Admiral will be slaughtered sooner or later. Enel gritted his teeth in pain, his eyes flashed with killing intent. Mardo Gil on the side did not speak, but his eyes flashed with cold light, and Akainu appeared in his mind. He wanted to kill Akainu more than Kizaru. After all, that guy hurt the captain. Because of the system, in his memory, Noel's position is equivalent to Jeff in the original book, above all else, including his life. Looking at Enel and Mardo Gil, Luo had a bitter meaning on his face. This time, he had no chance to shoot at all, or he was incapable. To become stronger, you must become stronger quickly, otherwise, there is no point in staying on this ship. Not only Luo thinks so, but everyone else wants to become stronger. This time the 2 admirals are as embarrassed as they are. What about next time? Looking at the gazes of several people, Noel showed a smile on his face. Under pressure, it is good to see his shortcomings. At present, what they lack most is time. To become stronger is only a matter of time. P.S. Ask for collection, flowers, let me talk about it here. The author revised it a bit ahead of time Shichibukai appeared. Asterisk. Chapter 32 Marines Conspiracy, Seeking Collection. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Naval headquarters. Watching Kizaru and Akainu look embarrassed, Marines officers were shocked. In the meeting room, Sengoku looked very solemn at this time, staring at the two Kizaru closely. Those who can enter the meeting room are all of the Vice Admiral level, and Marine's strongest combat power are all gathered together. The two admirals were dispatched, but they were not arrested. Noel and others were injured instead. Everyone on the scene knew the news, but they didn't know the inside story. Let's talk about it. What the hell is going on? Sengoku took a deep breath, then said in a deep voice. The phone worm was just a simple communication before, and he didn't say in detail, and he didn't know what happened. Knowing that Akainu and Kizaru had failed, but seeing them injured still shocked Sengoku. As soon as the voice fell, everyone else looked at Kizaru and Akainu. They all wanted to know what happened. Immediately, Akainu and Kizaru said the matter again. 2 hours later, the conference room fell into silence, Vice Admiral who was present with wide-eyed eyes, but Sengoku clenched his fists. Compared with Kaido's resilience, the ghost spider felt incredible. The most important thing is that they have grown too fast, and they are still getting stronger, Weasel said solemnly. Advertisement. One after another. Where did such monsters emerge from? Huo Shaoshan said suspiciously. There was a lot of discussion in the entire conference room, and Vice Admiral of the head office all spoke up. That kid Noel. Garp's mouth twitched constantly. Brew. Brew. At this moment, the voice of the phone worm suddenly rang. Looking at the phone worm on the desk, Sengoku let out a sigh of relief, knowing that accountability was coming, but it was still connected. Sengoku, you disappointed us too much. 2 admirals were dispatched, but they weren't able to keep a few newcomers. The voice from the phone worm and the harsh sound made everyone present frown, but they knew who was on the other end, and no one dared to say more. Understand. 10 minutes later, Sengoku hung up the phone worm with a black face and looked at everyone present. You all heard what 5 elders said just now. No one spoke. The meaning of 5 elders was simple. Celestial Dragons was angry and said that Marine was incompetent. The 2 Marine admirals were dispatched, but they couldn't deal with a few newcomers, so they must obliterate everyone in the Noel Pirates. With 5 elders' orders, Sengoku felt a headache. Noel and others are not soft persimmons at all, just let them handle it. Advertisement. Raise the reward. Sengoku scratched his head, then looked at everyone bitterly. He really didn't think of any other way, so he could only raise the reward. ... The next day, the whole sea was boiled, the pirates cheered, celestial dragons were killed, and the 2 Admiral Marines were dispatched but lost. The news spread throughout the sea. The Noel pirate group resounded across the sea, and Marine's reputation fell to a low point. In the 13th area of Sabaody Archipelago, half of the island was sunk, which is even more shocking. Compared with the City of 7 Waters, the Battle of Sabaody Archipelago is even more shocking. Dressrosa. Doflamingo's face turned dark, but his eyes were full of fear. I thought that this time Akainu and Kizaru were dispatched to solve Noel and others, but unexpectedly, they were defeated, which was beyond his imagination. Able to fight against 2 Marine Admiral, the entire sea, apart from the 4 emperors, it is estimated that there are no other forces. The most important thing is that Luo is also a member of the Noel Pirates. Once Noel steps into the new world, he will definitely come to him at that time. Thinking of this, Doflamingo feels bad. Somewhere in New World, the Whitebeard Pirates, Marco smiled and looked at the newspaper in his hand, 5 emperors. It's really amazing. The newspaper is very exaggerated, saying that once the Noel Pirates enter the new world, with their strength, it is estimated that they will become another emperor. The others didn't speak, but they were shocked, and they all looked at Whitebeard. Advertisement. The newspaper is a bit exaggerated, but one thing is true. Once Noel and others step into the new world, it is estimated that it will be lively. Because from the current performance, Noel and others are not peaceful people. It seems that this is Sengoku's method. Whitebeard put down the newspaper in his hand and laughed. 5 emperors. Regarding the report in the newspaper, Whitebeard did not comment. He could see Marine's intentions. Deliberately exaggerate, and then want others to deal with the Noel Pirates. Yes, this is the result of Marine's negotiation, raising the status of the Noel Pirates and making them a thorn in the eyes of the major forces. Father, the newcomer now is really terrifying. You see, there is a newcomer who said he wants to cut off your head. Marco shook his head, then took out another newspaper. Hearing Marco's words, everyone on the deck was taken aback, glanced at each other, and then all laughed. The newcomer is really arrogant now. Who is it? Sachi came over curiously, put his arm around Marco's neck, and his eyes fell on the newspaper in his hand. This kid is not easy. Logia, Mara fruit-capable person, Marco said with a smile. He felt a little strange now. What's going on these days? What's going on? Every new monster-like newcomer has appeared. There was the Noel Pirates before, and now there is another Spade Pirates. No one noticed that Whitebeard was staring at the newspaper closely at this time, to be precise, staring at the ace in the newspaper. Chapter 33 The Fishman Island, Jinbei's Worries. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. For Marine, there is everything else. Noel and others do not know, because they are heading in the direction of the Fishman Island. The journey was also very thrilling. I encountered a lot of troubles, especially the weather and the sudden sea currents. So beautiful. Bibo stared at the various fish swimming around. 5 days have passed, and they have left Sabaody Archipelago for 5 days. Bibo, how long will it take to reach the Fishman Island? Enel was holding a huge dumbbell, sweating profusely, and then spoke in a deep voice. After the First World War at Sabaody Archipelago, Enel realized his shortcomings, so he conducted desperate training. Physical, Haki, this is his current shortcoming. Hearing Enel's words, Bibo's body halted. Just as he was about to speak, the whole ship shook. Step on. Are you there? The Fishman Island. Genos looked at the island in the distance lightly, with a smile on his face. Is this the Fishman Island, the island in the deep sea? Luo looked at everything in front of him in shock. Although he knew the Fishman Island was in the deep sea, he still felt shocked when he saw it with his own eyes. The membrane on the boat collided with the bubble shield of the Fishman Island, and then went straight into it. Advertisement. The hull landed quickly, and then hit the sea directly, surrounded by buildings and murlocs walking around. Captain. Mermaid. Bibo stared at the mermaid who was playing not far away. Let's go. Seeing Bibo's expression, Noel shook his head helplessly. A strange picture emerged in his mind. A bear, a mermaid. It's them, it's the Noel Pirates. At this time, a murloc looked at the flag on the ship, and Noel and others who landed on the ground, and then exclaimed. What? It's the Noel Pirates. The big pirate who killed celestial dragons and defeated 2 Marine Admiral. A series of exclamations came out, and everyone looked at Noel and others in shock. You can't go wrong. It's really from the Noel Pirates. A murloc looked at the newspaper in his hand, looked at Noel and others in the distance, and then nodded. Seeing the awe-inspiring eyes of the murlocs around him, and the noise, Noel couldn't help but smile. After 10 minutes, Captain, it seems that Marine put us on the mouth of the storm. Luo looked solemnly at the newspaper. There are only 4 kings in the entire sea. Now, Marine says that the Noel Pirates may become the 5th. Luo has been able to think of what will usher in once they enter the new world. Advertisement. 5 emperors. Noel's eyes flashed, and he could guess what Marine meant, but he didn't care. They want the pirates of New World to deal with them, which happens to be that they are not afraid of anyone except the 4 emperors. However, this time Marine was really ruthless, actually increasing their reward so much, even Luo and Bibo were rewarded. Enel and others looked at the newspaper in their hands with different expressions. Noel, bounty 780 million Pele. Enel, offering a bounty, 670 million Pele. Janos, offer a bounty, 580 million Pele. Mardo Gil, bounty, 560 million Baileys. Trafalgar Law, bounty, 130 million Baileys. Bibo, offer a bounty 80 million Bailey. Just relying on this bounty money can make people excited, and the total number of them is almost 3 billion Baileys. Captain, Marine deliberately raised us, I don't think we need to be polite. Mardo Gil smiled softly. Yes, 5 emperors. Enel clenched his fists and nodded excitedly. After so much, he already knows what the emperor means, the 5 emperors, this title. Wait. Looking at the expressions of the 2, Noel also smiled. With their current strength, it is very vain to say that they become the 5 emperors. Advertisement. Dot 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 dot. On the other side, in the direction of the palace of the Fishman Island, King Neptune also knew that Noel and others had arrived at the Fishman Island. Noel pirates, those lunatics, we the Fishman Island simply can't afford to provoke them. I hope they will leave soon. The Prime Minister looked at Neptune with a wry smile. Hearing the Prime Minister's words, Neptune said solemnly, the Fishman Island has the flag of Whitebeard hung, presumably they don't dare to mess around. Your Majesty, don't be careless. Jinbei's face was full of dignity on the side. Jinbei. Neptune looked at Jinbei suspiciously, not knowing what he meant. Even celestial dragons dare to kill the name of the old man, maybe the people of the Noel pirates will not care. Jinbei sighed deeply, and then expressed his concerns. The looting of the heavenly gold and the killing of celestial dragons all show that the people of the Noel pirates have nothing to fear. Even the world government is not afraid. Jinbei doesn't think that Noel and others are afraid of Whitebeard. Then what should we do? Hearing Jinbei's words, Neptune's heart trembled. Now, I hope they don't make other things. Jinbei said helplessly. Now he only hopes that Noel and others will not cause other things. He also hopes that Whitebeard can shock Noel and others. Otherwise, the Fishman Island will be in trouble. Being able to defeat Akainu and Kizaru, this kind of strength is simply not what the Fishman Island can handle. Neptune nodded, and then passed the order down quickly, and he himself was ready to meet Noel and others. Asterisk. Chapter 34 Oops, it's a bad thing, seeking collection. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. In the palace of the Fishman Island, Neptune looked at Noel and others with a smile, but he was very worried. As this Shichibukai, Enel looked at Jinbei lightly. Now he is not as ignorant as Sky Island. Although he can't know all the major forces of the sea, he is all clear. A big power like Shichibukai, and 7 of them, Enel have read the news. Jinbei looked at Noel and others without showing a trace, and he was also very curious about Noel and others. Sacking the heavenly gold, killing celestial dragons, defeating Marine Admiral, this kind of surface, Noel and others can no longer be summed up with newcomers. Young. This is Jinbei's first thought, because Noel and others are too young. Potential. Being young means unlimited potential. Maybe, Noel may really aspire to the existence of the 5 emperors. Captain Noel, welcome you to the Fishman Island. Neptune looked at Jinbei, a little certain in his heart, and then laughed loudly. The ministers of the Fishman Island also nodded, and then quickly ordered the soldiers to prepare the banquet. For a sumptuous dinner, Enel and others were not polite, but Noel wondered whether he should hire a chef. Jinbei, don't know, if you are interested, join us and become one of the captains. Putting down the wine glass in his hand, Noel smiled suddenly, and his voice came out slowly. As soon as the voice fell, the atmosphere in the entire palace was silent, and Enel and others looked at Jinbei one after another. Jinbei's expression was also stiff, meeting Noel's deep gaze and frowning. Advertisement. Feeling that the atmosphere has become weird, Neptune smiled and said, Captain Noel, Jinbei is Shichibukai and cannot join other pirate groups. Yes, I am sorry, but Captain Noel should not embarrass the old man. Jinbei took a deep breath and nodded. Now Noel and others are the thorns of Marine, the world government. And he is Shichibukai. If you join Noel and others, then the ending of the Fishman Island, you don't need to think about it. He became Shichibukai because of the Fishman Island. Hearing Jinbei's words, Noel didn't speak, just smiled slightly. Enel's eyes flashed, and the corners of his mouth curled up, looking at Jinbei maliciously. The atmosphere became embarrassing, and Neptune glanced at the ministers. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Enel slowly stand up. I want to see the strength of Shichibukai. Enel shook his body slightly, opening his mouth playfully. Watching Enel stand up, and the arc surrounding him, Jinbei frowned. Noel didn't stop what Enel did, because he knew what Enel meant, and this guy's hands were itchy. However, Neptune and others don't think so, and I completely feel that Noel and others are looking for something. Yes. Jinbei shook Noel, and then met Enel. He couldn't help but feel excited when he saw the excitement. Jinbei. Seeing Jinbei agree, Neptune couldn't help but anxiously, and then instinctively said, Captain Noel, the Fishman Island is Whitebeard's territory. Advertisement. Oops. Before Neptune had finished speaking, Jinbei's expression changed. Sure enough, Jinbei watched Noel's eyes flashed with a cold light, and the faces of Mardogil and others changed slightly. Shoo! Enel turned into a thunder light, disappeared in the same place, and instantly appeared in front of Jinbei, blasting out with thunder light fists. The thunder light flickered, and the food on the tabletop was directly lifted off. Feeling the power coming from the front and the dazzling thunder and lightning, Jinbei narrowed his eyes and let out a loud shout. Boom! Boom! The fists collided, the entire palace was shocked, and dust fell. The table turned into countless pieces of wood splashing out, and countless cracks appeared on the ground. And Enel stepped back, his face solemn, but looked at Jinbei with excitement, who also took a few steps back. Very strong. This Murloc is very strong. This person is definitely, among the people he met, he is definitely the strongest person besides Akainu, Kizaru, who deserves to be Shichibukai. Continue. Enel snorted, then flew out again. Seeing Enel flying by, Jinbei, who wanted to explain, smiled bitterly on his face, and then greeted him. Advertisement. The sound of the collision came from the palace. When the soldiers guarding outside heard this sound, they all rushed in groups. And Neptune, looking at the two colliding with each other, his face became anxious, and he regretted it when he instinctively lifted Whitebeard. The king. The ministers next to him were also worried at this time, looking at Neptune anxiously. One of the ministers took a look at the battle in the field, then ignored Noel and others. A phone worm appeared in his hand, and then quietly retreated. Boom! Boom! Seeing the two separated, Noel stood up slowly, then smiled and said, "The Fishman Island, starting today, is our territory." The sound was like thunder. Hearing Noel's words, everyone in the Fishman Island trembled. Captain Noel, Neptune said anxiously. Just when he wanted to explain, he saw Noel continue. Others fear Whitebeard, but we are not among them. Noel looked at Neptune lightly, scanned the audience sharply, and then continued. Perhaps, you refuse. A terrifying aura swept through Noel's body. Everyone's body was stiff. The soldiers who rushed in had their eyes widened, and then fell down like wheat. Those who follow me prosper, and those who oppose me die. At this moment, everyone in the Fishman Island has this feeling. Chapter 35 Provoking 4 Emperors, Whitebeard dispatched. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Seeing the soldiers falling down like wheat, and the terrible feeling of oppression coming from the front, Jinbei's body trembled. Seeing the windless clothes behind Noel, his body was also tight. Only one person in a million has superpowers. Conqueror's Haki. This kind of oppression, he has felt in his father, but Whitebeard's Haki is even more terrifying. Trouble is coming. When Noel said this, it meant that he was an enemy of Whitebeard. This is a group of lunatics who have dared to fight Whitebeard before entering the new world. Explain your choice. Noel walked out slowly, looking at Neptune with a smile. Others are afraid of Whitebeard, but Noel is not, and he has his own plans. The Fishman Island has a lot of advantages, and one more important thing is the secret of the Fishman Island. Moreover, he is not Luffy in the original book. It is useless to press Whitebeard against him. Captain Noel. Neptune looked at Noel bitterly, now wishing to slap himself twice. I just wanted to take back that sentence, it was too late, and he instinctively carried it out of Whitebeard. There is no choice at all, because neither side can offend them. Noel. They can't afford to offend, the Whitebeard Pirates, and the Fishman Island can't afford to offend even more. In particular, if the two sides conflict here, the Fishman Island will ultimately be unlucky. Advertisement. Even if Noel and others are not Whitebeard's opponents, the battle between the two sides will definitely destroy the Fishman Island. 4 emperors, the strongest man in the world. Mardogil narrowed his eyes slightly. He was not the first to hear of Whitebeard's name. He was also very curious about the world's strongest. How powerful is a monster even more terrifying than Marine Admiral? As for fear, he really didn't, and it should be said that there is no one who can make him afraid. Brew. At this moment, the voice of the phone worm suddenly rang, breaking the dull atmosphere. Hearing this sound, Jinbei's brows couldn't help but frown, looked at Noel, and then took out a phone worm from his arms. Papa. Jinbei couldn't help but stare at the shaking phone worm. Goo la la la. Jinbei. I heard that the little ghosts of the Noel pirates have arrived at the Fishman Island. Hearty laughter came from the phone bug and echoed in the palace. Noel's brows lightly raised, Whitebeard, then inadvertently rolled back, a minister who came back quietly. In an instant, Noel guessed Whitebeard, why he knew so quickly. Jinbei's face also became serious, and he looked at Noel, who was expressionless, and then nodded respectfully. Now, it is completely useless to want to make big things smaller, and the old man knows about this. After receiving the phone worm that Jinbei handed over, before Noel could speak, he heard Whitebeard's voice again. Advertisement. Boy, I heard that you want the Fishman Island to hang your flag. Whitebeard's voice is very calm, but everyone can hear hockey brewing in it. On the other side, on the mobile, the captains of the Whitebeard Pirates, as well as the crew, all had smiles on their faces. The names of Noel and others spread all over the sea, and it was not the first time they heard of it. However, he did not expect that Noel had just arrived at the Fishman Island and actually did such a thing. Let the Fishman Island hang the flag of the Noel pirate group, which is already a challenge to the majesty of Whitebeard. Good. Noel's flat voice came, and the faces of Joes and the captain changed. Boy, don't be too arrogant. Yes, don't think you will be invincible if you beat the two admirals. Father, let us teach these new people who do not live or die. Right. The faces of the crew on the ship also showed anger, and they all spoke. Whitebeard didn't speak, but his eyes narrowed, but he wasn't surprised. Although I haven't seen Noel, the person who owns Conqueror's Haki is not an arrogant person. If you want the Fishman Island, you can, Whitebeard, then let you come and get it yourself. Advertisement. After speaking, before Whitebeard could speak, everyone heard the phone worm hanging up. At this moment, everyone on the boat was stunned. Arrogant, too arrogant. Joes walked out, and then spoke in a deep voice. Father, let me go. Count me, Daddy's Majesty, the Whitebeard Pirates can't be provoked. Beasta also slowly stood up. The captain of the first team, Marco, did not speak, but looked at Whitebeard lazily. The ability of Noel and others to leave safely from the hands of Akainu and Kizaru Marine Admiral already represents their strength. Just relying on Joes and the others, trying to deal with Noel, I guess it's awkward. As 4 emperors, the various captains under Whitebeard's strength are good. However, there are really not many who can compete with Akainu and others. He counts 1, Joes counts 1, and Beasta barely counts 1. Goo la 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 la, funny kid. At Noel's arrogance and provocation, Whitebeard didn't get angry, but laughed instead. What? Hearing Whitebeard's words, everyone on the boat stared at him incredibly. Dad personally dispatched. This was the first time, and Marco smiled. Sure enough, Dad valued Noel very much. From the very beginning, he guessed what Whitebeard did, so he didn't say anything. Among the boats, the one who knew Whitebeard best was Marco. Chapter 36 Sengoku. It's too difficult for me. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. In the palace, the quiet atmosphere, even the sound of heartbeat and breathing can be clearly heard. It's a big trouble, so everyone knows that it's a big deal, and Jinbei's face is full of bitterness. But Neptune couldn't slap himself twice, and slap the minister to death. I just learned that the minister told the Whitebeard Pirates. 4 emperors, Whitebeard. Enel's eyes flashed brightly, and the name of the world's strongest was enough to attract people. Luo also covered his face. He just came to the Fishman Island and clashed with the Whitebeard pirate group. It was really messy. But Noel was not in the mood to pay attention to everyone's thoughts at this time, and his mind was communicating with the system. Just now, the voice of the system suddenly sounded in my mind. Gift pack. The system has just prompted that the task is activated for the first time, and the reward for the task is the gift pack. Task. Defend the Noel pirates and block Whitebeard. Reward. 1 mission gift package. Therefore, he just provoke Whitebeard, the gift bag. This is the second time he has encountered the gift bag since he got the system. The first game was the gift package that just passed through the rewards. Unexpectedly, this time I made a mistake and saw the gift package again. Noel knows how useful the gift package is. The big gift package that was issued before got the ability and a character summoning card. Advertisement. Noel didn't want to give up such an opportunity, even if he was against Whitebeard. However, the first thing to worry about now is how to stop Whitebeard. After all, Whitebeard's strength is not what Admiral can match. The world's strongest is not a joke. In the original work, during the war on the top, the body fell and was stabbed by the great vortex spider. Even in this situation, he still hangs Akainu, and it feels terrible to think about it. The monster-like physique and powerful abilities are simply not what they can now contend with. Now there are still millions of draw points. Do you want to try your luck? Noel's heart suddenly moved, thinking of his lottery points, but the next moment he rejected his proposal. Withdrawing from the system, Noel's gaze fell on Neptune, his eyes flashed with precision. The dead Taoist is not dead. It seems that at present, we can only make ideas on the Fishman Island. The background of the Fishman Island is not a problem compared to putting together a few million lottery points. Seeing Noel's good-willed gaze, Neptune's body couldn't help but tremble, and there was a bad feeling in his heart. The Whitebeard pirate group moved. The purpose was not clear. The news spread out in an instant. Secretly, there were quite a few people staring at Whitebeard's movement, and the four emperors' every move was attractive enough. Advertisement. The big pirates of the entire New World were shocked, and they were all guessing what the Whitebeard pirates wanted to do and whether it collided with the other three kings. The other four emperors are also speculating, and a certain island, Red Hair, Kaido, Ant and others are also speculating. And the most nervous thing is Marine. Because of Whitebeard's actions, Sengoku instantly became nervous. Marine 3 Admiral, including all Vice Admiral in this department, gathered together. Damn, what the hell is Whitebeard going to do? Sengoku frowned, then asked in a deep voice. During this period of time, he was in distress. The pressure from the world government, celestial dragons, and the Noel pirates were not over yet, and now Whitebeard is starting to do things again. 5 elders asked about Whitebeard's actions just now, but Sengoku was also at a loss. Looking at the root of the Whitebeard pirate group, it shouldn't be the other 4 emperors. Vice Admiral, a headquarters, hesitated for a moment, and then spoke. Sengoku took a deep breath, then looked at the crane. It's not the other 4 emperors. According to the information from the New World base, Whitebeard's purpose should be the Fishman Island. He raised his eyes, then said in a deep voice. The Fishman Island. As soon as the voice fell, everyone present was taken aback. No one questioned what he said. As Marine's advisor, all of Crane's wisdom knows that since she said it is the Fishman Island, it is probably correct. The Fishman Island. The Fishman Island. Sengoku tapped his fingers lightly on the tabletop. It is impossible for the Whitebeard pirate group to leave New World for no reason. What is the reason for the old guy to go to the Fishman Island? Advertisement. Hey, it seems that the Noel pirates should be on the Fishman Island, right? Kizaru, who was sitting on the sofa, said suddenly. A word to awaken the dreamer. At this moment, everyone looked at Kizaru. Haha, Whitebeard guy, don't you want to take Noel as a son? Garp, who has been eating senbei, rolled his eyes and laughed loudly. It's really possible, according to Whitebeard's temperament. The ghost spider nodded in agreement. Thinking of Whitebeard's temperament, everyone else nodded. Everyone knows that Whitebeard has a hobby, that is, he likes to accept sons. If this is the case, then it will be troublesome. If Noel and the others join the Whitebeard pirates, then the New World pattern may be broken. Crane's face also became serious, the light in his eyes kept flickering, and he inadvertently licked Garp. Damn Whitebeard, damn Noel pirates. Sengoku hit the table with a punch, thinking about it, but he didn't expect it was the ghost of the Noel pirates again. It was too difficult, and now he wanted to kill Noel. This shit-chucking stick could not rest for a moment. Pay close attention to Whitebeard's movements, and the Fishman Island. Even if you may know Whitebeard's thoughts, Sengoku can't stop it. Now the only hope is that the worst will not happen, and the Noel pirates will be harder. Asterisk. Chapter 37 Senior Lottery, Keto. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. In one room, Noel was looking forward to it as he watched the lottery discontently. Today, I got a lot of treasures from the Fishman Island, and I finally got 10 million lucky draw points. I have to say that the wealth accumulated over the years of the Fishman Island is very terrifying. Seeing the golden room full of gold, Noel was almost dazzled at the time. The first high-level lottery in my life. Ding! Draw Keto Grandmaster. The pointer stopped turning, and the voice of the system resounded in my mind. A huge memory flooded into his mind, and Noel felt dizzy. 10 minutes later, a bright light flashed by, and Noel slowly opened his eyes. Keto. He didn't expect that he would get such ability. Keto, the ability in an anime in the original world, Keto, includes Hado, and Bakudo. Attack Assist, Complete Integration, cost 10 million lottery points, and draw Keto. You can't say good, you can't say bad. And because of drawing Keto, he actually learned Reiatsu, a special power. The huge memory just now was all about Keto, and Noel felt that he had completely controlled Keto. Boom, boom. Advertisement. A terrible aura swept through, and a crystal bottle on the tabletop, as well as the surrounding ornaments all cracked. Conquerors, the combination of Reiatsu. Looking at the splashing glass and sawdust, Noel's eyes flashed brightly. He just released Haki and Reiatsu together, the effect was amazing, and it was not his full use. Once back before liberation, looking at the information on the virtual panel and the pitiful lottery points, Noel shook his head with a wry smile. Now, he was a little looking forward to what the mission package could reveal. Whitebeard. Noel stood up slowly, patted his clothes, smiled on his face. Keto Grandmaster, you can use Keto without chanting. Not chanting can save time, but it will weaken the power of Keto. However, to a large extent, it has a certain relationship with Reiatsu, and its power depends on the spiritual power of its users. Take Noel's current Reiatsu, which is a normal captain. Boom, boom. At this moment, there was a sudden noise and roar from outside. As soon as I opened the door, I saw Neptune, Jinbei and others walking by. Seeing Noel walking out of the room, several people were also taken aback, and the corners of Neptune's mouth twitched. Seeing Noel, Neptune remembered what happened in the treasure house today. The entire treasure house of the Fishman Island was looted by Noel 1/3. Captain Noel. Although Neptune felt distressed, he still looked at Noel with a smile. Advertisement. If there is no treasure, there will be no more, at least Noel is not embarrassed by the Fishman Island. Everything has to wait until the arrival of the Whitebeard Pirates. What's the matter? Noel turned aside Luo and the others who had come from a distance, and then looked at Neptune with a smile. Neptune hesitated for a moment, and then said the matter again. Vander Decken. Hearing Neptune's words, Noel chuckled softly. He didn't expect this to happen. After watching anime, he knew what was going on. By the way, he came to the Fishman Island for one day, and it was time to meet Shirahoshi. Genos. Go get him. Thinking of Shirahoshi's appearance, Noel glanced at Genos, then spoke softly. Genos nodded, and then turned into an afterimage in the surprised eyes of Neptune and others, and swept away towards the distance. Under the leadership of Neptune, Noel and others came to a room. Looking at the weapon stuck in the door, Neptune's fist couldn't help clenching, and Jinbei cursed too. He also knew about Van der Decken. However, Van der Decken is too cunning. Every time he takes a shot, the guy just runs away. Quickly, open the door. Neptune suppressed the anger in his heart, and then anxiously shouted at the soldier on the side. With Noel and others, and Janos also shot, now he is not worried about Van der Decken. Advertisement. The door opened, and a behemoth caught everyone's eyes, and Luo and others stared wide-eyed. Even Enel was dumbfounded, looking incredible at the behemoth in the room with its head down and its tail cocked. The corners of Noel's mouth twitched, even if Shirahoshi's figure is known in the original book. However, when I saw it in reality, I still felt shocked because it was too big. Waiting for someone in front of her is exactly like a dwarf. Shirahoshi, Shirahoshi, the father is here. Neptune rushed in anxiously. After moving, Shirahoshi raised his head quickly when he heard this voice, and immediately burst into tears when he saw Neptune. Woo 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 woo. Like rain, tears continued to fall. Looking at the ground that was wet at that moment, Shirahoshi was crying loudly. Luo and others looked at each other, their expressions froze. Under the comfort of Neptune, Shirahoshi finally stopped crying, and immediately his eyes fell on Noel and others. His eyes widened, and he looked at Noel and others curiously. And Noel is also looking at Shirahoshi and has to admit that Shirahoshi is really beautiful. The most impressive thing is those eyes, which are very smart. Hello, Shirahoshi. Noel stood up slowly, with a gentle smile on his face. In this world, there are no beautiful women, but there are only two people who can make him admire, and one of them is Shirahoshi. Chapter 38 Conqueror's Collision, Shock. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The sky turned pale, and Noel could not help but breathe a sigh of relief looking at Shirahoshi who was sleeping beside him. All night, it was the third day, and he would come to chat with Shirahoshi every day. He really liked this simple, timid woman, looking at Shirahoshi's huge body. Noel was lost in thought, hesitating in his heart, waiting to see if he could get something later, reduced Shirahoshi's body shape, and then took her out to sea. Step on. Suddenly, there was the sound of footsteps, and Luo looked at Noel anxiously. Captain, the Whitebeard Pirates are here. As soon as the voice fell, Noel narrowed his eyes, then stood up slowly, with a smile on his face. After waiting for 3 days, is Whitebeard finally here? The news and newspapers have long been out, and Noel saw it yesterday. Whitebeard personally went out and rushed to the Fishman Island. Let's go. Noel glanced at Shirahoshi, then leapt lightly and landed firmly on the ground. The square of the Fishman Island. Father, all the captains are here. Looking at the people walking in the distance, Jinbei couldn't help taking a deep breath, although he knew from the newspaper that Whitebeard personally dispatched. But seeing it with my own eyes is another matter. Let's go. I hope there won't be too much noise in the next moment. Neptune smiled bitterly at Jinbei, and then quickly greeted him. Now, he hopes that he won't make too much noise later. The Fishman Island simply can't stand the toss. Advertisement. Papa. Jinbei walked quickly to Whitebeard and spoke respectfully. For Whitebeard, Jinbei is very respectful. As the only place to enter the new world, the Fishman Island was very chaotic before, because there were too many pirates passing by. There are quite a few people who peeped at the Fishman Island, but since the Whitebeard banner was hung, no one dared to make trouble here. It's just that, he didn't expect that the incident of Noel and others would happen again now. However, after a few days of getting along, Jinbei knew a lot about Noel and others, and didn't worry too much. Jinbei. Where's that kid, Noel? Whitebeard nodded at Neptune, then smiled at Jinbei. Aren't you scared to come out? Many pirates laughed. Here. Marco, who didn't seem to be awake, said suddenly, his eyes staring into the distance. As soon as the words fell, Joes and others followed Marco's gaze, and then they saw Noel and others slowly walking by. This kid. Whitebeard's eyes narrowed slightly as he watched Noel walking ahead with a smile. Confident and calm, this kid is really not easy. The members of the Whitebeard pirate group are staring at Noel and others, the famous newcomer. Since going to sea, they have offered rewards and broke records. Bah, it's really scary. Enel looked at Whitebeard and the others excitedly. Very strong. Maldo Gil showed a solemn look on his face, staring at Whitebeard steadily. Advertisement. Even if he didn't take a shot, he could feel the strength and boldness of Whitebeard. Feeling the horrible atmosphere, Neptune swallowed uncontrollably, and his body became tense. Sandwiched between the two, he felt fear, and the atmosphere was too depressing. Goo la la la, the kid nowadays is really arrogant. The big knife in his hand was chopped on the ground, a crack spread, and Whitebeard looked at Noel with a smile. The next moment, a terrifying aura swept out, and the dust on the ground was directly lifted. Boom, boom. Feeling this terrifying aura, Enel's body stiffened and his face became serious. This Haki is more terrifying than the captain. Luo's body trembled lightly, his eyes widened, and he looked at Whitebeard in shock. This is the strongest in the world. Under the influence of this Haki, he found that he was a little out of control, and he couldn't control the tremor at all. Hey, it's really scary. Anyone who can bear the old man's Haki, and everyone in the Whitebeard pirate group, at this time also looked at Noel and others in surprise. It's not surprising to be able to defeat Akainu, Kizaru, and to bear the old man's Haki. Marco smiled and shook his head. He didn't feel surprised at this point, but what surprised him was that Noel, this kid didn't seem to be affected at all. Compared to the surprise of the other crew members, the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates did not feel surprised. If even the father's Haki can't bear it, Noel and others will not be able to defeat the two Admiral Marines. Advertisement. Whitebeard, is this your disarming power? Noel chuckled softly, and the next moment, his left foot suddenly stepped on. A terrifying aura swept through, the combination of Haki and Reiatsu. Boom, boom. The two Haki clashed together, and there was a strange roar in midair. In the shocked eyes of everyone, with the two as the center, countless cracks appeared on the ground, and strong winds swept out. Monster. Jinbei, who had already retreated far away, looked at Noel in shock. Seeing the cracks spreading on the ground, Marco and other captains also looked at Noel in shock. Hey, this is a joke. Sachi said incredulously. This guy. Joes also looked at Noel solemnly, and was shocked. This kid, bumping into the old man's Haki, didn't let the wind fall. How could this be? I don't know how long it took before the storm stopped and no one spoke. Shoo. In the shocking eyes of everyone, Noel's figure suddenly flashed and disappeared in the same place in an instant. Seeing Noel's movements, Whitebeard's eyes narrowed, and laughter came out slowly. Arrogant kid. Asterisk. Chapter 39 Noel's Marco. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Clang, clang. Sparks flew in all directions, smoke rose slowly, and air waves swept out. Marco, Enel and others stared at the center of the smoke. The smoke slowly dissipated, and everyone in the Whitebeard Pirates group stared. Hey, are you kidding? The 6th Division Captain. Bramank looked at Noel in shock. Others also feel incredible. What they saw. Noel actually took the initiative to take the initiative, and also blocked the old man's knife. Noel holds the knife in one hand, and Whitebeard also holds the knife in one hand, both with smiles on their faces. The ground where the two were standing was completely cracked. Boy, how about carrying the name of the old man? Whitebeard smiled and looked at Noel, his eyes flashing with appreciation. Noel's strength is stronger than he thought, and the most important thing is his boldness. In front of him, he even dared to make a move. This was the first time he had met such a newcomer. I have to admit that Whitebeard's heart is moved, and he also has his own ideas. Although the Whitebeard pirate group is 4 emperors, and the strength of the captains on the ship is not bad, he thinks of more. No one knows better about his current body, his dark injuries, and the decline in combat power due to his age. One day he will get old, and the entire Whitebeard pirate group, there is no one who can carry the banner, and Marco is still a little short. I don't have the habit of being a crew member of other people, and do you have this ability? Hearing Whitebeard's words, Noel was taken aback, and then smiled softly. Advertisement. The eyes of the two were facing each other. The next moment, both of them smiled involuntarily. The weapon in their hands was shaken, lifted up, and touched each other again. Clang, clang. When the two swords touched each other, Noel only felt a terrifying force. He touched one foot on the ground and his body leapt towards the back. Falling on the ground, looking at Whitebeard with a smile on his face also became serious. This power was really terrifying, and it was Whitebeard carrying the knife at will. Is this the strongest power in the world? Enel was no longer excited at this time, and looked at Whitebeard solemnly. Everyone can see how powerful Whitebeard is. Monster. This is Genos. Evaluation of Whitebeard. Boy, give you a chance. Whitebeard's knife plunged into the ground, and the robe behind him shook. What opportunity? Noel smiled and asked with a wave of the long knife in his hand. Defeat Marco. The Fishman Island is yours. Whitebeard looked at Noel with swollen eyes. As soon as the voice fell, everyone was taken aback, but Marco's eyes narrowed, staring at Noel closely. He had guessed Whitebeard's thoughts. If it fails, then bear the name of the old man, Whitebeard continued. Noel's body paused, and Marco was left behind, looking at Whitebeard in surprise. He didn't expect Whitebeard to make such a request. Now he is thinking about the task, and the requirement of the task is to block Whitebeard. Yes. After receiving a systematic answer, Noel chuckled softly, and his eyes fell on Marco. Advertisement. Marco. Come on, don't lose. Captain, teach that kid. Turning aside Noel, Joes looked at Marco with a solemn expression, and then reminded him, "Don't be careless, that kid is very strong." Marco nodded, then walked out slowly. For Noel, of course he didn't dare to be careless, and he didn't dare to look down upon it. Unexpectedly, this is actually the case. Everyone in the Fishman Island stared wide-eyed. They think about the development of things and think of many possibilities, but they never thought that things would develop to this point. Seeing Marco walking out, Whitebeard chuckled softly. Although Noel's imp was not weak, he was very confident of Marco. Captain of the 1st Division. Maldo Gil stared at Marco closely. As the captain of the 4 Emperors squad, Marco's strength needless to say, and he is also very confident in Noel. Everyone stepped back. On the court, Marco and Noel were looking at each other. Father's order. There is no way. Marco looked at Noel with a smile. As soon as the voice fell, Noel kicked one foot and shot out like a cheetah. Looking at Noel's figure, Marco's body shook, and light blue flames burst out from all over his body. Boom, boom. The two met in the air, and then banged together. Looking at the flame in Marco's hand, Noel couldn't help but smile, and the long knife in his hand shook. The power suddenly became heavier, and Marco's eyes narrowed, staring at Noel closely. Advertisement. Shoo. In an instant, in the surprised eyes of Enel and others, Marco suddenly opened a pair of wings behind him. Wings flashed, and flames in the shape of light blue feathers burst out. Watching the burst of arrows coming, Noel held a knife in his right hand, then stretched out his left hand. Hado's 58 Lan. Boom, boom. In the next moment, a terrifying whirlwind blasted out of his hands and directly collided with the countless arrow feathers. The explosion, the roar sounded in the air. Seeing the scattered arrow feathers and the whirlwind that swept over, the wings behind Marco stirred, and his body flashed to the left. After stabilizing his body, Marco looked at him suspiciously when he looked at Noel, who was still floating in the air like this. What kind of fruit is this guy? The gravity just used the whirlwind, and now he can stand in the air. Similarly, the members of the Whitebeard pirate group below all looked at Noel in surprise. It seems that the captain has become stronger again. Mardo Gil smiled and looked at the two people in the sky. Enel also nodded their heads. Indeed, they have become stronger. At least, Noel had never used such an ability before. This kid. Whitebeard looked at Noel tightly, suddenly having a bad feeling in his heart. Chapter 40 Hado no 90 Black Coffin. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Clang, clang, clang. The two figures kept colliding in the air. Everyone in the Whitebeard pirate group stared wide-eyed. The faces of the captains were very solemn, because Marco was actually at a disadvantage. It's not good. If this goes on, Marco will lose. It's just a matter of time. What kind of fruit did this kid eat? Thunder and lightning, flames, and whirlwind. Vista looked at Noel in the sky incredulously. The methods Noel showed were really colorful and varied, and they were simply impossible to guard against. In midair, the two separated, Marco panting heavily, looking at Noel solemnly, and cursing in his heart. He also wanted to know what fruit Noel ate. It's too difficult, and it's too weird. If it weren't because of my own fruits, I'm afraid it would have already been defeated. He is a bird species of fruit zone Eudemon's Phoenix's ability to type. Characteristics: the resurrection of green surrounded by inflammation and rebirth, invalidating the attack, but the regeneration has its limits, is not never hurt. Shoo. Are you looking at that, Marco? Flash figure. Noel appeared in front of Marco's body, fistas to cover Haki, then smashed straight out. Advertisement. Hearing the sound coming from his ear, Marco couldn't help but shrink his eyes, crossing his hands in front of him. Boom, boom. A terrifying force hit his hands, green flames splashed all over, and Marco was bombarded like a cannonball. The ground shook, splashing at any time, and smoke gradually rising. Marco. Seeing the smoke, the members of the Whitebeard Pirates lost their senses, and then yelled out loud. The smoke dissipated slowly, and Marco got up from the ground. Before he could react, he heard the sound coming from his ear again. Bakudo. 61 and 6 light prisons. Noel had appeared on the top of his head sometime, with a light touch of his finger. In everyone's shocked eyes, golden lights flashed. Marco's body halted, and the Six Paths light was locked on his body. I can't move. Marco's eyes widened as he looked at the Six Paths light on him. 90 Black Coffin of Hado. Looking at Marco, who was unable to move, Noel couldn't help but smile, fingers a little more, and a clear voice came into everyone's ears. Boom, boom. Like a black coffin, it directly enveloped Marco. The scene was extremely shocking, and immediately, countless black long swords were directly inserted into Black Coffin. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. Whitebeard looked at the Black Coffin towering not far away, his eyes narrowed. A minute later, Black Coffin dissipated, Marco knelt on one knee, breathing heavily, and several wounds appeared on his body. Advertisement. The blood dripped on the ground, raised his head and looked at Noel not far away, with a bitter expression on his face. After losing, he actually felt death just now, and Qing Yan didn't have time to recover. At that moment, he suffered countless attacks. Although he still has the ability to fight again, even if he continues, he is probably not Noel's opponent. Did you lose? Joe said bitterly while looking at Marco, who was half kneeling on the ground. No one else spoke, but they all felt shocked. As the captain of the first division of the Whitebeard Pirates, he was actually defeated. Captain, it's getting scarier. Enel also looked at Noel's back in shock. When he was on Sky Island, Noel was very strong, but he was definitely not as scary as he is now. Even if he was better than him at the beginning, the big reason was that he didn't know Haki. It's too strong. Now. Marco lost, that means. Neptune's eyes widened. Jinbei nodded bitterly. Marco was defeated, that is, the Fishman Island is about to hang the banner of the Noel Pirates. Such a result, he really didn't expect Whitebeard's character, he knew that he would not regret it. I don't know whether this result is good or bad. Looking at Noel, Marco got up from the ground and walked to Whitebeard. Daddy, I'm sorry. Because of his defeat, this time, not only the problem of the Fishman Island was lost, but more importantly, the face of the old man, the face of the Whitebeard Pirates was lost. Advertisement. Goo la la la, just become stronger in the future. Whitebeard didn't care, but patted Marco on the shoulder. After speaking, Whitebeard's gaze fell on Noel. Noel also smiled and looked at Whitebeard. Don't think he was very relaxed. The battle just now actually consumed 70% of Reiatsu. Moreover, there are several reasons for beating Marco so quickly. First, because Marco didn't understand his abilities, and second, because he knew Marco too much. Whitebeard, now the Fishman Island, is it mine? Noel took a deep breath, then smiled. Hearing Noel's words, Kakuzu, a member of the Whitebeard Pirates, twitched. Looking at his smiling face, I can't wait to slap him. The old man won't break his promise. Kid, Whitebeard snorted coldly and looked at Noel anger, but his eyes flashed with appreciation. Failure means failure, but it is a pity this time, for Noel, he is really optimistic. Ding. Mission completed. Ding. The task reward, the gift package has been distributed. As soon as Whitebeard finished speaking, the voice of the system rang in his mind. Hearing the sound from the system, Noel's body took a sigh of relief, and he was relieved. He was finally complete. The second gift package in his life finally arrived. Fortunately, Whitebeard made this request. If he did it himself, the hope of completing the task is really low. With his current strength, he really wasn't Whitebeard's opponent. Chapter 41 Open the gift package, hit it. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. In the palace, the atmosphere was very lively, with laughter and the sound of wine glasses colliding constantly. Seeing the scene before him, Neptune couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. This was the best result. Noel, what kind of fruit are you eating? Marco took the wine glass and looked at Noel suspiciously. As soon as the voice fell, Joes and others also looked at him, and he was also very curious about this. Yes, in the previous marine news, I thought you were the fruit of gravity, Sachi also said. Among the crowd, a middle-aged man with a rough appearance, thick hair and a burly figure. Hearing what Sachi said, his eyes flashed, and he stared at Noel closely. Whitebeard, who was holding the wine glass by the side, did not speak, but he was also a little confused. Even though he was so knowledgeable, he had never seen such a pervert fruit, able to use so many abilities. Who said I was a fruitful man? Noel shook the glass in his hand, and then asked back. The sound fell. The entire palace was silent. Everyone was stunned, their eyes widened. Not a fruit-capable person. Marco frowned and looked at Noel suspiciously. Marine has always been self-righteous. I never said that I am a fruitful person. Looking at the expressions of Marco and others, Noel couldn't help but smile, and then shook his head gently. Seeing Noel's expression didn't seem to be a joke, everyone looked at each other and felt surprised. This sea is not limited to those with fruit power. Seeing the puzzled expressions of Marco and others, Noel didn't explain. Advertisement. Noel didn't want to say. Marco and others didn't ask much. This is Noel's secret. If you ask more, it will be boring. Now, Noel's mind is not here at all. Now I am thinking about the package of system rewards. He is now very much looking forward to what the gift package can reveal. ... After the banquet broke up, Noel immediately returned to the room. Name: Portgas D. Noel. Abilities: Seeing and Hearing Color, Intermediate, Armed Color, Intermediate, Conquerors, Intermediate, Force Field Ability, Proficiency 53%, Moonwalk, Shaving, Swordsmanship Grandmaster, Advanced Kido, Reiatsu. Gift Package: 1. Crew. Genos. Lottery Points: 280,000. Looking at the information on the virtual screen, as well as his own lottery points, Noel couldn't help but draw the corners of his mouth. 10 million lottery points, and 280,000 are left in an instant. However, seeing the number on the gift bag, Noel was finally comforted. System: Open the mission package. After communicating with the system, Noel's body also tightened. Advertisement. Ding! Congratulations to host for getting 8 inner gates. The voice of the system resounded in his mind, but Noel was stunned. The next moment, there was excitement on his face. 8 inner gates, I didn't expect to get this physique. Noel stood up excitedly. Noel is very familiar with 8 inner gates. Hokage in the previous life, King Guy finally opened the 8th gate and almost kicked out of the finale. Open the door, rest the door, the life door, the wounded door, the do door, the king door, the shocked door, the dead door. When the 8th gate is fully open, it is also called the 8 inner gates formation. At this time, it will draw out dozens of times more power. 8 inner gates is simply the pinnacle of physical skills and a physical technique that breaks the limits of the human body. In an instant, a huge memory came into my mind, and the pain and dizziness were all over the brain and the whole body in an instant. I don't know how long it took. Noel opened his eyes, but his face was not as excited as before. What's so special? I think too much. The reward was indeed 8 inner gates, but it was a little different from what he imagined. It is the practice method of 8 inner gates, not just let him know 8 gate. The way of cultivation is the way of cultivation, it's better than nothing. Noel shook his head with a wry smile. He thought about everything. I thought that there was more than regeneration, and with 8 gate, I could not be afraid of damage to my body, and then I could punch Whitebeard and kick Kaido. Advertisement. Thinking of the 8 inner gates message from the system, Noel felt helpless. Because the training method is too difficult, the former 6th gate is not big, but the last 2, if you want to practice successfully, I really don't know how long it will take. When Noel was thinking of 8 inner gates, another room. Dad, maybe, Marine is right, Noel may really be the 5 emperors. Marco looked at Whitebeard with a serious face. Today's battle, although he did not use all his strength. However, he can also see it, and Noel is also the same. Strength, potential, Noel showed horror. Currently, New World has 4 emperors, but once another one emerges, the balance will be broken. Marco can think of what will happen. When the time comes, the whole New World will be messed up. Goo la la la. Marco, it's not that simple to become the 5 emperors. Whitebeard smiled and shook his head. Moreover, even if Noel's kid becomes the 5 emperors, it has nothing to do with us. Haki's voice came out slowly. Looking at Whitebeard who had leaked from Haki, Marco was taken aback, then smiled. Yes, it really has nothing to do with them. Dad is the strongest in the world. The Whitebeard Pirates is not afraid of anyone. He thinks too much. However, one thing is certain now that once Noel steps into the New World, it is estimated that it will become lively. With Noel's strength, after entering the New World meeting, it is estimated that he will not be at peace. The pirates of New World, and even the other 4 emperors, would not just look at it like this. Asterisk. Chapter 42 Change, Big Mom Pirates. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The sound of fighting and screams resounded throughout the sea, and the entire sea was shining with fire. Noel looked at everything in front of him faintly. It has been more than a month since the Fishman Island incident. They have already left the Fishman Island and are currently in New World. As they stepped into New World, pirates kept coming to the door. The pirate group in front of them was also a famous big pirate in New World. In this month, 2 things happened in the sea. However, Ace challenged Whitebeard in half a month. The final result is the same as the original. Just started to be blocked by Jinbei, and finally lost in the hands of Whitebeard. One more thing is that the guy Kaido died and went to single-handedly challenge naval headquarters. Although finally defeated by Sengoku, Garp and others. However, in the end he was rescued by his subordinates, and when the news broke, Marine was beaten in the face again. For Kaido, Marine has no alternative. The guy Kaido is a monster at all. It is not difficult for Marine to defeat him, but there is no way to kill him. Shoo. Enel and others landed on the deck, and all of them were embarrassed. In this month, the number of pirates who died in their hands was unknown. Advertisement. Fighting together is easiest for people to grow up, and in just 1 month, the strength of a few people has greatly improved. Among them, Luo has made the most progress, and Observation Haki has become the master. It's getting stronger, Luo said with blood all over his body, breathing heavily at this time. That's interesting. Enel nodded and looked at the sinking ship coldly. The pirate group they encountered is getting stronger and stronger, and the guy just now has a bounty of 680 million. Such a pirate, even if it is a big pirate in New World, is very terrifying. Huh. Maldo Gil wiped the blood from his hands, suddenly narrowed his eyes, and looked into the distance in surprise. Hearing Mardo Gil's exclamation, Enel and others followed his gaze. It seems that someone wants to die again. Looking at the ship in the distance, Enel smiled slyly at the corner of his mouth. Unexpectedly, just solved a pirate group, and now another one popped up. These guys are really looking for death. The reputation of Noel pirates is getting bigger and bigger in New World, but more and more people are looking for it. This flag. Noel narrowed his eyes as he looked at the approaching ship. Captain, it seems to be 4 Emperors BIGMOM. Looking at the pirate flag floating on the opposite side, Luo couldn't help but froze for a moment, and then said silently. Noel nodded. Yes, this banner is indeed the pirate group of 4 Emperors BIGMOM. 4 Emperors. Enel stared closely at the ship that was less than 50 meters long. Now he is no longer a cute new man who just came down from Sky Island. Advertisement. After such a long time, especially after stepping into the New World, he knows how terrifying and powerful the 4 Emperors are. 4 Emperors occupies the New World, really like emperors. Most of the territory of New World was divided by the 4 Emperors. Among them, the largest territory was Whitebeard, and then Kaido and Auntie. As for the red hair, he doesn't care much about the territories. It is considered to be the 4 Emperors of the most Buddhist style. It looks like it's coming for us. Maldo Gil looked at the ship on the opposite side playfully. Obviously, it can be seen that the person on the other side is directed at them, and the target is them. The 2 boats were about 10 meters apart, and Noel smiled and looked at the 2 opposite leaders. Charlotte Cracker, one of the 4 Desert Stars, Biscuit Minister, Charlotte Irving, Brown Minister. The 2 headed by them are surprisingly the 2 sons of BIGMOM. It's still a 4-star, because Charlotte Snug has not been expelled. There is a 4-star, and the other is a capable man. At this time, Cracker and Owen also stared at Noel and others closely. On my mother's order, I invite the Noel pirate group of nations to gather together. Owen ignored Enel and others, and then his eyes fell on Noel. The flat voice echoed in the sea, breaking the silent atmosphere. That's right, their goal this time is Noel. This mission, also because of the ant, invited Noel and others to all countries. Hearing Owen's words, Luo and others were all taken aback, looking at him in surprise. Advertisement. Inviting them to all nations. What does BIGMOM want to do? Soliciting them. It's really an honor. Noel was also taken aback, then smiled and looked at Owen. But, sorry, there is no time. You don't need to be circumspect, just tell me what BIGMOM wants to do. Seeing Owen wanted to speak, Noel waved his hand, then continued. Noel's voice fell, Cracker's brow furrowed, and Owen stared at him closely. Bah, don't be too arrogant, kid. Cracker looked at Noel coldly. Yes, the one who invited you to the world, that's the mother who looks up to you. Noel's attitude made the people of the BIGMOM pirates feel angry. It's okay to just talk about finding the difference, it's so nonsense. Enel moved his shin, the thunder light on his body flickered, and his face looked at Cracker excitedly. Noel, are you sure you want to fight against the BIGMOM pirates? After Enel was turned away, Cracker suppressed the killing intent in his heart and looked at Noel coldly. If it was someone else, he would just do it. However, Noel and others are very strong, which makes him a little afraid, but they are not afraid. No matter how strong it is, it can't be the opponent of 4 emperors. This time, I mainly wanted to recruit Noel and others to join. BIGMOM also attached great importance to this matter, so I sent them two over. Asterisk. Chapter 43 Conflict, Clash. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. On an island, the atmosphere froze together, and everyone from the BIGMOM pirate group stared at Noel and others. As long as Cracker gave an order, they would immediately do it. As the subordinates of 4 emperors, they were not afraid of Noel and others. There are as many pirates as stars in New World, and there are so many powerful pirates. The 4 emperors can stand at the apex, because of the problem of strength, they naturally have their proud capital. Brew. Looking at the trembling phone bug, Cracker skimmed Noel coldly, and then took a deep breath. Cracker, did you find that kid Noel? A vague voice came from the phone worm. Upon hearing this voice, the bodies of the BIGMOM pirates trembled. For BIGMOM, most people are more afraid, even Cracker is no exception. Only they know how terrifying BIGMOM is and how cruel the character is. One who does not pay attention will lose his life. Mom, I saw it, but Noel refused. Cracker swallowed, then said in a deep voice. The voice fell, and the phone worm fell silent. Cracker and Owen looked at each other, their faces were solemn, and they were very worried. Bah, do you refuse, a lifeless kid? BIGMOM's gloomy, cold voice came out slowly. About 10 meters apart, the atmosphere was ultimately clean. Except for the sound of sea water, there was only the sound of phone worms. Advertisement. Noel and others can also hear what BIGMOM said. Where is that kid? Hearing BIGMOM's question, Cracker skimmed Noel, then said in a deep voice, it's right in front of us. Trash. Let him talk. What? Just say it. BIGMOM, I can hear you clearly. Noel could not help but smile when he watched Cracker cast his eyes. Boy, give you a chance, join us. Hearing the words of BIGMOM, Noel showed playfulness on his face, and then spoke clearly. No need, all you want to talk about is this nonsense. Noel had just finished speaking, and the bodies of Cracker and others trembled. Cracker, Owen, kill this kid for me, otherwise, you don't have to come back. Before he finished speaking, BIGMOM said in a cold voice. When the phone worm hung up, Enel moved his shin and looked at the 2 crackers with a smile. It's really long-winded, you can just shoot it directly. Hands. Cracker and Owen glanced at each other, both eyes flashing cold. Even if there is no order from BIGMOM, they want to kill Noel and others, which is too arrogant. Boom. The battle unfolded, and the sound of bombing resounded in the sea in an instant. Advertisement. Luo, Bibo, and Genos deal with the other members one by one, after all, compared to the 2 of Enel. Genos has the ability to play a greater role in group battles. Enel is against Irving, and Maldogil is against Cracker. Noel slumped on the ground, looking at everything in front of him indifferently. Heat slash. Seeing Enel appearing on the left, Owen blinked. The heat of horror came out of his hands, and the big knife in his hand instantly turned red, and then it fell directly. Clang. Clang. Sparks and lightning flew everywhere, and the ground where both of them were standing shook, and smoke rose. The land behind Owen exploded, gravel splashed, and behind Enel there was a trace of scorched black. Thunder fruit. Owen's expression became serious as he watched the thunder gun blocking his sword. Hot the fruit. Enel sneered when he felt the big knife and the heat wave on Owen's body. The two looked at each other and then banged together again. Roll pretzel. Cracker roared, and the big sword in his hand spun suddenly. Looking at the spinning and stabbing the sword, Maldo Gil couldn't help but smile, and instead of avoiding it, he greeted him. In an instant, Maldo Gil flew out with his right hand like lightning. How could it be? Cracker had a physical meal and looked at Maldo Gil incredible ly. Because Maldo Gil actually caught his sword. Advertisement. How could it be possible that he actually grabbed his long sword with his hand, and it was still intact? Seeing Cracker's shocked expression, Maldo Gil chuckled softly. The next moment, thorns suddenly shot out from the ground. Cracker was instantly surrounded by thorns. Boom, boom. The ground shook, smoke rose, and a figure was directly blown out. When both feet landed, Cracker rolled his body and cracked, and then his eyes fell on Dumardo Gil's body not far away. This guy. Cracker's face became hidden as he watched the thorns swinging on the ground. Very strong, holding one's own long sword with one hand, and, just now, the thorns have a very strong attack power, and the speed is also very fast. Maldo Gil knew that there are always demons. I thought that the strongest was Noel, and then I went to Enel, but I didn't expect that there was such a guy hidden. Huh. Seeing Cracker's body healed the cracks, Maldo Gil couldn't help but blink. Fruits are capable. It seems that your body is still hiding behind this. Maldo Gil looked at Cracker with a smile, with an evil smile on his face. I found out in an instant. This guy. Cracker couldn't help but narrow his eyes when he heard Maldo Gildu's words. That's right. He took advantage of the fruit's ability to cover a layer of biscuit on the outside, but, unexpectedly, Maldo Gil discovered it when they played against each other in an instant. Asterisk. Chapter 44 Fierce Battle, Collision. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Although he was a little surprised by the strength of Maldo Gil, Cracker sneered. He was one of the 4 stars. Slap, slap, snapped. Patting the palm of his hand, in the surprised eyes of Maldo Gil, soldiers made of biscuits appeared one by one. Kill him. Cracker yelled. He didn't forget, there was another Noel beside him who didn't make a move. Moreover, he also saw the situation on the court, and Irving was entangled by Enel. The two played incomprehensibly difficult to distinguish, and for a while, it will be estimated that there will be no victory or defeat. Genos was opening the killing ring, and the trash couldn't stop the mechanical weirdo at all. In this short period of time, 1/3 of the people have fallen. Numerous thorns rose to the sky, and then shot towards the biscuit soldier. Chang chang, chang chang. The biscuit soldiers waved their big swords in their hands and shot them, and the surrounding thorns were cut off one after another. Defense. Maldo Gil looked at everything in the field indifferently. He can see it thoroughly. Cracker's ability. It can create and manipulate cookies infinitely, and its defense is amazing. Ordinary thorns can't break through the defense of those biscuit soldiers. The thorns shot on the body, only a crack appeared, but it healed in an instant, and then it was cut off. Giant vine. Seeing the biscuit soldiers rushing over, Maldo Gil chuckled softly and waved his left hand lightly. Boom, boom. Advertisement. The ground was lifted up, and huge vines rose from the ground. The giant vines that rose from the ground slapped on the biscuit soldiers, some of them entangled directly. Click, click. In Cracker's shocked gaze, his indestructible soldiers were directly taken away, and some were directly crushed by the giant vines. How can it be? Seeing the Cracker soldier constantly being broken, Cracker's eyes widened involuntarily. The hardness of these biscuit soldiers is terrible, but now they are shattered like this. Damn. Cracker gritted his teeth, patting his palms constantly. Biscuit soldiers stood in front of them again. Seeing this scene, Noel shook his head lightly. Needless to say, Maldo Gil was not even strong enough, even if Enel was not his opponent. Especially the white light blade, the attack power is simply bursting. Compared to Maldo Gil and Cracker both fighting, Enel and Owen both fought more fiercely. One thunder fruit, one hot fruit, Wherever they went, the ground was exploded. It's still too tender. Noel couldn't help but shook his head slightly as he watched the two confronting each other in the field. Compared with Sky Island, Enel's strength has become much stronger, but there is still a lot of room for growth. Thunder Fruit is very capable, but Enel now has a big shortcoming. Physical fitness, even though I have been exercising recently, has not improved much in such a short period of time. Razor. Enel landed on both feet and waved his hands. Advertisement. Strands of thunder arcs shot out from both hands, and then formed a series of thunder snakes. Damn, Owen couldn't help cursing as he watched the razor circling around and biting him. Logia-capable people are too troublesome. Although fighting with Enel, Irving also noticed the situation on the court. It's not good. Genos is about to deal with other people, once he vacates his hand, when the time comes. Marine reported that Noel and others had repelled Akainu and Kizaru. Irving still didn't believe it very much, thinking that the news exaggerated the strength of Noel and others. Step on. Owen took a deep breath and stepped on the ground with his left foot, turning his whole body into an afterimage. Hot air fist. The temperature on the entire court rose suddenly, fists kept blasting, waves of horror blasted towards Enel. The scorching fist and wind collided with the thunder snake, and the thunder snake exploded directly, turning into wisps of thunder arcs. It's very strong, big brother, as expected by the four emperors. Enel looked at Owen excitedly. It is indeed the four emperors' pirate group, the strength of any cadre is so terrifying. Enel was wrong, Owen was strong, even among the BIGMOM pirates, he was considered a top presence. There are really not many stronger than him, and he can count clearly with both hands. Owen looked at Enel coldly, and after a short confrontation, he knew the strength of this guy in front of him, very tricky and very strong. However, what he is worried about now is Noel not far away, the strongest one has not shot yet. Advertisement. Cracker was blocked. It's not good. The situation on the court is very unfavorable for them. If this continues, it will be them who will lose. Looking at Cracker in the distance with Maldo Gil, Owen's eyes flashed. He and Cracker alone are not rivals for Noel and others at all. Now, leaving here is the best choice. Big guy, do you want to escape? Enel smiled coldly at Owen's expression, then walked out step by step. The thunder light on his body was masterful, and the crackling sound came out slowly. Thor. With a loud shout, in Owen's shocked and solemn gaze, Enel's body was covered by lightning. It grew bigger, and the lightning covered his whole body, and Enel turned into a giant. Step on. When he stepped on the ground with one foot, the ground sank. Enel laughed, his whole body leapt high, a spear appeared in his hand, and he slashed directly at Owen. Looking at the thunder and lightning spear that fell, Owen's eyes also shrank, and he didn't dare to be careless. With his hands outstretched, the temperature around him rose. Countless fists were shadowed, and there was an ear-splitting roar in the air. Boom! Boom! Extreme hot punch. Countless boxing shadows collided with spears, and the entire space was shocked. Asterisk. Chapter 45 Threats, Anger. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Boom! 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 With continuous explosions, looking at the smoke, Enel sneered at the corner of his mouth, and the spear in his hand kept tapping. Blood spurted out, Owen's body trembled, and then his whole body was blown out directly. Get up quickly from the ground. Seeing Cracker, who was also in trouble, Owen's fists were clenched together. Where are you looking? With a flash of lightning, Enel appeared in front of Owen, and the lightning spear in his hand blasted past. A figure was directly blown out, and a blood hole appeared in Owen's shoulder. Damn! Irving ignored his injury and looked at Enel coldly. Boom! Boom! At this moment, a roar suddenly came from a distance. How is it possible? To follow the voice, Owen widened his eyes and looked at Cracker lying on the ground in the distance. Incredible. Shoo! At this moment of distraction, a dark shadow flashed by, and Janos appeared beside Owen, his fist blasted out with a strong wind. Hey, mechanic, what are you doing? Enel looked at Genos dissatisfied with Owen who was bombed out. Even without this guy, he can solve Irving by himself. Captain, I don't want to wait so long. Janos shook off Owen who had climbed up in the distance, and then spoke softly. As he said, Janos spouted two flames from his feet and swept towards Owen. Advertisement. Looking at Janos's back, Enel gritted his teeth, and then quickly followed. After half an hour, he looked at the two people lying in front of him. Noel played with the phone worm in his hand and looked at the crackers jokingly. Both of them were covered in blood, not dead, but they were also seriously injured. Noel, Mom won't let you go. Cracker opened his eyes hard and looked at Noel grimly. Noel was taken aback, and then looked at him playfully. You better look forward to it. You and Owen have some value in Bigmom's hearts. Hearing Noel's words and looking at the phone bug in his hand, Cracker's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Regarding Cracker, Owen is not interested in them. The reason why I kept it was to squeeze the value of the two of them. You said, a 4-star, an important minister, how much ransom should be. Noel smiled and looked at the two. As soon as the voice fell, Owen's body trembled and he wanted to stand up. But the body was bound by thorns and the weirdness, and couldn't move at all. Now, Cracker understands why Noel said that. Also understand why he and Owen weren't killed. It's not afraid of offending Mother at all. Instead, he wanted to pass them to and threaten his mother to ask Bailey. Anger, shame, crazy. He felt that Noel was a lunatic. Ha ha ha. Cracker, did you kill that kid? Advertisement. As soon as the phone worm was connected, the voice of Bigmom came out. Hearing this familiar voice, Cracker and Owen both trembled. On the other side, IWC, Katakuri frowned. When Bigmom asked Cracker to take action against Noel and others, he stopped it. However, Bigmom did not listen to him at all. Cracker and Owen are both good. But, Noel and others were able to retreat from the hands of Akainu and Kizaru. Moreover, Noel defeated Marco alone. With Cracker alone, Owen and Noel could not be the opponents of Noel and others. Katakuri took a deep breath, and now only hopes that her bad premonition is wrong. 5 billion Baileys, buying Cracker, Owens lives. Playful laughter came from the phone worm. After speaking, the phone worm was directly hung up. The sound fell, everyone's eyes widened, and Katakuri's brows were also frowned. This phone worm belongs to Cracker, but Noel's voice is heard. No one is a fool at the scene, and there is no need to say how it turned out. It makes them feel incredible. What did they hear just now? Seeing Bigmom, whose body was trembling constantly and with red light in his eyes, the cadres present glanced at each other, and they all swallowed together. Advertisement. Lost, Cracker, and Owen both lost, and they became hostages. Trash. Too trash. Bigmom clenched his fists together, and the killing intent on his body broke out completely. A terrifying killing intent enveloped the entire room. For an instant, everyone felt that the temperature became lower. Looking at the hideous Bigmom, everyone bowed their heads. Bigmom is the most dangerous at this time. No one dared to touch her brows, otherwise it would really be fatal. Mom, it's mainly Cracker right now, as well as Owen. Charlotte Smokey took a deep breath, then spoke slowly. She didn't expect Cracker and Owen to be captured alive. Moreover, Noel was so courageous that he threatened his mother for 5 billion Baileys. My old lady is going to kill that little demon Noel. Bigmom slowly raised his head, and the roar resounded throughout the world. Looking at Bigmom, who was completely in madness, everyone in the room was shaking. At this time, Bigmom has completely lost its sanity. Charlotte Smokey's brow furrowed, then his eyes fell on Katakuri. Others also looked towards Katakuri. Save Cracker first, and Owen. Katakuri skimmed Bigmom, then spoke softly. The voice was very flat, but everyone knew that Katakuri was angry. Asterisk. Chapter 46 involved much attention. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The next day, the news of the conflict between Noel and others and the Bigmom pirate group spread all over the sea in an instant. It can't be covered at all. Since Noel and others stepped into the new world, too many people stared at them. No one thought that Noel would be so courageous. There was a conflict with Whitebeard before, but at least there was no war in the end. Now, not long after, he actually faced another 4 emperors again. The most important thing is that this time the nature is different. Except for Cracker and Irving, everyone else was killed. Noel was completely equivalent to hitting Bigmom in the face. Moreover, I don't know who was telling the story of Cracker and Irving. When they heard Noel extorting and threatening Bigmom, everyone felt incredible. On a certain island, Marco smiled bitterly at the newspaper in his hand. It really doesn't stop. 5 billion Baileys. Noel really dare to speak. Joes also smiled and shook his head. He also saw today's news, and was surprised by the behavior of Noel and others. However, with Bigmom's temperament, I shouldn't give up like this. Beasta nodded, then spoke. It looks like a big battle is coming. Hearing the words of several captains, everyone else on the ship nodded. Marco, are you familiar with Noel? Alongside, a young man suddenly raised his head while sitting on the deck with a wine glass in his hand. Advertisement. It's hard to talk about familiarity, just met once. Noel and others are very strong. Marco smiled and shook his head, and then continued, by the way, Ace, he is just like you, both supernovae. Yes, the speaker is Ace. The challenge to Whitebeard failed. After so long, he also joined the Whitebeard Pirates. Ace nodded, staring closely at the newspaper in front of him. In other words, it is the photos of Noel in the newspaper. He hasn't told anyone else, he has nothing to do with Noel. Moreover, since stepping into New World, he has been paying attention to Noel's whereabouts, but he didn't expect his brother to make such a big noise. How long is this? Actually offended Bigmom, but this is also Noel's character, he has nothing to fear. I just don't know if Bigmom will be dispatched in person. Sachi put down the newspaper in his hand, then smiled and shook his head. The whole journey, Whitebeard did not speak, but quietly listened to Marco and others. However, Noel also appeared in his mind. This time, it is an opportunity. Bigmom will not let it go. The two will definitely conflict with each other. If Noel's little devil survives, then it is very possible to reach the top of the 5 emperors. If it fails, it is death, and Whitebeard is also very curious about this storm. Advertisement. What will be the result? Not only Whitebeard, but the entire sea, all major forces are staring at New World at this time. Everyone is staring at Noel, and the movement of the Bigmom pirates. Whether Noel stepped on Bigmom or the supernova fell. At this time, Naval Headquarters, Sengoku frowned. No matter what the result is, it is of great benefit to us Marine. He flashed a gleam of eyes, and then said in a deep voice. As soon as the voice fell, everyone present nodded. Indeed, conflicts broke out between the two, and war would begin at that time. However, there must be a loser in the end. If Noel and others were defeated, the result would be needless to say. One is the strongest supernova ever, and there is another 4 emperors, both of which are pirates. Marine can sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. Sengoku nodded, but he also had his own thoughts. Compared to the Bigmom pirates, he hoped that Noel would fall in this storm. The growth is too fast, the threat is too great, and once a king appears in New World, the pattern will be broken. However, you want stepping Bigmom summit, it may not be so easy. For the 4 emperors, even if the Marine is also not the effect, Sengoku do not think Noel can survive. Revolutionary Army, Marine, World Government, 4 emperors, Shichibukai. All forces, this moment eyes fell New World. Advertisement. We are waiting for the outbreak of this crisis. Dash 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 dash. By this time on the island, Noel, who also saw the newspaper. 5 Emperor what? Aneltian Etienne lips, his face showing excitement was intended. Although Genos C, who did not speak, but my heart are also some ripples. 5 Huang Ah, who is not excited, Noel not calm mind at this time, he really did not expect so much. I simply wanted to blackmail Bigmom, but I didn't expect that so many things would happen, and it would involve the 5 emperors. Noel couldn't help but smile after leaving behind the 2 crackers who were tied up and covered in blood. These 2 guys are really miserable, because there is no sea stone. Enel releases thunder and lightning at every turn. The 2 of them have always been in a state of paralysis, which is terrible. However, The most important thing now is to deal with BIGMOM. It seems that it's time to draw a lottery. Noel let out a deep breath. Although I don't know if BIGMOM will be dispatched in person, Noel dare not care. If BIGMOM is not dispatched, they are naturally not afraid of their strength. However, if BIGMOM himself took the shot, it would be difficult to resist with a few of them now, and it is impossible to be an opponent. The personnel are still too short. I hope that something good can be exploded this time, and it is best to explode the summoning card. Noel stood up slowly, with a smile on the corner of his mouth. In the past 2 months, I met a lot of big pirates and exchanged a lot of lottery points. Asterisk. Chapter 47 Meet, it's about to happen. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. In the dark night, Wooming Island is in the forest. Noel's eyes widened at this time, and he looked at the virtual panel in front of him incredibly. In order to cope with the BIGMOM pirates, he just conducted 7 intermediate draws. 7 times in the lottery draw, there was a mess of things, but it was all the time for the 5th time. He actually drew the character summoning card, and this person, Noel is still very familiar with. System. Use characters to summon cards. With a flash of white light, a figure appeared in front of Noel. With long light blue hair, white military uniform, and a delicate face, Noel couldn't help but smile when he looked at the familiar and stranger in front of him. Esdeath, welcome. That's right, this person is Esdeath, the Super S Queen from the world of Beheading Sisters. Noel didn't expect that this time he was lucky enough to draw Esdeath. He knows Esdeath very well. The Ice Emperor possesses the demon god appearance and demon essence. Like Aokiji, he can use Ice's abilities and strengths, so powerful. Esdeath slowly opened his eyes and looked at Noel in front of him. The corners of his mouth also curled up. When the two walked out of the forest, they saw Esdeath next to Noel. Luo and others were all taken aback. This woman. Maldo Gil looked at Esdeath with a solemn expression. Advertisement. Very strong. This woman, and he actually smelled blood from Esdeath. Captain, this is. Luo looked at Esdeath suspiciously, frowning together. He didn't expect that the captain suddenly brought out a woman from the forest. Moreover, this woman made him feel unusual. Don't know if it was an illusion, he felt a strong threat from Esdeath. Esdeath, our partner. Noel chuckled softly, without explaining why Esdeath appeared here. This woman. Enel's eyes were also slightly narrowed, and his face looked at Esdeath solemnly. The captain did not know where he found a strong man. Even if Esdeath didn't make a shot, Enel knew that the woman in front of him was not easy. The breath and the look in the eyes can't deceive people. He saw excitement in Esdeath's eyes. That's right, when the woman saw them, Enel obviously saw the change in Esdeath's expression, as if a tiger was catching prey. Esdeath is also looking at Enel and others. Just on the way, Noel has probably talked to her about Enel and others, and also briefly talked about the world. Demon fruit power. 4 emperors, this kind of everything makes Ace Day feel excited. The strong, she now wants to know how strong the strong in this world is. ... 3 days passed quickly, and Noel couldn't help smiling as he looked at the black spot on the sea in the distance. Advertisement. Luo and the others also stared closely at the ship on the sea horizon, and here came the 4 emperors BIGMOM pirate group. After waiting for 3 days, the people from the BIGMOM pirate group finally arrived. There are 3 ships in total, and with the passage of time, the ship has approached the coast. Noel also saw the few people headed on the boat, and his face was also surprised. Except for BIGMOM, the other 4 stars are all here, and the famous cadres are basically there. It can be said that the BIGMOM pirate group, except that BIGMOM did not dispatch, the rest of the top combat power was dispatched. Let's go, it's time for the tough fight. Noel smiled softly, and left behind the 2 crackers who were tied up, and then walked towards Katakuri and the others. Bah, our time is coming. Enel nodded excitedly, and then quickly followed. Today's battle is very important. If it succeeds, they will board the seat of the 5 emperors. If you fail, you die. Genos and the others looked at each other and laughed in unison. Luo grabbed Cracker, and Owen quickly followed. Cracker. Irving. Katakuri. who had just landed, naturally saw the two crackers who were caught in Luo's hands. Seeing that they were both miserable, Katakuri couldn't help but shrink his eyes, clenching his fists. The people at BIGMOM also saw that the two of Cracker looked embarrassed, and their fists were clenched together. Everyone stared at Noel and others coldly. Today, these guys must be killed to defend the reputation of the BIGMOM pirates. Advertisement. If you want them to be a stepping stone, it depends on whether Noel has this strength. The two sides stopped 10 meters apart. Where is Bailey? Noel smiled and looked at Katakuri. As soon as the voice fell, the faces of the BIGMOM pirates group became gloomy. Looking at Noel's smiling face, a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Even now, he can still be arrogant for a while. Wait, he must be cut off. After a dozen boxes were dropped on the ground, Katakuri said in a cold voice, 5 billion Baileys, hand it over. Looking at the box in front of him, Noel smiled and nodded. That's right, it is indeed 5 billion Baileys, and the system has just checked it. With a move with his right hand, in the surprised eyes of Katakuri and others, the box on the ground disappeared strangely in an instant. Luo, make someone, we still have this credibility. Ignoring the surprised eyes of Katakuri and others, Noel smiled. Cracker, Owen has been struck by lightning in the past few days, and he has lost his combat power at all. Touch, brother Cracker, brother Owen. Looking at the two people who were thrown in front of them, the people from the BIGMOM pirate group hurriedly leaned forward. Brother Katakuri, kill me that kid. Cracker, who had just been unbound, yelled, his eyes turned red, and all the grievances he had suffered in the past few days, and the shame broke out in an instant. Asterisk. Chapter 48 Outbreak. Ka-er's Shock. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. As Cracker's voice fell, the battle broke out. The members of the BIGMOM pirates rushed up directly, the sound of gunshots resounded through the audience instantly, and the bullets flew horizontally. Looking at the bullet coming over, Noel was expressionless, looking at Katakuri indifferently. However, Yano stepped on his left foot behind him, and his figure flickered. Slowly raising his hands, two dark barrels appeared in the palm of his hand. Whoops, whoops. Light groups shot out from the barrel, and the smell of gunpowder spread throughout the audience. As for Enel, Mardo Gil glanced at each other, both feet kicked. A flash of lightning, a black shadow, and the two rushed to the opposite side one by one. With a roar, the ground exploded. As a BIGMOM pirate group, even if it is not a cadre, its combat effectiveness is not comparable to that of ordinary pirates. Seeing the blasting team, everyone dispersed. The light ball fell on the field and exploded in an instant, the ground shook, rubble was splashed, and smoke swept out. Chang Chang. Looking at Smoggy who was blocking his attack, Enel sneered at the corner of his mouth. He didn't underestimate this woman, because he knew that Smokey was one of the 4 stars, and in the BIGMOM pirate group, the strength was also top-notch. Today, we will reach the top of the 5 emperors. The lightning gun in his hand made a crackling sound. Enel smiled coldly, stomped on the ground with one foot, and turned over. Arrogant. Smokey smiled coldly, and the big sword in his hand split like lightning. Advertisement. The big sword and thunder and lightning spear collided together, wiping out a strong Hanabi. Both of them had a meal, glanced at each other, and then banged against each other again. 60 million Voltraren. Cut. And Maldo Gil is directly against Charlotte Perospero, Charlotte Snug. Luo. Be careful, don't die. Noel couldn't help but smile as he watched the battle in the field. Luo nodded. He didn't dare to be careless, after all, his opponent was 4 emperors. Here is an ordinary pirate. If it is placed in the 4 sea areas, it is one of the best large pirates. There is no weak person, but the main cadres are blocked by Enel. Pulling Bibo next to him, Luo directly swept towards the field. During this time, his strength has improved greatly. Today is the time to test the cultivation. Genos entered the wolves, and the large-scale combat was really in line with his abilities. Laser cannons, all kinds of high-tech attacks blasted out of his hands, it was simply a mobile arsenal. This scene, this sound. Seeing the fierce battle in the field, listening to the sound of fighting, shouting, and gunfire coming from around. Esdeath's expression became more and more excited. Seeing Esdeath's expression, Noel's mouth twitched. Super Queen S, and also a fighting freak, with a deep-rooted mindset of the weak. Watching the battle in the field and Esdeath was opening the killing ring, Noel's eyes condensed. Advertisement. Because Katakuri is coming step by step. The momentum of the body soared, and the killing intent swept out. Devil Slash. With a loud shout, in midair, a huge demon wielded a long-handled sword and slashed directly. Charlotte Dafu and several other officials also rushed over directly. Boom, boom. Sparks flew everywhere, and an ice wall suddenly stopped in front of him. At some point, Esdeath had appeared in front of Noel. Ice. Looking at the splattering ice, Charlotte Dafu and several other cadres were taken aback. Ka-Er's body also took a while, his eyes shrank slightly, his eyes fixed on Esdeath's. Bing's ability reminded him of Aokiji for the first time. The next moment, a terrifying killing intent burst out, the surrounding air seemed to have been evacuated, and the temperature dropped suddenly. Conquerors. No, this is pure killing intent. Ka-Er's eyes condensed, and his face looked at Esdeath solemnly. From this woman, he seemed to see a sea of blood. This killing intent was terrifying. How many people did this woman kill? Be careful. Dafu looked at Esdeath solemnly. Understand. The cadres around him nodded, staring at Esdeath, who was walking step by step while holding the long sword. Like Aokiji, it has the ability to use ice. Moreover, just the killing intent on them made them dare not care. Hope, you can please me. Esdeath's pace is getting faster and faster, and the night sword in his hand glows with a cold light under the shining of the sun. There was a cold mist under his feet, and a thin layer of ice appeared on the ground. Advertisement. Shoo. As soon as the figure flashed, Esdeath appeared in front of the Dafu group in an instant. Kill. Dafu's eyes condensed, and the demon behind him flew out. Several other cadres also launched attacks one after another, and together with Dafu, there were 4 people in total. The figures of several people flickered in the field, like ghosts, and the ground was constantly cracking, avoiding the big sword swung by the demon. Esdeath's figure flashed, and the long sword in his hand slashed directly at Charlotte Mondor. Chang chang. Sparks flew everywhere. Charlotte Mondor's face changed, and a terrifying force came from her hands. Looking up, I saw Esdeath with a look of excitement. Seeing Charlotte Mondor's expression, Esdeath couldn't help but smile, and slowly stretched out his left hand. Countless ice arrows shot from Esdeath's. Die to me. The demon suddenly emerged from behind Charlotte Mondor, waving the big knife in his hand. A blue sword aura burst out, and countless ice arrows were cut down. Step on. It's a pity, Bigmom didn't come today. Noel smiled and looked at Ka-Er with a solemn face. Hearing Noel's voice, Ka-Er also slowly turned his head, staring at Noel firmly. He was shocked by the strength of the Noel pirate group. Several people actually blocked all the cadres. It seems that everyone including Marine is underestimating you, Ka-Er said coldly. Asterisk. Chapter 49. It's not good, it's a disadvantage. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Yes, in his opinion, everyone underestimated the Noel pirates. It is completely inconsistent with the reality of intelligence, and Maldogil and others are actually so strong. Also, there is actually another woman who can use ice abilities. Hearing Ka-Er's words, Noel just smiled, but the next moment, when he stepped on the ground with one foot, he burst out like a cheetah. Boom, boom. The fists collided, the ground on which the two were standing split apart, Noel's body jumped, and then he drew the long sword from his waist. Looking at the volley Noel, Ka-Er narrowed his eyes, hands on hips, armament Haki covered his arms. With his arms swung, countless shadows of fists blasted out, and the entire space seemed to explode. Noel kept dodge in the air, and the long sword in his hand fell down. Boom, boom. The rubble was splashing and the entire island was shaking. The two looked at each other and then collided again. Gravity, 20 times. Seeing the fist that stretched over, Noel's eyes narrowed, and then he let out a cold snort. It was like a cannonball, and the glutinous syrup fist that was shot over, then smashed to the ground. Gravity. Ka-Er stared at Noel tightly, his tricky ability. Noel also smiled and looked at Ka-Er. Glutinous fruit, Paramesh's awakening was really terrible. Not Logia, but it is similar to Logia, even more terrifying than Logia. Advertisement. And, most importantly, the observation haki of Ka-er. This is the trickiest thing. We have reached the state where we can see the future. Not only see, but also sound can be heard. Katakuri can watch the development of the next period of time in a moment. With the ability of glutinous fruit, it can divide the body in advance to avoid attacks including armed colors. Noel's eyes narrowed as he watched the trident glowing with cold light. Boom, boom. In an instant, a terrible gravitational force pressed on her body, and Ka-er's body bent and looked at Noel, who burst out. Seeing, hearing and coloring to ultimate, he saw the picture of the future. Hado no 4 white thunders. Sparks flew everywhere. Looking at Ka-er, who was blocking his attack, Noel tapped his finger lightly. A thunderbolt shot out from his fingers, and Ka-er's head lightly touched. It's really scary, this observation haki. Seeing Ka-er dodging the attack, Noel couldn't help but smile. Foreseeing his attack, it was really troublesome. Ka-er looked at Noel expressionlessly, and he was also very surprised. Gravity, thunder and lightning, what kind of fruit ability is this guy in the end? He had never seen such a weird ability, and, just now, Noel was able to float in the air. The two looked at each other and then collided again. The Vientiane Sky Seal. Before landing, Noel reached out with one hand. Advertisement. A horror came from the suction, and Ka-er's brows couldn't help but frown, and his body rose into the sky. Wushwang donuts. Boom, boom. The ground exploded and the two separated. Ka-er skimmed the marks on his clothes, and his eyes fell on Noel. Suction. This guy's ability is really weird, it's impossible to guard against. If he hadn't been prepared just now, he would have been recruited. The suction is very scary. Today, BIGMOM didn't come in person, it was just a wrong decision. Noel patted the dust on his clothes, and the next moment, he shot out again. Nuo Tuan chanted. Ka-er didn't speak, and several donuts appeared in front of him. Among the donuts, fists suddenly stretched out and blasted directly at Noel. Hado number 63 Fiery Lightning Howl. Boom, boom. The bright blue light illuminates the audience, watching the shattered glutinous rice fist and the thunder that blasted over. The blue electric light swept across the audience like a laser, and the soil was lifted up. This huge movement alarmed other people who were fighting. This is. Smokey breathed heavily, just steadied his body, raised his head, and looked into the distance in shock. How could it be? Cracker, who was sitting on the ground, stared at Noel incredulously. He hasn't recovered yet, and he has no ability to do anything at all. Advertisement. However, he was watching the audience, so he was very clear. Falling into the wind, the BIGMOM pirates actually fell into the wind. Damn, go on like this. Irving frowned. If he couldn't stand up, he would like to join in. The smoke gradually dissipated, and a deep chasm appeared on the bottom, with traces of scorched black. Looking at the blood dripping from his hand, Ka-er's brows couldn't help but frown, and he looked at Noel in surprise. What kind of ability was that just now? In an instant, he was tied up by the roots and chains, and the light. Moreover, observation haki, he did not foresee such a situation. What is going on? Even so, the long sword in Noel's hand just brushed his arm. Sure enough, it's still not that simple. Seeing the blood dripping from Ka-er's arm, Noel couldn't help but smile. I just used Hado, Bakudo, and used all the abilities, but Ka-er was slightly injured. Noel showed his strength and ability, which made him feel shocked. The most important thing is that he has also seen the situation on the court, and they are completely at a disadvantage. In this short period of time, Genos killed many people. Moreover, several people with Dafu were also injured. Damn, you can't go on like this. Cracker looked at everything in the court in horror. All this was beyond his expectation. He didn't expect that the strength of Noel and others was so terrible, and Carl couldn't help Noel. Asterisk. Chapter 50 Shocking. Boiling, 5 Emperors. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. 4 days later, this eye-catching battle finally came to an end. When everyone heard the results, they all felt incredible. Noel Pirates. 1. New World. a big pirate offering a reward of 600 million, looked at the newspaper in his hand in shock. The hands holding the newspaper were shaking slightly. This scene is constantly repeating itself, and all the major forces in the entire sea feel incredible. On the mobile, the entire ship was very quiet, and no one was talking. Guru. Just kidding. Katakuri and they actually lost. In the end, it was Sachi who broke the silence. As Saki's voice fell, the deck became noisy. Marco took a deep breath, then his gaze fell on Whitebeard, knowing that the pattern of the sea had been completely broken. At this time, even he felt shocked and unbelievable. Whitebeard did not speak, but looked closely at the newspaper in front of him. Noel, they won. Yes, the newspaper reported that the Bigmom pirates lost. The nameless island was directly sunk, but, in the end, Noel and others won. This kid really did a lot. Whitebeard shook his head gently. He didn't expect that Noel they won. Advertisement. Hearing Whitebeard's words, Marco also nodded, similarly, as a Four Emperors force. He is very clear about the strength of the Bigmom pirate group, Katakuri and others. On an island, the red hair took a deep breath and his eyes were very deep. It seemed that he had to meet Noel. The pattern of New World has been broken, and there is another emperor. Ben Beckman looked at the red hair solemnly. The red hair nodded. Yes, starting today, New World has an extra emperor. The old woman actually lost, this time she was really embarrassed. On the other side, Kaido smashed the hip flask in his hand and laughed to the sky. Dressrosa. Doflamingo held the newspaper in his hand tightly. 5 emperors, what a 5 emperors. Doflamingo kicked the table in front of him and his expression became savage. In the room, all cadres were afraid to speak. Do not know how long it took, Doflamingo slowly became calm. He didn't expect that with so many people dispatched, the Bigmom pirate group would actually lose. One of the 4 stars was killed, as well as the deaths and injuries of various ministers. Even Katakuri was seriously injured. Finally, if Bigmom did not arrive in time, it is estimated that the group would really be destroyed. However, even if Bigmom finally arrives, there is nothing to do with Noel and the others. In the end, Noel and the others left, and the entire island was sunk. Advertisement. With the addition of a 5 emperor, the pattern of New World is broken, and it has nothing to do with him. However, Luo that guy is in the Noel Pirates, and he is still in conflict with Noel and the others. The Bigmom Pirates are all defeated, and nothing can be done. Noel and the others, if those guys attack him. Thinking of this, the corners of Doflamingo's mouth twitched, and he became more and more irritable. Sabaody Archipelago. Shaki smiled and looked at Rayleigh. I didn't expect it. Rayleigh nodded. Yes, who could have imagined that in a short period of time, Noel and the others would have become the 5 emperors and reached the top. It's a monster, growing too fast. The happiest thing was the Fishman Island. Knowing that Noel had won, Neptune was also relieved and immediately became excited. After all, the Fishman Island is now under the banner of the Noel Pirates, and Noel becomes the 5 emperors, which is also of great benefit to the Fishman Island. Naval Headquarters. Sengoku rubbed his head and took a deep breath, looking at everyone present with a gloomy expression. Damn it, in the beginning, everything should have killed them. Akainu clenched his fist tightly, and then spoke in a cold voice. Now he regrets it a bit. If he knew that it would become like this, he should have kept Noel and others at all costs in Sabaody Archipelago. The others didn't speak, but everyone's faces were shocked, solemn, and jealous. Seriously, Sengoku regrets it now. From the very beginning, he attached great importance to Noel, but he did not expect to look down upon it in the end. Unexpectedly, the Bigmom pirates were defeated. However, the strength of Noel and others is not something Marine can easily handle. Advertisement. Now, the entire New World and the 4 large sea areas are all messed up. Because of Noel's noise, all the pirates were completely boiled, and many people shouted out to sea. They all shouted to join the Noel Pirates. After all, that is the 5 emperors. The corners of Garp's mouth twitched too, and he was not shocked by Noel, the 5 emperors. He didn't expect that kid to grow so fast. The ability to use ice. Aokiji frowned and looked at a seeds in the newspaper in surprise. This time, the Noel pirates suddenly appeared a strong man, and, just like him, was able to use the ability of ice. Several cadres of the BIGMOM pirate group joined forces, but they weren't the opponent of this woman, and they were killed in the end. As Marine's advisor, Crane did not speak, but his heart was also uneasy. Now, the most important thing is to find out the information of Noel and others. Sengoku clenched his fists and looked at the crowd with solemn expression. But, now it's only found that he came out of East Blue, and I don't even know where he came from. The ghost spider hesitated, then shook his head gently. Hearing the ghost spider's words, everyone else smiled wryly, which also puzzled them. Marine has been checking the intelligence of Noel and others. Except that Noel could find out that it came from East Blue, Luo and Bibo were able to find out that Enel and others appeared out of thin air, completely blank. The world government is investigating, and there should be results soon. The Crane skimmed Garp without showing a trace, and then said in a deep voice. Asterisk.